The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Filling in again for Brad Evans is the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. Well, it was looking like it was going to be a good game early on last night, PJ. We signed off the air. Clippers and the Warriors were early on in the second quarter. And oh boy, what a finish we got. I mean, what a hell of a first 2 days for the play-in tournament with just about every single one of these games coming down to the wire. And last night, we get vintage Steph Curry, vintage Draymond Green. The two of them and the Dubs turn back the clock, and they stun the Clippers in L.A. with a tremendous fourth quarter comeback. 126-121 the final. They outscore L.A. 27-13 in the final 6.5 minutes. Curry scored 27 of his 35 points in the second half, including the one where he basically just beats a double team, jump step back, falls over into the crowd. The ball goes in, and he's like, oh, did that go in? Did that go in? You know, of course you knew it went in, Steph, because you're the greatest shooter of all time. Al Horford hits 4 threes off the bench. Porzingis had 20 points, a guy that is basically, battling that strange illness he's had for the last 2 years. And how about Draymond Green? 7 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, 4 steals, but most importantly, PJ, he locked up Kawhi Leonard in the final 5 minutes of the game. So, I mean, should this convince Warriors fans to keep this core together this summer in hopes that they can stay healthy next year? Because the record was abysmal, 37-45. Not to mention Jimmy Butler's got the torn ACL. But if you could only just cross your fingers and say all these guys in their mid to late 30s, well, if only they can stay healthy and be healthy come April, you see what this team's capable of. They have Steph Curry, Draymond locked up one of the great players of this century in Kawhi Leonard. And, again, I have no faith that they're even going to give OKC a battle. But, if they were fully healthy and had an advantageous seed, is it worth it for Warriors fans to get excited for next year? Or is this maybe just a blip on the radar of the inevitable ending that we're heading towards with this Warriors team?
If Curry stays healthy and Butler stays healthy, Porzingis, Draymond, that's a whole lot of ifs. I mean, you said there's a lot of guys that are mid to late 30s and definitely are past their prime at this point. I think if those guys all stay healthy, though, next year, then they could be one of the top 3 or 4 teams, maybe competing with OKC and San Antonio next year in the West. I don't think that's out of question. Steph has still shown us that if he's healthy, he's always capable of the second half that he had last night. I thought the game that we saw, Pat, between the Clippers and the Warriors last night just perfectly encapsulates the last 10 years between these two franchises of how the Warriors had a dynasty. They've won their 4 rings. They find ways to win games like this. And the Clippers are just the complete opposite. And we were previewing this game last night, and we both thought the Clippers should win. We both thought they were probably the right side, but we just couldn't get there because the Warriors have Steph Curry. The Clippers are the Clippers. It's a lot of points. The way these playing games have been going, the Dogs have been playing really well, and it just kind of went how we thought it would. The Clippers were the better team. They should have won, but Steph just is being Steph. Al Horford hit some massive threes for the Warriors in that fourth quarter as well. And then you said it, Draymond with the defense. I mean, to limit Kawhi Leonard to 0 points in the fourth quarter. That's pretty impressive job by that Warriors defense. So watching that game last night, I think that was my biggest takeaway was the Warriors have obviously been the team of the last decade with the dynasty that they have, and Steph is an all-time great. They always seemingly find ways to win games like that. They know what it takes. They lost 7 of 8 games coming into this one against the Clippers. Yeah. And Kevin Harlan was talking about it on the broadcast. They were talking to Steve Kerr, and he's like, we don't really have any momentum, but we're going to see how big of a factor experience plays in a game like this if we can just find something. And clearly they did. And then on the flip side, man, the Clippers just, again, every year finding ways to lose games like this. I think the Warriors are in an interesting spot against Phoenix coming up. I know we're going to talk about that game throughout the show. Certainly whoever wins, Phoenix and the Warriors, even though our guy Rath, who we had on as a caller last night, might think otherwise, either one of those teams aren't getting past OKC. But if all those Warriors players come back, Pat, next year, Curry, Butler, Porzingis, Draymond, maybe you make a move in free agency, maybe you get somebody in the draft who's an impact rookie. I'll never say never with the Warriors, because if you got Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler has shown us throughout his career how he can turn it on in the postseason, a bunch of what ifs and a bunch of aging players. But I think last night gave you a glimpse. If those guys can stay healthy, like, is that a team that anybody wants to face with their pedigree and their experience? I think they'd be a tough out next year if they're healthy.
Yeah, I mean, other than this current iteration of the Thunder, then, no, I don't think there is. And that's why, that's why this game for me, it means kind of next to nothing, because we'll get to playing Phoenix. I think they're going to beat Phoenix, but they don't stand a chance against Oklahoma City. They don't. Yeah. And like I said, I know our buddy Rath in Chicago, one of our callers last night, said he thinks that OKC was going to lose in the first 2 rounds. They're going to destroy Golden State. Steph Curry could score 50 points a night, but they just don't have enough. They had enough to beat a very mediocre Clippers team with Kawhi Leonard disappearing. More on Kawhi in a second. Yeah, but he scored 1 bucket in the fourth quarter. It was with 17 seconds left. A meaningless dunk that cut the deficit to 5. He got completely locked down. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Golden State, just go back 1 year. They played the Rockets. The Rockets, who were the 2 seed, but the inexperienced 2 seed. They didn't have Kevin Durant yet, and they were young and scrappy and great, and the Warriors beat them in Game 7. Now, in another year from now, you'll be 2 years removed from that, and you'll have Curry a year older, and you'll have Draymond another year older, depending, even if they keep Draymond. He's got a player option this year. He might opt out of it so they can try to work a team-friendly deal together. And Jimmy Butler's going into his last year, coming off of what's going to be a torn ACL. So it's like the Expendables, right? Any of those action movies where they bring back The Rock and all these other guys 20 years later. But I think they could be a very difficult out. We look at the Spurs this year. I don't know. Maybe it's the Blazers next year. Maybe the Blazers or another one of the very young teams in the Western Conference get into the playoffs and they have a surprise season. Maybe the Utah Jazz, all the tanking finally pays off. Maybe they get the 5 seed or the 6 seed next year, and Golden State's healthy enough that they play them. And I could see the Warriors winning a series like that. Absolutely. So I think there's a lot of question marks about what this offseason is going to look like for Golden State. I think just, if nothing else, PJ, last night, you mentioned it before, you're never going to get those Curry, Draymond dynasty years back. You're never going to get those 4 titles. You're not going to get another title again with this current core. But in case you wanted to travel into a time machine, last night was the closest thing to that, with the way they flipped the script, and Curry hits all those bomb threes in the second half. He couldn't miss. They kept following him around. They had Mathurin try to follow him. They had Dunn try to follow him around. Nobody could cover him. He could hit any shot that he wants to make, even with an inch of separation. Porzingis hitting shots. It was like the Clippers are probably like, what the hell? These guys weren't even playing, and they weren't even healthy, and all they barely won a game in the last couple of weeks, and then they got blitzed in the final 6 minutes of the game. So I guess let's look ahead to Friday. Should we expect the Warriors to beat Phoenix tomorrow? Because I do. And then the conversation after that is, how many games are they realistically going to win against OKC? But I think they're beating the Suns. As much credit as I've given Jordan Ott and this Phoenix team for, PJ, I don't think I don't think there's really much they can do if the Warriors play anywhere near the level they did last night.
I mean, Pat, they're pricing the Warriors the same as what they priced the Blazers, which I think is kind of crazy. And now this is a true do or die elimination game. I think most of us would agree the Blazers are the better team than Golden State. But again, you're pricing the Warriors the same in an elimination type game when they have the momentum coming off of that fourth quarter, when they have Steph Curry, when they have the championship pedigree. And as great as Devin Booker is and as good as Jalen Green was in that game against Portland, it's just, the Suns are in a fragile state because they also blew a double-digit fourth quarter lead against the Blazers. And if you were unable to hold that lead against Portland, I mean, how many points do you need against Golden State to feel comfortable trying to close out that game? So I'm surprised, to be honest, Pat, that this spread is over the 3. It actually opened at Phoenix 2.5, and I thought it was going to go down before it went up. I thought it would go to Suns 1.5 before it went to 3.5, but clearly it went up. Odds makers, books makers are comfortable giving you the full possession with the Warriors. I would agree with how good and how competitive these playing games have been, how profitable the underdogs have been, considering really all the pressure is on Phoenix. You get 2 games at home to try and make it to the quarters if they can't get it done. And the longer that game goes and the closer it is, the pressure is just going to build and build on Phoenix. I'll tell you another thing, Pat, that I was maybe impressed isn't the right word, but it kind of took me back a little bit just how emotional Steph and Draymond were in the fourth quarter of that game, how much it meant to them, right? You and I were talking about that. Yes, it's a playoff game. These guys have accomplished everything there is to accomplish in team basketball in the NBA, winning their 4 rings. And you do wonder, being the 10 seed, like knowing, okay, if we beat the Clippers, if we beat the Suns, like we're not getting past OKC. So how much does a game like that really mean to them? It felt like it was, the emotion that those guys were showing, it shows you why they have been as successful as they are. So I was really impressed with just the fight and the grit and how much energy that those guys had that really helped spark that fourth quarter rally. And I would expect the same kind of thing in Phoenix. So it's a tricky game. Again, it's to me similar to the Clippers game where I could understand wanting to bet the Suns. They've been the better team all year. They're at home. It would be Warriors or pass for me. It just feels like all the pressure is on Phoenix. All the momentum is with Golden State. And in these do or die type games, I do think experience carries a whole lot of weight. So would you rather trust the team with Steve Kerr, Draymond, and Steph Curry, or would you rather trust Phoenix? So I with you, Pat, would lean towards the Warriors. I think they probably win the game.
Yeah, I trust them as well. And like you said, all the emotion they showed, I think it's part of why the great competitors are great competitors, because they've accomplished everything there is to accomplish, and yet they keep coming back. That drive in the fire in the belly, that never goes away. And it never goes, it's going to be sad when these guys are 50 and when they're 60 and you're starving for that. Hell, I played Division III college baseball. I starve for that kind of adrenaline, that competitive fire that you feel when when you're in the thick of it, man, and you're playing a team sport. It's those juices when they flow. It's incredible. I also think it's because they realize they might not have many of these left. And this might be it for them.
Yeah.
Right. As much as we think next year they could be in a tough out if they do keep this core together, if they do keep Draymond and Steph comes back for one more year, which I think he will, and Jimmy Butler comes back for one more year, which I think he will. I mean, this thing could bottom out next year. It could be real ugly. They might not even make the play-in tournament, let alone the playoffs. So I think they realize, hey, we don't have many of these moments left, and they conjured everything they have up. And I think, maybe this might sound cliche, PJ, but part of the reason why I think they're going to beat Phoenix is because of that sheer determination, right? And it's just a refusal to lose the game. That was what Draymond did in those last 5 minutes, covering Kawhi Leonard the way he did, putting him in a torture chamber. It was a refusal to let the guy on the other side of the floor beat you. And Kawhi Leonard is a Hall of Famer. And Kawhi Leonard is a 2-time Finals MVP. And Draymond Green got the better of him last night when it mattered most. And Steph Curry made basically every single shot he needed to make when it mattered most. So, yeah, excuse me for not believing in Devin Booker, with some of the playoff crash outs we've seen from him in Phoenix, and Dylan Brooks, who, look, that's going to be cinema. Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, they might get a double technical, double ejection at some point in the fourth quarter, but It's going to be a fun freaking game to watch either way. Really quickly, PJ, is there anybody else you want with the ball in their hands in the final 5 minutes right now out of all the active players? Anybody else you want on the planet with the ball in their hands in the final 5 minutes other than Steph Curry? Because I don't. I've seen him make these amazing shots too many times. The fact that he can hit the three, he can get to the layup, he can get to the rim and hit the layup, but it's the three-pointer. He's done it millions of times, countless massive games in the finals. The clutch gene. I wouldn't want Jokic. I wouldn't want SGA. I wouldn't want Tatum. I wouldn't want my guy Jalen Brunson. I wouldn't want Anthony Edwards. Nobody else on the planet I'd rather have with the ball in their hands in the final minutes of a game than Steph Curry. What do you think?
I agree with you. When you asked that question, the only other name that popped up where I was like, maybe was Luka. That'd be the only other one where maybe I'd consider it. We've obviously seen him have some big moments, but it's got to be Steph because he's the best free throw shooter in the NBA. He's the greatest three-point shooter of all time. And then if you need him to hit a mid-range shot, he can do that too. So just the fear level that Steph puts in a defense in the final seconds. And the fact that you obviously can't play under a screen on him or else he's going to hit the three. You have to chase him around. And then if you overplay too much and he goes to the rim, he's so good at finishing. And then if you send him to the foul line, he never misses free throws either. So Luka was the only guy when you said that I would maybe consider. But I like you, Pat. It would be Steph 1 for me, Luka 2. Those would be the top 2, but Steph is the number 1 guy.
When I watch Steph Curry play, even now, and I don't really think he's had much of a drop-off, right? Right now, my present memory is clouded by the knee injury that caused him to miss the last 2 months. But, like, you look at his numbers this year, he had his highest field goal percentage in 3 years. He shot 39% from deep. That was actually the lowest in the past 4 years, but not by much. And again, if he had played a full game, a full season sample size, it probably goes up. He's the greatest shooter of all time. But even then, watching Steph Curry last night, as soon as the ball left his hand every time, I think the ball is going in the hoop. And I can only imagine the pit in your throat that you feel as the opposing team or the opposing team's fans, Clippers fans, every time the ball left his hand in the second half, I thought the ball was going in. And so that's got to be a freaking scary feeling to watch. Pat, nobody else we'd rather have. Go ahead.
I got a quick question for you. So Steph Curry right now, I think a lot of people would say he's top 10 all time, right? He's hovering right around that range. Do you think if they beat Phoenix tomorrow night and he were to upset OKC, do you think winning that series would change his legacy with all that he's accomplished? If he beats the Thunder, let's say you're one of those people out there, you have Steph Curry as the 11th best player of all time. Would beating the Thunder in the first round be enough to push Steph Curry up the list for you, push him up to the 10th best, 9th best player? What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like, who's on that borderline with him right now? Is it Akeem? Is it Shaquille? Is it Shaq? Is it Oscar Robertson? I don't know if he could pass Larry Bird unless he were to win another title this year. I don't know if Tim Duncan. If he leads a charge and he scores 30 points per game in a series and they knock out the Thunder, yes, I think without a doubt it puts him into the top 10 greatest of all time, because that would be more impressive to me than any of the finals that they've won, because most of them have been easy, right? I mean, the couple of years where they just destroyed LeBron and the Cavs, like if they were to knock out the Thunder and Steph scores 30 plus per game with no Jimmy Butler, and a year where they won 37 games and he missed 2 months with an injury going into the playoffs, that might be his greatest achievement of all time. So, yeah, that would absolutely launch him into the top 10 for me.
Isn't that crazy? And I agree with you. With all he's accomplished and all the rings and all the moments that he's given us, not only in the NBA, but what he did against Serbia and France and the gold medal game in the semifinals out in the Olympics, all that he's done. And I agree. I think if they beat Phoenix tomorrow and they're somehow able to beat Oklahoma City, it might be his best accomplishment. It's going to be the way that a lot of people look at Dirk and his ring and how much weight that carries with who he was able to beat. It's like if Steph wins that series, it might almost count as like close to winning another ring if you knock out those guys at this point in your career with all the injuries that they've suffered and going up against that team. It would be incredible. So I agree with you. Like a lot of people, I'm sure out there, if you don't have any dog in the fight, you're hoping to see Steph in Golden State against OKC to see if he can maybe steal a game or two against the Thunder or somehow they make that series competitive. But yeah, man, I agree. If he's able to pull that off, it might just be one of the greatest accomplishments of his career.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, it's PJ Glasser in for Brad tonight, the rest of this week. PJ, this is his third show this week, so he's got tonight and tomorrow with me. You want to join the show, it's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. With Steph Curry leading the Warriors past the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round of the playoffs actually be his greatest achievement? Would it put him in the top 10 of all time for you? Any of your takeaways from this game last night, as the Warriors now, they do have to beat the Phoenix Suns first tomorrow. We'll get more into that game later, but coming on back, the Clippers side of things. What does this now mean for Kawhi Leonard? What does this mean for the Clippers? Is it a complete blow-up this summer? I got a bad feeling it will be. Or a good feeling, depending on how you saw this team this year. This is BetMGM tonight. We're just getting rolling. Join us, Westwood One Sports.
The first match on my Mount Rushmore. Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin, I Quit match, WrestleMania 13 in Chicago, which features Austin passing out with the bloody face in the sharpshooter, refusing to quit, and featured a double turn where Bret Hart enters that match as the babyface, Austin enters as the heel, and by the time the match is over, the crowd hates Bret and loves Austin, launching Bret Hart's awesome heel run, which culminated in the Montreal Screwjob at Survivor Series 97, and launched Stone Cold Steve Austin into absolute megastardom as a babyface. And the match itself is legendary, and the ending is legendary. That is induction number one. Number two, the match that Cody Rhodes calls the greatest pro wrestling match ever. Rock Hogan, WrestleMania 18. We're coming into the match, and it's in, so you have to understand what's happening in the story leading up to it. Rock is the babyface. Hogan's the heel. But the match is in Toronto. And Toronto is a lifelong WWF and WWE town and city. And grew up loving Hulk Hogan and cheering for Hogan in WrestleMania 6 against the Ultimate Warrior. And the match starts, and the Toronto crowd immediately asserts itself and lets everybody know, most especially Hogan and The Rock, that it has no interest in cheering for Rock and no interest in booing Hogan. And Hogan and The Rock, in that moment, they know what's happening, and they just instantly switch roles. And Hogan becomes the babyface, and Rock becomes the heel. And they put on one of the greatest stories ever told in a pro wrestling ring. And I always say it. When pro wrestling is great, it becomes Shakespeare. Rock goes over, and then the NWO comes out and turns on Hogan, and then Hogan turns on them, and you have Rock and Hogan in the ring, both as baby faces. It is the stuff of legend. Third on my list is the greatest wrestling match in the history of WrestleMania. And for my money, is the greatest American wrestling match ever. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. Not streak versus career in the main event of WrestleMania 26. The first one in WrestleMania 25. Where I felt like Michaels was going to win to the point where Michaels super kicks him and covers him and Taker kicks out. And I had one of those moments where I'm just laughing afterwards. It is the greatest match in the history of WrestleMania. And in my money, and in my estimation, is the greatest American professional wrestling match ever. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. The last match on my list. And I tweeted at the Casos on Twitter, what is your Mount Rushmore? And I've gotten a bunch of replies. None of them have listed this match. I'm not going to say it's the best match, because it's not the best pure wrestling match. And you could certainly argue that Rock Hogan tells a better story. My favorite pro wrestling match of all time is the career-ending match between the Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man Randy Savage at WrestleMania 7. Warrior wins the match in extremely dramatic fashion, kicks out of 5 Savage top rope elbows. Savage kicks out of the gorilla press, and then Savage ultimately loses on a couple shoulder blocks by the Warrior. Flying shoulder blocks, and Warrior puts his foot on Savage's chest and wins the match. Now, the match itself is great, but what happens afterward is Shakespeare. Sensational Sherry, who is Savage's valet, turns on him for losing her meal ticket, for him losing the match. And Miss Elizabeth, who's sitting ringside, who had the schism with Macho Man when the Mega Powers collided years earlier, comes into the ring and throws Sherry off of him. And Savage realizes what's happened. I have goosebumps right now. And they embrace as Savage's music plays. And there are people literally, not figuratively, literally, crying in the audience as they embrace.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Working with some, you working with some ass. Is that what he says? You working with some ass or you working with some cash? He says you're working with some ass. Back it up. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. DJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, so PJ, we hit on the Warriors side of things to start the show. The win last night, incredible fourth quarter comeback from Steph. Draymond locking up Kawhi Leonard. Porzingis hitting big shots. Al Horford hitting big shots. And, we wondered if this would be Steph Curry's greatest achievement of his entire career, if they were to pull off a miracle, beat the Suns tomorrow, and then knock out the Oklahoma City Thunder. We both, I'd say yes, without a doubt, it would be his greatest achievement of his entire career. It would put him in the top 10 of the greatest players of all time. And I think we both kind of came to the agreement there's nobody else on the planet right now, active player, that you'd rather have the ball in their hand in the last 5 minutes. You thought maybe Luka, I guess, to really make this a good debate. Would you rather have MJ or Steph Curry with the ball in their hands in the final 5 minutes? Is that where Steph's reign comes to an end?
I think so. And I never saw MJ play in his prime. I'm too young for that. But just watching highlights, hearing stories, I think I would take Michael Jordan over. I'd take Kobe as well. Those two were the first to come to mind. But there's not many I'd take over Steph. I think he's certainly in the top 5 or the top 6. But yeah, Jordan and Kobe would probably be the top 2.
Okay. Not LeBron?
Not LeBron.
Well, with LeBron, you at least he'll always make the right pass.
Right? He will. He'll always make the right play. But sometimes he won't always make the shot. He won't make the shot. But yeah, LeBron always does make the right play. I'll give him credit for that. Okay,
all right. So from the Clippers side of things here, PJ, I mean, What a roller coaster of a season, and talk about a tease, right? I mean, a disaster, absolute nightmare to start the year. They're 6-21, and then they trade away Harden to the Cavs. They get back Darius Garland. They trade away Ivica Zubac, who was third team All NBA last year, and they get back Benedict Mathurin. And then even before that, this team, they figured it out. You know, Kawhi arguably had the greatest regular season of his career, the most points per game, one of the best field goal percentages. He played 65 games. They started out 6-21. They finish 42-40. So 36-19 the rest of the way. And, you know, even like before March, it was even more of a heater that they were on. And then they kind of cooled off. But, you know, last night was a nightmare, especially for Kawhi Leonard. This is a guy that is a two-time Finals MVP, and he's hit the biggest shots that there is to hit. He's won the biggest games that there is to win with the Spurs and the Raptors. And, you know, like I said, coming off of what was arguably the greatest regular season of his career, he doesn't score a single point in the fourth quarter until a meaningless dunk with 17 seconds left that cut the deficit to 5. So Clippers have a ton of questions in the offseason, but they already started to tear down this team. We know that this aspiration investigation is looming, but should the Clippers try and trade Kawhi Leonard this offseason and just full send on a rebuild? Because I don't think they have any other option.
I agree. I think they need to. And yesterday we were talking about Miami and how they've been trying to acquire Giannis for the last couple of years, and I'm sure they'll try and do it again, and who knows if they'll be able to. We were throwing out other players that maybe they could go after. With the Clippers season ending, I think they should definitely be calling the Clippers and checking in on Kawhi and seeing what the Clippers would be willing to give up and part with Kawhi Leonard. Because yeah, I mean, look, this whole thing started when they went all in and they traded all those picks for Paul George to pair him with Kawhi Leonard. I remember waking up to that.
I saw Stephen A. Smith say that he thinks Kawhi blackmailed the Clippers into doing that.
Wow. And I remember waking up to that Woj bomb, Pat. I was like at 2 a.m. and I'm just like, am I dreaming? Like, is this real? Did they just traded like 6 first rounders for Paul George? And we thought the Clippers were going to be the next big thing, and it never worked out. Whether it was injuries or whether the chemistry just was never there. Paul George never turned out to be the Robin to Kawhi's Batman that they were hoping. It never worked out. And you commend the Clippers for trying, for going for it. They felt like that was the missing piece to get them over the hump and win a championship. It didn't work, Pat, and you just got to blow it up and you got to try again. That's the problem that so many of these organizations make, is they have the superstar and they try to make all these different cookie cutter moves to make it work, and very rarely does it. They've given it more than enough time, right? They had that era with Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan and Redick and all those guys when they looked like to be one of the better teams. They could never get over the hump. Then we had this new era with Kawhi and Paul George. That could never work. I think now it's time to move on and try to make it work. And especially with the draft class that we have this year, and the year after isn't going to be anywhere near as good as it appears right now that this year's is. Try to acquire as many picks as you possibly can for this year's draft. So, I mean, yeah, if you ship Kawhi off to some team and they're willing to give you, you know, a first round pick, maybe multiple for this year, you get a first round pick this year and you can then trade away to another team, whatever it may be. I think the Clippers should definitely start thinking big picture and try and blow this thing up and rebuild, because if they keep going down this road, this is what they're going to be. You know, like at best next year, if they run this thing back, maybe they're a 4 or 5 seed in the Western Conference. Would you like this team to beat San Antonio? Would you like them to beat OKC? Like, of course you wouldn't. So couldn't even beat the Warriors last night. So I think they should. I think they should blow it up. Do I think they're going to? No, but I agree with you. I think they should.
Yeah, and look, and also what's going to happen with this aspiration investigation? You know, the money that they brought in from this fake company to circumvent the salary cap. Kawhi was asked about it last night after the loss. He said, quote, "I never thought about it too much other than questions asked. You'll have to ask the NBA, not me. I'm not the one doing the investigation. I think we're going to be in the clear. I'm not stressing it. And again, he enters the final year of his contract next season. He does become eligible to sign a 2-year extension the day after the NBA Finals. Clippers can offer him a maximum of $126 million across those 2 seasons. So that's over $60 million a year. But again, I don't think it's worth it. I think they got to trade him, because you look at the other question marks they have here, PJ. They just got Darius Garland, and he's locked up for the next couple of years. Like I guess, unfortunately, I like Darius Garland, but he definitely hasn't been the same player over the last 12, 18 months since he had that toe injury that cost him most of the postseason last year in Cleveland. John Collins is a free agent. Sorry, he's gone. Bogdan Bogdanovic, who I forgot was on this team, they didn't even play him. They got a team option. He's gone. Derrick Jones Jr. is going to be a fixture for them, I would think. He's got 1 more year on his contract, but he's a great defender. They got Benedict Mathurin in that trade from the Pacers. I know a lot of people don't like Mathurin's game. I think he's great, and he's only 23, so I think he should become the face of that team with how much he can get downhill. He's a decent defender. He hit a bunch of threes last night, and then, they tried to force feed the ball to Kawhi. They should have kept going back to Mathurin. So I think this is Benedict Mathurin, Darius Garland, Derrick Jones Jr. It's their team, and then you find a way to build around them. Bradley Beal is also on this team still, PJ. Like, they got him in the trade in the offseason from Phoenix, got him for peanuts. He's got a player option. He's gone. Like, they just got to turn this whole freaking roster over here. It's been a disaster. And there's another debate to be had, too. Is Ty Lue the coach that you want taking this team through a rebuild? Is that something Ty Lue wants to do? So you could be looking at Steve Ballmer just saying, oh, my God, we might end up losing some fans. We're going to lose some very loose, I don't even know if you could call them bandwagon, because what wagon is there to jump on other than one conference finals appearance in the last decade? We're going to lose fans to the Lakers. And you know what? This $3 billion stadium that we just built, it's going to be half empty, but we got to freaking rebuild this thing, and we got to tank. We got to do what the Thunder did. They got SGA from us for nothing for that Paul George trade. That was a disaster. They have to tank now. And, it's going to be some lean years in Inglewood, whereas the Lakers have Luka Doncic and at least a bright future with him and Austin Reeves. But I don't see any other way out for the Clippers. There's no really moves to be made here to salvage this position. You've lost in the first round or before that in 5 straight years now. I mean, this is a terrible team.
Pat, because the Clippers lost last night and didn't make the playoffs, OKC gets their pick, and they're going to now have a lottery pick. So they're still getting draft picks from that Paul George trade. It's the greatest trade ever made and the worst trade ever made. If you're on the Clippers side of things, it's pretty unbelievable how one-sided that deal ended up.
Is it close to the Luka trade?
Man. Dude,
which trade is worse? Paul George and the first rounders for SGA, or Luka for Anthony Davis and Max Christie and 1 first-round pick?
I still think it's the Thunder and the Clipper trade. It's the fact that they gave away SGA too. They gave away the MVP. They gave away arguably the best player in the league and all those picks and just numerous years worth of picks. Both are obviously terrible, but I think it's that one. You said it. Garland's coming back. He's the future now. You got Mather in there. That's your backcourt of the future. So let those guys build a chemistry, hope that they can continue to develop. And again, because now you don't even have your pick for this year's draft, I think it just puts more emphasis on the fact that you got to do something big. You have to get rid of Kawhi. Like you said, the contract is up next year. Yeah, you're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. Yeah, your building's going to be half empty just about every night. Yeah, most of your fans now are going to go be Lakers fans, but you know what? This is the way it has to be sometimes. You have to go through 2 or 3 years of being absolutely awful so you can get back to competing for championships again. I think their hand is kind of forced at this point, and we'll see. It's the first big decision Ballmer's had to make as owner. He took over, and again, it was at the heels of those days with those Chris Paul, Blake Griffin teams. Then he got Kawhi. So every year his team's kind of been a playoff perennial team. This is really the first offseason he heads into where he's got to make that big decision. Do we tear it down and go full rebuild, or do we still try and make it work? And Pat, you and I are in agreement, man. I think they have to rebuild at this point.
I got another trade partner for Kawhi Leonard here this summer. Why not the Golden State Warriors? Why not they try to assemble? Remember, what was that, a couple years ago, right? The Clippers had James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and Russell Westbrook. Why not the Warriors try to assemble their own expendable squad? Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Kawhi Leonard, Draymond Green. Because I don't know, like, so here's the thing that I think it could work for the Warriors, because Porzingis is going to be a free agent. He's too much of a risk, man. Again, with his body and that strange illness he has, I can't rely on him. He looked good last night. I'm not relying on him if I'm Golden State. They got him, they pulled off that trade in the middle of the season for him. But to me, like, he's too much of a risk to sign unless you can get him super cheap, because at this point now he's 30 and you don't know if he's going to play, but he's getting paid $30 million this year. He's a free agent. Porzingis, to me, thanks for half a season. See you later. So that's $30 million coming off of their tax, their salary cap. Draymond has that player option. I don't think Draymond Green, it would take a ton of negotiation to tell him, hey, can you take a significant pay cut, opt out of the player option? Let's rework a 2-year deal. We'll backload it. This next year, though, we need you to make like $6 million. And so you can get like, $20 million cut off from Draymond. You can get the $30 million gone from Porzingis for becoming a free agent. That's $50 million right there. You trade Kawhi Leonard. You give the Clippers, I don't know, a first-round pick, 2 first-round picks, whatever the next couple years the Golden State Warriors have. Like, is that worth it to then try one more time or maybe 2 more years here to go all in and see whatever window you have left if you're Golden State? Or am I just dreaming with a Kawhi trade to the Warriors?
I don't think it's a bad thought. And they are willing to make those types of moves with going after Chris Paul and Jimmy Butler. Like, they don't mind doing that. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Let me throw one more at you before we head to break for a potential trade partner with Kawhi. What if he goes back to San Antonio? What if you think it's full circle and he heads back to San Antonio, right? You got Wemby there. All those young pieces with Castle and Harper and Vassell, Johnson. I mean, they could definitely put something together. And again, if you're San Antonio, we'll see how this postseason works out. I think we're all in agreement, though. They probably need another guy to get over the hump and compete with OKC. Feels like Kawhi would be that guy. And having success in that franchise, I think that would make a ton of sense. So I like your Warriors call, Pat, but I think a reunion with the Spurs, I think would be pretty awesome too.
That didn't end too well, though, in San Antonio, with Kawhi basically refusing to play that last year or so. And Popovich, Pop he's still involved in the front office. I don't know if he's the big decision. I don't think he will want Kawhi coming back to San Antonio. That's the only thing that would give me doubts about that. But that would be a hell of a reunion. All right, we got to take a short break here. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, it's time to go streaking. And can the Magic Man, Michael Montgomery, our video producer, Monty, can he make it 7 for 7 since we started this game last week? That's to find out. I've also hit 5 in a row, but we're just going to pick people to get a hit in baseball tonight. We only got 2 games, so we'll see how magic Michael Montgomery really is. That's coming up next. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
And I believe there are 3 teams that stand out as potential trade-up options. You know what? I'm thinking about it in the moment. I'm actually going to say it's 4. Those teams, the New York Jets at 16, the Carolina Panthers at 19, the Detroit Lions at 17, and the Cleveland Browns at 24. Let's talk about why. It has been heavily reported by basically everybody that the Jets are looking to leave the first round with one of the top receivers. Now, they're not going to pick him at 2. Like that'll be and the Jets canceled their visit with David Bailey, which some people are like, well, like Arvell Reese is now the favorite to go second overall at BetMGM, which shows you how stupid, not that it's stupid to bet it, just like how dumb like the market movement is. We've talked about this for years on the show. I see the Jets cancel the visit, and I'm convinced they're taking David Bailey. That's how I view it. The Jets are going to take a receiver. Everybody knows it. So if everybody knows it, and you are the Carolina Panthers at 19, and perhaps your best course of action is to take a receiver. And you might say, well, they've done it 2 straight years in the first round with Xavier Legette and then Teteroa McMillan. Xavier Legette sucks, okay? You're not going to keep rolling him out there. He was a roll of the dice. It didn't work. Let's say Carolina wanted Indiana's Omar Cooper. Let's just say that that's the case, right? Let's say Jordan Tyson slips or Mekhi Lemon slips, and I don't know who they like of those 3. If the Panthers know the Jets want a receiver, why wouldn't the Jets try and jump New York? And conversely, if the Jets know that everybody knows that they want a receiver, then shouldn't they be expecting someone to potentially jump them for a receiver? Couldn't the Jets then move up? The Detroit Lions are in desperate need, regardless of what GM Brad Holmes says, of an offensive tackle or an edge rusher. What if they really like a tackle and he's available and they think he might not get to them? Or an edge rusher starts falling that they really like. You don't think they could do it? Brad Holmes told you if there's a player they like, they might say F them picks. And then the Browns at 24. The Browns, I think, are set up pretty well here to exit the draft with addressing 2 of their biggest needs, receiver and tackle, offensive tackle. It's a deep class at both, and I don't know which one they're going to take at 6. Maybe they'll just trade out of 6. We'll see. But I'm going to create a scenario. I don't know if this is true. Cleveland loves Spencer Fano. Cleveland loves Francis Maui-Noa. They slip. They're available at 14. Go get him. Jets, Panthers, Lions, Browns. Those are the 4 teams I'm looking at. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta, again, when he says the talent in the draft drops off midway through the first round, and you know the Ravens pick 14th, you should know that there's something behind it. And what's the most likely answer to that? He wants someone to come up and get that pick.
It's got to be Oba. If it's not Oba, you're going to have so many fans sitting there going like, what are we doing here? Because if you don't have a level of genius that you can ratchet it up to right after that, it feels like you're just going to end up ruining what's been, it's just been so simple. It's been a wonderful build. It's the best build on the card. Everyone's ready to see him go over. If he just continues to dominate on this path, you will not lose anybody. No one's coming out of there upset if Brock Lesnar goes down. So Obafemi's the pick there.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans for the rest of this week. We had a fun show last night. PJ and I had a fun show Monday. We're going to have a fun rest of the show tonight. We got our Odyssey Sports MLB insider, Bob Nightingale, coming up in 10 minutes from now, so you don't want to miss that after an incredible electric week so far in baseball. But Here we go. Let's see if Monty can keep the magic going. It's a game that we just started last week, and it has produced one hell of a streak already from our video producer. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! Alrighty, so here's how the premise of the game works. We go around the room and we just test how much each crew member knows ball. All you got to do is pick a guy, any guy from the baseball slate, just to get a hit. And it's even tougher today because there's only 2 games left that haven't started yet. I had a bunch of matinee getaway games today, so it's only the Rockies and the Astros in Houston at 8:10 Eastern and the Mariners and the Padres at 8:40 Eastern. I'll start us off here, and I'm on quite the heater. 5 in a row for me, 5 out of 6 since we started, and I'm going with the household name, TJ Rumfield for the Rockies tonight in Houston against Ryan Weiss and the Astros. TJ Rumfield, the 3-hitter for the Rockies, he's hitting .283. He's off to a good start, and he's actually faced Ryan Weiss 2 times in his career. He's 2 for 2 with 2 ribbies. So when I looked at his splits, he's a lefty. He dominates righties. And at night, they actually played the Rockies. Have played a bunch of day games, and he's like 3 for 22 in day games. He's hitting like 370 in night games, which is crazy. So you know what? I was looking for any reason I could to take him. TJ Rumfield to get me 6 in a row. PJ, you've had quite the hell of a start here. 2 for 2 for you. Who are you rocking with to try to make it a hat trick?
Yeah, so last night we went with Wyatt Langford, Pat, who was batting around 150, got us 2 hits. Tonight we're going back to a guy who's batting about 150 this year, Cal Raleigh, 11 for 73 on the season. He's only got 11 hits this year, but I think he gets one tonight, and it's because of the matchup. He's going up against Walker Buehler for San Diego, 5 for 6 against Buehler in his career. Big dumper, obviously, nearly won AL MVP last year. He's an incredible hitter, over 60 jacks. It's only a matter of time before he gets going. Facing a guy who he's had past success against, I think is going to be what gets him off to a nice little start. So Cal Raleigh, my pick tonight to get a base hit.
All right, and PJ's batting 1,000. You and I both had a couple of struggling Rangers hitters last night. I had Corey Seager. He got a dong. Langford got a couple of knocks. All right, Combs is in desperate need of somebody just to get him a hit here. 3 straight goose eggs after what was a great start. Combs, you're 2 for 5 so far. I think actually 2 for 6, if I'm not mistaken. 2 for 6 on the season. Who are you rocking with tonight to get you off the schneid?
Look, I've got to get off the schneid, and I've got to go with Yordan Alvarez. They're going up. They've got an opener for Colorado tonight, Juan Mejia, who in 8 innings pitched has given up 11 hits. If I don't get off with a schneid here, if this isn't the night where Yordan Alvarez hits one to 900 feet, I might never get a hit again the rest of the season. I don't know.
I mean, you don't even need a home run. All you need is a knock. That's it. All you need is a putt, man.
That's a good pick. I know that's a good pick. That's a good pick. I do
like the pick. Yordan's been crushing. All right, here we go. Without further ado, the man with the magic touch. He's batting 1,000. He's 6 for 6. Every player he's picked has gotten a hit. We go to our video producer, Monty, Mike Montgomery, owner and operator of batters-box.com. He's got the tools at his waist. That's why he has been dominating this game. Monty, to go 7 for 7. Who you going with?
Give me Jackson Merrill. I like the Yordan pick more, and I think maybe the Cal Raleigh pick more. So we'll see. I'm pretty nervous because Jackson Merrill's been on an app. He's been on an absolute heater. I know. I'm just saying. He's got 9 hits in the last 5 games. He's got 3 straight multi-hit games. So that makes me think he's due for a game without a hit. But hopefully it's not tonight against Luis Castillo. I got an elite matchup for Mail against Castillo on my website, batters-box.com. Plus matchup in all the key categories I look at: WOBA, ISO, hard contact. Castillo's allowing nearly 36% hard contact to lefties over the last few years. So that's why I like that. And then in 40 games with an elite rating, Merrill is getting a hit over 72% of the time. So the trends say he's got a great shot tonight. So I like Merrill.
All right, we'll see if Monty can add the extra point and start 7 for 7. When we come back, we're talking to our Odyssey Sports MLB insider, Bob Nightingale, on BetMGM tonight.
You're so good at quarterbacks, and I don't even want to turn this into Ty Simpson or Nussmeier or like Carson Beck. My opinion, I think Mendoza's going to be an absolute star.
Yeah, I think
what is Ben Solak's? Yeah, tell me why you think Fernando Mendoza is great, and I would also love kind of how you would slot him in with some of the quarterbacks that have gone early recently in the draft.
Yeah, so above average size, above average arm, above average processing ability, average, but for like his frame and his play style, above average mobility, and then remarkably above average accuracy. Like, I don't understand what we're overthinking. Mendoza was at Cal, and then he had a year at Indiana. It was surprising that he was good at Cal. It was surprising that Indiana went undefeated and won the national championship game. Because of that, I think everybody walked into Mendoza film being like, let's figure out how they cheesed this. And then they saw that they ran a lot of RPOs. And they're like, there's the cheese. This guy can't really be that good. No, this guy is just everything you want as a professional quarterback prospect, as a first overall pick. Now, we always end up framing guys relative to the Caleb Williamses and the Trevor Lawrences, who walk in like as the ordained first overall pick for the last 4 years. So when we have a guy like Cam Ward, who's a 0-star recruit, Mendoza's a 2-star recruit, we just undersell that guy because they haven't had the buildup that we were expecting a dude to have as he finally dawns as this top pick in a draft. But Mendoza to me is like it is just everything you could want in a quarterback prospect at a above average to great level. I certainly agree that they ran a lot of RPOs. I certainly agree there's going to be a transition to under center dropbacks. And I certainly agree he's not like, elite Caleb Williams mobility, elite Trevor Lawrence arm stuff. Like, it's not, tip top stuff. But he's going to be the 11th to 8th best quarterback in the league for like a decade, right? Like very like CJ Stroud, Dak Prescott caliber, right? Not in terms of play style, but like where he's going to land. So I would have had him below Caleb. I would have also had him below Drake in that class. 2024 was very, very special. But I would have had him above Cam Ward last year. I would have had him above Kyler Murray in the year that Murray came out as the first overall pick. In the year like the Burrow year, he would have been below Burrow for me, but he would have been above Tua and above Herbert. Like, this is a guy who goes top 5 in every single draft class. It's not because it's a bad year he's going 1 overall, or the Raiders need a quarterback. No, like if the Raiders, facility falls off the face of the earth tomorrow and Mendoza's there at 2, the Jets are taking him. And then if New York, he gets hit by asteroid, the Cardinals are taking him at 3. This is a guy who always goes top 5. He's a very good prospect. So I have Reese ranked higher, and then I have Bain, and then I have Bailey. I will say that of the three right now, players-wise, I like Bain the best for sure, right? Reese is still very much so figuring it out, right? He's like, a little newborn giraffe out there where he's switching to the edge rusher position, just kind of figuring out what his legs do, what his arms do. Like there's a lot of unbelievable moldable clay there, but we're still in the clay stage. Bain, and this is like very important to me in this class, I usually cannot stand the sort of player that Bain is. I usually have those guys ranked much lower than the consensus does. When you are a tweener, okay, maybe he's going to be a sub-package defensive tackle at the NFL level. Oh, he doesn't have length. Like, usually I'm so out on that guy. Cannot stand them. I turned Bain film on, and within 2 games, I was like, we're good. Absolutely. Like, in terms of a player understanding how to win within his strengths and his limits, Bain is like as polished, as pro ready, as professionals they come. He so clearly gets it. Like, when you watch this guy and then you learn his positional coach in Miami was Jason Taylor, who's just like successful in the NFL for a decade and a half with premier athleticism. Then as he got older, like, it just makes so much sense. He is so aware. He's so technically sound. He just understands how to win. He has counter moves, secondary moves. He has hustle. He identifies plays so quickly. He understands what blocking teams are trying to do to him. He is just so ready to contribute at the NFL level. Now, will he contribute 15 sacks in a season? No, it's not going to happen. He doesn't have the length at the tackle at the quarterback's drop point, right? Big tackle radius. He doesn't have the length to separate against the biggest guys. Like, you are not drafting a high ceiling, Aiden Hutchinson's going to walk in and just become the defining piece of our defense. Like, that's not occurring with Ruben Bain. But you can be so positive that he's going to play 3 downs for you. He's going to create impact against the run, against the pass. He's going to make your other players better. And so Bain, to me, like, was one of the most like lights on guy for me in the process, where I walked in being like, here we go again. A dude who doesn't fit in the NFL level and who lacks ideal measurables, but he produced in the playoffs. Everybody loves Ruben Bain. And then I watched him. I was like, no, okay, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, this guy gets it.
Yeah.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 2 starts right now. I'm Pat Boyle. My co-host tonight and the rest of this week, PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, is filling in for Brad Evans. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Time to go to the guest line. We're talking some more baseball here. We're joined by Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are presented by Grainger for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Bob, it's Pat and PJ. How you doing today, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're doing awesome, man. A lot of matinee, afternoon baseball games. We only have 2 during the show, or 3, I guess. You count the live one right now, which is a little bit sad. But, I mean, Bob, we had a 2-man home run derby at Yankee Stadium the last few days with Mike Trout and Aaron Judge matching each other bomb for bomb. Judge had 4 home runs during the 4-game set, and yet Trouty went deep 5 times, most ever by a visiting player in a set at Yankee Stadium. And that includes the house that Ruth built, too. Mike Trout tweaked his mechanics last week and, reverted to using the slight step back before swinging, much like he did at the end of last year when he finished the year on a tear. So the Yanks walked him intentionally in the 8th. That didn't help either because then Joe Adell launched a grand slam. That put the game out of reach. But anyway, for Mike Trout, should we expect to see this prime version of him all year? Does a series like this make you think he can maybe contend for another MVP?
Well, it's cool to see. I mean, vintage Mike Trout, that's the way we remember him, back in the day, back to, 5-6 years ago. So we'll see if he can stay healthy. You just can't stay healthy. But, yeah, at least he showed, a glimpse of like, okay, this is what's been missing the last few years, and I still got it. He started off strong this year. He hit a couple of home runs early and then disappeared. Hit about 150 the rest of the way until he got to Yankee Stadium. I think Yankee Stadium kind of motivated him, and then with Aaron Judge and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not sure we can expect this. Obviously we're not going to expect 5 home runs every series, but I'm not sure we can expect the old Mike Trout, or if they do it just a flash. But hey, if he can stay healthy, at least it really helped the Angels because the Angels been missing this guy.
No doubt. Hopefully Trout can stay healthy. The other team in LA, Bob, they're good once again, trying to win 3 in a row. But the big story from last night's game was Shohei Ohtani pitched, but he didn't hit. How much more often do you think we're going to see that out of Shohei and the Dodgers this year, where he's only going to pitch in games and we're not going to see him hit in those same games that he pitches?
So I think we're going to see it more often than was planned. And the reason for this one was simply because he got hit in the shoulder, batting on Monday night, and his shoulder was a little sore. So they said, okay, let's be cautious here. But the way he pitched, the way he dominated, it's like, hey, they got enough players to be a DH. Why tax him during games? So I think that might have opened some eyes, like, okay, let's do this more often. I don't think that was original game plan, but I could see it happening now. There's no reason to tax him during games and have him do both if you don't have to.
Yeah, and Bob, 6 shutout innings, or 6 innings, 1 run, and 10 strikeouts, even though it comes against the struggling Mets. I'm sure that probably gives him an incentive to do it even more. We're talking to Bob Nightingale here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Bob is our Odyssey Sports MLB insider, and insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Bob, the guys behind the proverbial glass on this show didn't want to believe it. I said the Brewers would win the NL Central again, and today's win over the Blue Jays only reinforces that idea to me. Small ball, Bob. Small ball for all these people. After a leadoff walk in the 7th, sack bunt for a single, safety squeeze sack bunt to get the go-ahead run in, and ultimately beat Toronto 2-1 for a series win. They're 10-8. Okay, they did get swept by the Crashionals last week, but I think Pat Murphy and the Brew Crew will finish atop the division again come October. Do you feel strongly that Milwaukee is a playoff team again, despite losing some big pieces this offseason?
I feel strongly they're a playoff team. I'm not sure they can win the division again, but you're right. I mean, every single year, people picking the Cubs or someone else. Every single year, it's the Brewers getting the last laugh. So you can't count them out. And, I mean, I didn't think they'd be able to do it after trading Freddie Peralta. You just can't trade away an ace and survive. But we'll see. They're still the same old Brewers, scrappy team. I had a little problem in the back end of the bullpen. Trevor McGill pitched well today, so they need him to, step back up again with Uribe. But no, you can never count out the Brewers. It's silly to do so because they make you look foolish every single year.
Bob, I mean, some other teams in that division have surprised so far. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati are 11-8. St. Louis is 10-8. If you had to pick between those three, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and St. Louis, which of those three teams do you think can maybe sustain this going into August or even September?
Well, the other two, not St. Louis. I mean, they're in a full rebuild. There's a mirage of what they're doing. It's not going to last. Hey, Cincinnati made the playoffs last year, so we know what they can do, and I think they'd be very disappointed if they don't reach the playoffs. And we'll see about Pittsburgh. They've been a tease for so long in April. I mean, I want to say the last 4 or 5 years, it seemed, here comes the Pirates, and they fold. But they do have very good starting, pitching. I mean, it's good when Paul Skeens got the worst ERA in that rotation. They got some offense now. So hopefully they can keep it around. It'd be cool to see, the Pirates back at being a contender again. Great baseball town, and say, it's, the best baseball ballpark to watch a game, with the views and everything else. So it'd be cool to see them back.
Talking to Bob Nightingale here on BetMGM tonight. Bob, it seems that Jordan Walker has now finally arrived. The Cardinals' first-round draft pick back in 2020 had a really solid rookie season in the bigs back in 2023, but then he completely sputtered over the last 2 seasons, getting called down each of the last 2 years. But this year, is it real? Is the breakout real? He's tied with Judge for the most home runs in the bigs with 8. He's already got 15 ribbies. Top 10 in OPS, and he's hitting 320. Should Cardinals fans be cautiously optimistic again about Jordan Walker, or do you think this is a big year for him and he's going to be the face of this franchise and speed up their rebuild?
Well, this was the Walker everybody envisioned. I think they called him up too early. Then they kind of yo-yoed back and forth between him and the major leagues and the minor leagues. Disappointment. I think it was a trade block. I think anybody could have had this guy over the winter, and everybody kind of passed like, well, he's underachieved. Let's see if he can ever do it. And look what he's doing. I think they kind of left him alone. I think too many people were tinkering with his swing over the past few years. So delightful guy, and great to see. Hitting 8 home runs so early. The last time we saw that was Pujols back in 2006. So no, I think it's real. I'm not saying he's going to hit 60 home runs, but he's certainly showing they can, make the All-Star team.
Bob, we were talking about the Dodgers a little bit earlier, and Ohtani and how good he was against the Mets last night, who have now lost 8 straight games. Do you think they're just missing Soto? Like, do you look at the Mets right now and it's just when Soto comes back, they're going to play a lot better? Or do you think there's more bigger picture issues with this Mets team?
No, I think a lot bigger picture issues. Soto was there last year and they collapsed and didn't do anything. So it was with the Padres 2 years ago and they didn't make the playoffs. So, he can't. He's on a magical elixir here. We'll see what happens. They got a lot of problems. I mean, Peterson, Senga have struggled in the rotation. Simeon hasn't done anything. Bichette hasn't done anything. So, they kind of, went to the lab and tore that thing up. Said, okay, we underachieved last year. His torque collapse. Let's try something new. And this isn't working. I think they got way too many holes in that lineup. It's kind of embarrassing. I mean, people talk about, hey, the Dodgers winning payroll, baseball, and look at their payroll. Well, the Mets payroll is $50 million more than the Dodgers this year. They've spent more money the last 5 years than the Dodgers. And look at that franchise compared to LA. It's night and day.
That's giving it to you straight. We know Bob doesn't pull any punches, nor should he when it comes to the Mets. Talking to Bob Nightingale here for another 2-3 minutes or so on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Bob's our Odyssey MLB insider. And Bob, finally, in my opinion, we've got a surprise division leader in every division in the American League through 18 games. Rays have won 6 in a row. They're 11-7 atop the East. Twins have won 8 out of 10 and are 11-8 atop the Central. And the A's have won 8 out of 10 and they're 10-8 atop the West. Out of those three, Rays, Twins, A's, which team do you think is most likely to make the playoffs?
I would go A's. I'm not sure they're going to make it. I still think they're 1 year away. But, they got that offense. And if they can ever get some pitching, I know they did pitch well on the road. Tough to pitch at home. And I think it's kind of like a mental thing with them. I know Severino's been public about, hey, I can't pitch here in the Maryland ballpark. So that's why I think this winter they'll be very active in free agency and say, hey, guys, you only have to be in the Maryland ballpark 1 year. They're going to go to our beautiful place on the Strip. You're going to love it. You're going to love living in Vegas, no state taxes and everything else. So I could see them next year making it. But I do think they'll make a run. That lineup is too good. Very young and talented.
All right, Bob likes the A's. And I don't blame him, even though I think we all hate John Fisher. They got a decent lineup this year. That's for damn sure. Bob, we appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the 2 games tonight. The 3 games tonight. We can't wait to catch up with you next week.
All right, look forward to it, guys. Yeah, take care and have a great weekend.
Thanks, Bob.
There you go. That was Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. PJ, he torched the Mets there, and rightfully so. And I tweeted yesterday they don't belong on the same field as the Dodgers. I put that game on. I had that on my laptop, and I had the Clippers-Warriors game on the TV as soon as we got off the air last night, watching Shohei dominate the Mets. And then, watching Lindor hot dog another ground ball that got Teo Hernandez on base, the inning that ends in a Dalton rushing grand slam off of Devin Williams. So it would have been nice to see the Mets have to face Edwin Diaz, but they don't even have to because they get put away in the 8th inning. And I tweeted, they don't even belong on the same field as the Dodgers. They got embarrassed by the defending champions. They've lost 8 in a row. And it's like, we said it on Monday. When is it no longer too early? It's too early to crush any team or player or whatever. We're getting dangerously close to it not being too early anymore for the Mets. And it sure as hell ain't too early to at least criticize how they've started the season. They're abysmal, and they look like they have no heart. They look like they don't care. And Steve Cohen, for all the money he's spending, oh my God, he is tone deaf. Would you get off Twitter? Talking about, here's the green shoots, here's the positives. After you basically you've scored 1 run in the last 6 games. Like, enough. This team is so maddening, man. You cannot spend all this money. Raise the season ticket prices for the fans. Raise the price of everything. Act like you're going to compete with the Yankees and the Dodgers and then not even be in the same stratosphere as them.
Yeah, it's well said, man. And Bob touched on it. The stars just aren't playing like stars. Soto, when he was in the lineup, was very good. 355, 11 for 31 on the year. But Francisco Lindor's got 1 homer and 1 RBI this year. He's played in all 19 games, Pat. 1 homer, 1 RBI. You touched on that earlier in the week. Bichette's only got 1 home run. He's batting 228. Simeon's batting 194. Luis Robert got off to a really good start. He's starting to come back down a little bit, batting 241 now. It's tough in baseball, like you said, when you're paying as much money as they are to all these guys and those top guys aren't delivering, you're just not going to be successful. You're not going to win games. And also, I mean, look, they're going up against the Dodgers, right? Not a lot of teams are going to have success against them. They went up against the A's and got swept, as you were just talking with Bob. They're leading the AL West right now. So they are playing some good teams. But again, the Mets were thought of to be one of these good teams that should also be one of the teams that should be beating other good teams. They're not doing that right now. It feels like it could be a long summer in New York with how the offseason started, not re-signing Edwin Diaz, letting Pete Alonso go, certainly the fan favorite there. And they did make some moves towards the later stage with Bichette and Simeon and Luis Robert, but these guys just haven't been producing like they should. And the pitching staff has been okay. They haven't been great. I think another part of it, too, is the division. I mean, the Braves, as long as they stay healthy, look like they're going to be there. The Phillies are off to a little bit of a slow start as well, but I think all of us at this point like Philadelphia a little bit more. Marlins are a fun, up-and-coming team, and the Nationals' offense right now is one of the best in baseball. Don't expect that to continue, but I think certainly the other 3 outside of the Nats probably aren't going anywhere. So the division's tough. The top of the National League is tough with the Dodgers and the Padres, and could be a long year for the Mets. But you said it, man. With how much money they're pouring into this team, you can't be as bad as they are, especially offensively.
Yeah, and look, Carlos Mendoza, his days are numbered. The Mets manager, his days are numbered, man. He spoke yesterday, and he said, quote, they're pissed, frustrated, obviously not happy about it, and I want them to be pissed. But, he said, we're not dictating at bats, getting beat by fastballs. Even though there were some good fastballs from Ohtani today, we swung through a lot of them. But in general, we have got to be able to put pressure. We have to be on the attack mode. Yeah, you mentioned Lindor is completely lost. And last night, he gets blown away by Ohtani, who does a great job. I watched what account I've followed for years, Pitching Ninja, where they do the overlay, and you can see how incredibly tough it is to hit pitching. But he messed with his timing even just a little bit, and then he blows Lindor away, and Lindor's like smiling at him, like after he struck him out, like, dude, you're an atrocity at the plate right now. What are you smiling for? Like, oh yeah, Tani, you struck me out again. I'm hitting like 105. Like, dude, get it together, man. Get it together. Finally, what do you think about the last question we asked, Bob? Out of the 3 teams that are atop the AL divisions right now, what do you think is most likely to make the playoffs? A's, Twins, or Rays? I agree with Bob. I think it's the A's. I love their lineup. And, that's the strength to have, right? Like, if the Rockies had a great lineup, doesn't matter how bad the pitching is, you can outslug opponents and you're comfortable with your own conditions. The A's seem to be comfortable with the fact that they play in a little minor league ballpark where the ball flies out of it. So, look, they're gonna lose a lot of games 10-7, but they're going to win a lot of games 10-7. I think the A's, considering I don't think the Astros are that good. Angels are off to a good start. Mariners have struggled. We expect them to win the division. I'm not sure if that ends up happening. I thought it could be the Texas Rangers, but this division might be more wide open than we thought if Seattle doesn't grab it come June. I think the A's could definitely hang around and catch a wild card spot.
I'm with you and Bob. I think it's the A's. I would rank it A's, Twins, and Rays, and it'd be the Rays third just because of the division that they play in.
Yeah.
They've won 6 in a row, 8-10. I think Tampa's probably a better team than Minnesota, but because of the division that those teams are in, I would give Minnesota a little bit of a better shot. And again, Pat, I mean, Minnesota's offense has scored 103 runs so far through 19 games. I would not expect that to continue. They've also given up 86 runs. So the pitching has been okay, maybe a little better than average, but their offense has been terrific. Would not expect that to continue. You and Bob touched on it, the A's are winning games and their offense has been good, hasn't been as great as they're capable of being. So I think the A's are going to be in it until the end. I think they have a legit shot of winning that division. I'm not a believer yet in Minnesota and Tampa, but I mean, Tampa is the American League version of Milwaukee. I mean, we do this every other year with the Rays where they have that money ball mentality. They play in the AL East. You can't watch any of their games on a national stage. You can hardly name any of the players in their on their team, in their lineup, and they just wake up out of bed and win 90 games. So I'll never count out the Rays, but as of now, I think it would probably be the Athletics as the team for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, in Tampa's strategy, it's come back down to earth the last couple of years. They've been under 500 each of the last 2 seasons. So their whole little gimmicky money ball approach, we're not going to spend money, and we're going to, like you said, all these nameless players that are going to hit 280 with an OPS of 850, and we're going to beat you that way. It hasn't worked. So, look, I agree with you coming into the season. I didn't think much of Minnesota, but look at their schedule. Again, it's early, 19 games. They play the O's, decent team, the Royals, probably a playoff team coming into the year, I thought. They played Tampa Bay, who's atop the division. They swept the Tigers in a 4-game series. Tigers supposed to run away with that division. They've won 2 out of 3 from Toronto, and they won 2 out of 3 from Boston. So it's not like they're playing the Rockies and the White Sox and the Marlins. Like, they're playing good teams, and they're beating them. So you got to give them credit. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We have a caller on hold. And it's our buddy Rath from yesterday. He's a youngster. And normally we don't let youngsters on the show, but we were a little hard on him yesterday. At least I was a little hard on him. But I invited him to take a second swing. He's on hold. We'll see what he has to say about the NBA playoffs. And I'll make him a promise. I'll make him a big promise. So we'll do that. We'll do start, sit, or cut as well when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
If you've been to #the club at some point in your life, you've seen the old dude. That doesn't have to be 70, but he could be, maybe he's in his maybe he's me. I'm not there yet. I'm also married. But maybe, early 50s, right? And he's got a Gucci shirt and AG jeans, Prada shoes, a Louis Vuitton hat. He's broadcasting to the world, I've got money. And he's at a table, and on the table are 3 bottles, marked up more than New Jersey Transit's going to be charging people to go to the World Cup. And nowhere to be seen, women. Silence and sausage. The Orlando Magic are that old guy at the club. All that money, Paolo, Franz, Bain, Suggs. You would watch this game last night and feel like the Magic were the team missing a former MVP. Instead, it's the Sixers missing a former MVP. Now, you might call Paolo Banchero a 1. Who's the 1 on the... here's my issue with the Magic. They don't have a 1. Paolo's not a 1. He proves it time after time. Paid like a 1, doesn't play like 1. Do I think he sucks? No. Is he a 1? Is he the best player on a team that wins a championship? Do you think so? Is Franz Wagner the best player on a team that wins the championship? Is Desmond Bain the best player on a team that wins a title? Is Jalen Suggs the best team best player on a team that wins the title? Different question. Could either of those guys, any of those four, be the second best player on a team that wins the title? Or are they all threes on a title-winning team? They suck. And they don't suck the way like the Wizards do or like the way the Sacramento Kings do. But with this collection of talent, they should be way better. And they're not.
I interpreted it this way. The Jets did this so they could confuse us, to open different doors of interpretation, right? There's one door that you referenced. Hey, they're taking David Bailey. They're telling us that the work is, we have every bit of information that we need on this player. He's going to be the guy. There's also the contrarian thought, which is that, hey, you know what? They've grown so comfortable with Arvel Reese that there's no way they could be persuaded not to take Arvel Reese. He's going to be the number 2 pick. There's also the third door, which is that, hey, it's just going to lead to people asking and wondering. And maybe there's a team that says, hey, could we call up and maybe talk to the Jets? And I don't think there's going to be a bunch of teams. There may not even be one team. But I think you're slightly more likely to incur a trade call or an offer by creating a little bit of confusion and mystery around your pick. It could also be something like totally harmless, like, hey, you know what? They were going to get a visit done. David Bailey got held up on his prior visit. Travel plans right now. Hey, don't worry about it because yesterday was the final day you could have a player in your facility. We spent a ton of time with you between the combine, our scouts on the road during the year, maybe even at some point in a private workout, maybe his pro day, whatever it might be. So there could be like, a fourth door now that's just some harmless explanation, but it put my brain into a pretzel. So mission accomplished by the New York Jets.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser is co-hosting with me. He's filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. He's done a tremendous job already. Monday, yesterday, tonight. We got a lot of fun still to go. A lot of great segments to bring you, breaking down some of the playing games on tomorrow's slate and this weekend ahead. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Before we get to start, sit, cut, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, before we get to start, sit, cut, there's somebody on the line.
Mm-hmm.
It's a caller. We spoke to him yesterday. He's a youngster. And although we normally want, we want guys like us, our age, to be calling into the show from time to time, it's good to take a young, aspiring sports fan, maybe somebody that wants to do sports talk radio, maybe somebody that wants to work in sports, maybe somebody that just loves sports. And like I said, I remember growing up listening to WFAN in New York, trying to call in, getting through a couple of times when I was 12, 13, 14 years old. And so Rath in Chicago yesterday, he got on. He told us that the Oklahoma City Thunder were going to lose in the first 2 rounds. And I said, look, I think it's past your bedtime. Maybe I was a little too hard on him, PJ. But Rath in Chicago wants to call back. Do you think we should give him a second swing here and see what he has to say about the NBA playoffs, PJ?
I do. I want to hear Rath a second time. People deserve second chances. Last night we got his thoughts on OKC. I want to see what he has to say tonight.
All right. Wrath is in Chicago on line 1. Go ahead, Wrath. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, yeah. It was actually the first 3 rounds that I was talking about, not 2, but I only got like 1 minute to call, but I just wanted to say Wemby and the Spurs and maybe the Nuggets are going to be top contenders against OKC. Nobody else can beat them, I think. And I think the ones who could bring them to at least 6 games is going to be the Spurs. But I get that he's under a lot of Wemby's under a lot of pressure. First time being in playoffs. I don't know. Yesterday was
real quick,
weird.
Wrath. Who did you scream to? Were you screaming to somebody when we got you on the line? I think we caught the tail end of you saying something to somebody.
Oh no, that was nothing. I was just I'm just gonna be going to dinner really soon, but I guess it's I don't know. I'm excited for the basketball playoffs. You know, they're kind of late, and I have school. You know, so understandable that I'm probably not going to watch some of the games.
You got to go down to dinner. I think maybe you were yelling to your mom that you're in your room, yelling to one of your parents that you're in your room. And so I know you got to get down to dinner, but I'll just say this. I'll make you a promise. If the Oklahoma, because initially you were bullish that the Thunder might lose in the first round. If the Thunder lose in the first round of the playoffs, we'll let you come and do an entire segment with us here on BetMGM tonight. You can basically be another host, and we can talk about whatever you want. Does that sound like a deal to you? Wrath?
Oh, man. I think he had to go to dinner. Think he had to go to dinner.
Are you kidding me? I throw out that kind of deal, PJ, and I get ghosted? I try to be a nice guy, and this is what happens?
Oh, you got that's tough. That's tough. First of all, Wrath, I was trying to have his back last night. Coming on here and saying he said the first 3 rounds, Pat, just can't do that. Can't do that.
You can't lie. You got to stick to your take.
10 toes down, Wrath. You said first and second round. That's why if he would have said the first 3 rounds, Pat, you think we would have remembered that? You think we'd have been like, okay, so you don't think they're going to win the West? That's a little bit more reasonable. You said the first 2 rounds, they weren't going to get past that, and that caught our attention. So I wish Wrath just would have came in and he would have given us a team. He would have been like, did you see what Steph and the Warriors did last night? I think they're going to beat Phoenix, and I think they got a shot to beat OKC. But the 3 rounds, and then, Pat, you give them a full segment on the show, and you can't even get a response from our guy, Wrath.
Can't even get a response. I hope his parents are all about family time at dinner, and they went up to his room and yanked him downstairs, demanded that he got off the phone. I hope that's it. I hope that's the reason why that I offered an invitation for a youngster like that, a young aspiring sports fan who I'm assuming he's calling into Sports Talk Radio, wants to probably be a host. I offer an invitation like that, do a whole segment with us, and I can't even get a freaking answer. This is what happens when you try to be a nice guy, PJ.
I know.
Look, the offer's on the table. Offer's on the table to Wrath. If the Thunder go down in the first round, which would be a miracle, Wrath can still come on the show whatever date he can. He can clear it with his parents. He doesn't have to worry about getting yelled at for dinner. He could still do a full segment with us if the Thunder lose in the first round, because I'm a nice guy, but it ain't going to happen.
Love that. I agree. I love that. I'll be rooting for it because then we'd have some awesome parity in the NBA playoffs. And I think the other thing that he said about Denver and San Antonio being the 2 top teams, I would agree with that. I actually think it's Denver, Pat, as the team that I think would have a better shot at beating OKC than San Antonio. And it's just because of Jokic, man. Watching those teams battle last year and go into a 7-game series, that guy, you cannot speed him up. Jokic plays at his own game, even against OKC and all those defenders that they can throw at you. That man dictates whatever pace he wants to play at, and he's going to do that again if they meet. Their offense is so good. Murray is playing at such a high level. I think that is the only team in the NBA that can beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in a 7-game series. I don't think it's any of the teams in the East. I don't think it's San Antonio. I think Denver's the only team that can do it.
I think the Celtics could. And I would love to believe that my Knicks could, but I mean, I can't even, as much of a diehard Knicks fan as I am, and sometimes I like to beat my chest, I can't get there with the Knicks. The Celtics, maybe. I mean, Tatum would have to be 100%, but the fact that he hasn't played most of the season and now he's come back, like he looks 100%, so he's fresh, right? He is coming off a torn Achilles, but he is fresh and he looks 100%. So maybe I would give Boston a chance. I do think, though, in the West, it is the Nuggets. I agree with you. I think that, the Spurs had a lot of success against OKC in the regular season. They beat them 4 out of 5 times, including in the NBA Cup, when it's like, all right, they didn't catch him on a back-to-back, or they didn't catch him with rest disadvantage. And, look, Jalen Williams did miss half the season. Hartenstein missed half the season. It's an excuse, but you could point to San Antonio having a ton of success against them. I still think the playoffs are a different animal. You know that. Anybody that's been watching hoops for a long time knows that. And I think in order to beat Oklahoma City, it won't be a fellow defensive-minded team like OKC is, which is the Spurs. It has to be a team that can take them to the brink and put up 130 points. And I think the Nuggets can do that. They've been the number one offense all year. And you look at a player, an individual standpoint, you talked about Jokic. I agree. You need somebody that can get the big shots and can put up a 35-point triple-double every single night. Nikola Jokic has done it in the regular season against OKC. He was awesome in the series against them last year. Denver took him to a Game 7 last year in the second round. And that was Aaron Gordon with a strained hamstring, didn't play in the last game, I think, or 2. And Michael Porter Jr. had like 1 shoulder. So imagine a fully healthy Denver squad now against OKC. I agree with you. I think that they're the only team in the West that can take out Oklahoma City. Another point that our buddy Rath made yesterday that I thought was worth expanding on. We didn't get a chance to do it. Who do you think is the player that's under the most pressure in the NBA, in these NBA playoffs?
Yeah. It's a really good question. I do think it's probably Wemby, but again, like it's not like his team is favored to win the West. They're not favored to win the title. We're all expecting OKC to do it. I mean, none of us would be surprised if Denver knocks him out in the semis. I just think because Wemby is on this track of superstardom, and we can all clearly tell he is the next big thing in the league, we're all excited to see how he's going to perform. I think maybe there's actually a case to be made that it could be Cade, potentially, Pat, because you don't know if you're the Pistons how many times you're going to be in this situation where you're going to be the number 1 seed. Think about this. If Detroit doesn't lose a game at home during the Eastern Conference playoffs, they're going to the finals. If they don't lose a game at home, they're going to the finals. So I think there's some pressure in that where you got to take care of home court. You got to take care of games in front of your fans, and you're going to be the favorites until you play Boston, potentially New York. So Tatum's been there. They won a title. I think Brunson and the Knicks, yes, there's pressure on them because they've been this team for the last few years. They made it to the conference final last year. We're waiting for them to get over the hump. So I could see the argument from Brunson as well. I can't see really anybody in the West having pressure on them outside of Wemby. I think he'd really be the only guy. So I think after that, it'd probably be Cade or Brunson. But I'll make the case for Cade just because of the year that they've had, the fact that they're the number 1 seed. And he's obviously been hurt here down the stretch. Can he lead the Pistons throughout the playoffs and get them to the finals? I think there's definitely some pressure on him.
I think it's Ant-Man. I think it's Anthony Edwards, Minnesota. Because think about the stage he's in now in his career. He's 24 years old. He's going to be 25 as soon as the season ends. This is year 6 for him. He's been All-NBA twice. He ain't going to be All-NBA this year because he's not eligible for the awards. And we got some news on Cade Cunningham and Luka Doncic today that we'll talk about in a little bit. But Ant-Man, back-to-back years in the conference finals, and in both of those series, he's struggled big time. Like, he struggled to elevate. Like, a lot of people thought this is, he looks like Michael Jordan. He plays like Michael Jordan. This is the face of the league. Is this the next face of the league? And Anthony Edwards, in each of the last 2 conference finals, was really disappointing, in my opinion. So he struggled to get to that Michael Jordan type play that a lot of people thought he was very capable of doing. And he got outplayed by Luka Doncic and Dallas. And Last year he wasn't even a factor against Oklahoma City. That series was done before it ever began. So I think Anthony Edwards has a ton of pressure. They got the 6th seed, so they got a tough matchup in the first round, and he's going up against Jokic. Like, while Jokic, no matter what Minnesota tries to do to him, he's going to average a 30-point triple-double. So Ant-Man's got to be able to equal Jokic and say, hey, we might have lost, but it wasn't because I got outplayed by the Joker. And so I think Anthony Edwards, absolutely under the most pressure in the playoffs this year. Can you see that one?
I think that's fair. Again, they're a big underdog to Denver, and they've already beaten Denver. It's not like a team that, they keep facing year after year and they can't beat them. So I think because he's done it and he showed the ability to, that takes a little bit off of him. But I think it's a good question. Like, there's definitely nobody in this NBA playoffs that has the pressure that Lamar and Josh Allen will if they get back to the playoffs this upcoming year, right? Like, there's nobody with that kind of pressure. So I think you can make the case for a bunch of different guys. The Ant-Man one is a good one. I think the more we sit here and talk about it, I definitely think Brunson and the Knicks for sure have a lot of pressure on them because, you make the change at head coach, you get rid of Tibbs after they make the conference title, which was definitely not a popular decision amongst some. I thought it was the right one. And they've had this kind of core group of guys they keep trying to win with, and we'll see if they got to get over the hump. But Brunson's got to be great if they want to get past Boston and Detroit.
All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Which player do you think is under the most pressure in these NBA playoffs? That could be a topic to hit on and join in on the phones or text in or tweet in at BetMGM tonight throughout the rest of the show. When we come back, though, we're going to do a little start, sit, cut, NBA playoff style. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Do you think it will happen? And more based on all the work that you do you think that they are better served getting that one guy at the top or two guys in the middle to fix that defense?
Yeah, I think it's one guy at the top is where I land, is because this class in general, and people have heard this a million times over by now, not strong, right? This is not a great draft class. There's one quarterback that's a lock to go in the first round. Blue chippers, it's a pretty small number compared to where we have been in recent years. I mean, 2024 is going to really warp the perception of draft classes for a while. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, 4 that already are just no doubt about it hits, and Caleb, Jaden, Drake, and Bo. Some great receivers, great tackles, Brock Bowers, etc. But this is not a great class. And so if I'm Dallas, who they're the most logical trade up team because they have 2 middle of the first round picks. They're not picking on the extremes. On top of that, of the teams that are sort of in that vicinity that have multiple picks, they're the one that needs to win sooner rather than later. Jerry Jones is wired differently. Like, I think if you found, I don't even know who the youngest owner is in the NFL right now, but if there was some, I'll give you an example. Tony Khan of the Jaguars, him and his father, of course, Shad, very influential in that franchise as the owners, is like, I bet Tony's approach is probably, we want to find ways to stack decades worth of success together, not seasons worth of success together. Jerry Jones is the owner and the GM, and he's in his 80s, right? Jerry Jones wants to win again. He does. He understands. Like, he gets where he is at. So the Cowboys can package perhaps both of those picks to move up and land a guy that, even if he plays a non-premium position, is a premium player in this draft class. And I'm talking about the likes of Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs, or maybe one of those 2 pass rushers. I'm a little more dubious of either David Bailey or Arvell Reese being attainable, because I think it's going to require a top 3 pick. But a Mansour Delane, and as mentioned, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, like those kind of guys would go a long way for Dallas.
I've never rooted, I acknowledge their greatness, right? I've never said they suck or Steph's overrated or Draymond's overrated or Kerr's a bad coach. I've never said it. Never. But I've also never liked them. How do you not like them now? Well, I guess if you're a Clippers fan, you don't like them. How do you not like them? How do you not, respect this? How are you not inspired by this? How do you not love it as a sports fan? Feel the emotion of it. Get swept up in it. It's incredible. And, next year, and we're projecting a little bit, right? And look, the Lakers have I think they're going to lose to Houston. Who knows how this is going to go? Is LeBron going to be a Warrior next year? Jimmy Butler going to come back? Are we about to get the encore version of the Expendables? Here's all the aging action stars, the aging stars going out for one last run, for one last trip and one last trek towards a potential championship. And I'll tell you right now, if and when that happens, I will root for the Golden State Warriors next year like they are my New York Knicks. Isn't that amazing? Cue the John Stewart. Isn't it amazing, Susan? How your rooting interest can change as you move through life, and the players that we have watched for years and the teams that we've watched through years move and meander through their careers with all the things that happen along the way. It's awesome. It is awesome.
Live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Get down with the sickness, baby. It's Thursday night. It's Friday Eve. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. How about a little start, sit, cut, NBA playoff style? Combs, what's going on, brother? Cubbies have the night off. You got a 3-game series with the Mets starting tomorrow. I mean, my goodness, you better win that series with how the Mets have been playing.
Hey, nothing feels better than playing a New York team when you're down. So you bring on the Mets. Love it. Here at Wrigley. It's going to be a warm weekend here at Wrigley, too. Probably a little wet, but I like the way the Cubs are playing. I like the way they went out to Philly, took care of business. See what they can do this weekend. But, game by game. Game by game. I heard you pumping up, we talked to Bob Nightingale, pumping up your Milwaukee Brewers, but they're
not
a game better than
they're
the
not
Cubs.
my Milwaukee Brewers. I just, I can read the tea
They're
leaves. I can
now.
see who's going to win this division. The Cubs are in last place.
No, they're yours. They're your Milwaukee Brewers.
I don't pledge allegiance to the Brewers at all.
It seems like you do.
It's just called making a prediction and knowing ball. Some of us let our fandom get in the way. I don't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I never seen you let your fandom get in the way. Ever.
When have I? When we with this current show has only been around for 4 months.
Knicks are winning the East. I mean, that's been a dumb call for a long time.
Okay, we'll see.
I think you picked the Mets to win the division too, didn't you? Did you not?
I don't like the Mets, and I take every opportunity to make fun of them. But I thought this was going to be the year they put it all together. I'm very happy to be wrong about that. I said the Yankees would win the division. Said the Yankees would win the World Series, and they will.
Okay. All right. Anyway, never blinded by your allegiance, with the team that you did 10 games for last year. All right.
Well, you can count 3 more
boys.
already for this year.
Start, sit, cut. A legit shot to win the NBA title. Nuggets, Celtics, Knicks. PJ, sit, start, cut.
It's a tough one so I'm going to cut the Knicks. It's between the Celtics or the Nuggets. Like I said, I think the Nuggets are the only team that can beat OKC, but with Boston being in the East, I like their path better and their chances better to get to the finals. So I'll go start Boston, sit Denver, and cut the Knicks. And I like the Knicks. I think they're going to be a tough out. I just don't, like them as much as the other two teams. Denver and Boston have proven to me that they can win titles with those core pieces and those players that they have. Knicks haven't proven to me that they can do that, haven't proved to me that they can get to a final. So I'll cut them. I'll start I'll start Boston, sit Denver, cut the Knicks.
The Knicks haven't proven to you, PJ. The Knicks haven't proven to you. It's funny because I remember last year a lot of people saying that the Celtics were going to crush the Knicks, that there was no way they would lose a series to the Knicks. And that series was done and dusted before Jason Tatum tore his Achilles. It was the final seconds of Game 4. Knicks won that to go up 3-1. Even if Tatum was around, they weren't winning that series. So that's okay. I'll let the Knicks get counted out again by you and Combs and everybody else. I'm starting the Knicks because I think they win that second round series against the Boston Celtics.
Wow.
And then you're talking about an Eastern Conference Finals against the Pistons. Yeah, the Knicks. I'm starting them in terms of these 3 teams and a legit shot to win the title. I'm going to bench the Denver Nuggets because if it's Knicks Celtics in the second series in the second round, I'm cutting the Celtics because they're not beating the Knicks. So I'm starting the Knicks. I'm cutting the Celtics. And I'll bench the Nuggets. We talked about it last segment, PJ. We both think that Denver is probably the only team in the West that can beat Oklahoma City. And I would pick the Denver Nuggets in a second-round matchup against the Spurs. So, yeah, I think the Nuggets are getting to the conference finals. And so, we'll see. Best of 7 last year against OKC in the second round. They took them to a Game 7 while they were banged up. They're fully healthy now. I'm starting the Knicks. I'm benching the Nuggets. I'm cutting the Celtics.
If we got a Knicks Nuggets NBA Finals, Pat, would you like the Knicks in that series?
Oh yeah, for sure. They dominate the Nuggets almost every time they play them. They've beaten them by like 25 or more points. I think 3 out of the last 5 times they've played them.
Guy spends 45 seconds talking about how he's not blinded by his fandom and then goes out and tells you that the Knicks have the most legit shot to win the title.
I love it, man. Dude loves his teams. I wish I was that optimistic about my teams. I just am not. Yeah. I'm glad Pat is. It's going to be interesting because he's right. The Knicks did beat the Celtics last year. Before Tatum got hurt, they were going to win that series. But Detroit took them to 6 games, and this version of Detroit is way better than that team that gave the Knicks a tough series. So while everybody's so focused on Knicks Celtics, and rightfully so, and I think if they matched up, the Knicks definitely could win that series again. Be very interested to see how Knicks Pistons 2.0 would go with this version of Detroit. That's why I think the East is going to be a lot of fun with those 3 teams.
PJ, optimistic is a very strange way of saying delusional, but I appreciate you buttering that up for Pat. All right, best chance to pull off a first-round upset. Sixers, Blazers, Hawks. Sit, start, cut, Pat.
Best chance to pull off a first-round upset. I will start the Portland Trailblazers because I don't think that the Sixers have any prayer of beating the Celtics. So the Sixers are automatically getting cut. It comes down to the Blazers and the Hawks. And yes, I do think the Knicks are getting to the finals, but would I be lying if I told you I wasn't worried about the Atlanta Hawks? I am. So I'll start the Blazers. I think they could give the Spurs some trouble. San Antonio, they haven't been to the playoffs with Wemby. I'll bench the Hawks. I do think that series with the Knicks, it wouldn't shock me if it went 7. I'm cutting the Sixers. They don't have a prayer.
I'm with Pat. I'm also cutting Philly. You got to start the Hawks just from an odds standpoint. In Game 1, Atlanta's a 5.5-point dog against the Knicks. Portland's 10.5 and Philly's 12.5. So the odds are telling you that Atlanta's definitely got the best shot. I'll start them, sit Portland, bench, or cut Philadelphia.
All right. I know we were going to do some NFL draft stuff next. Let's actually push that because we do still have some more start, sit, cut that I want to get to. And then we're going to talk some hockey with Brian Compton coming up in about 20 minutes. So stick with us here. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I strongly do not think they will draft a receiver. They have done a lot of work in free agency and the trade market to make sure that they have enough receivers such that if they trade AJ Brown, they're not like up the creek without a paddle. You know, I'm not sitting here telling you Devontae Smith was wide receiver 1, Dontavian Wicks is wide receiver 2, and Hollywood Brown is wide receiver 3 is good. I'm telling you it's good enough that they can do it if they trade AJ Brown. Now, Howie Roseman has always been about building through the trenches. And the Eagles are approaching like the sunset of this offensive line era, right? Where the Super Bowl that they made in 22 and then the Super Bowl that they won in 24 were the result of the line, right? We've done a lot of Jalen Hurts discourse over the last month, a lot of AJ Brown narratives. It was about the line. And Lane Johnson is 34. He was considering retirement. He's coming off another ankle issue. Jordan Mailata is approaching 30. You had the left guard, Landon Dickerson, center Cam Jurgens, both had injury-hampered seasons last season. You do not know if either is going to come back healthy. Right guard, Tyler Steen is on a contract year. Like, the Eagles line, as we know it, is beginning to deteriorate, which means that you got to reload the coffers. And if there's anything Howie Roseman has done consistently in the draft, obviously outside of the draft, you know, trading, whatever. But if there's anything you've done consistently in the draft, it is invest heavily in the offensive line and be successful doing so. I believe very strongly it's tackle at 23. The only way it's not is if they're positive they have an AJ deal, which means that now you know you can draft receiver and you're not going to have a loaded room, or if they decide to be a Kenyon Sadiq team, which I could kind of see, but I think they're still going to lean tackle over tight end.
I think back-end starting quarterback is possible for a couple of the guys. The two names that come to mind for me the most are Carson Beck and Garrett Nussmeier. I think both low-end starters, though. And that's kind of the question you have to ask yourself if you're a team, is when do you take that player? We've seen some pretty notable drops for quarterbacks in recent years. I'm not talking about the Shedeur Sanders of it all. I'm talking about 2 years ago. Spencer Rattler waited over 100 picks before he was called. That was in the 5th round. Last year, Quinn Ewers went in the 7th round, right? So I do wonder if the league is kind of getting to the point now where day 1 quarterbacks are starters, day 2 quarterbacks are fringe starters that you trade up for, and then day 3 guys are possible starters, likely backups, and sort of unique players like Cole Payton in this year's class. He's from North Dakota State. He's kind of like the lefty Taysom Hill, this sick athlete, big arm, big windup too, but just a great runner on top of being a talented thrower. So I have thought many times that there's a chance it goes Fernando on night 1, Ty Simpson on the border of night 1 and night 2, and then we'll see you again on day 3 for the rest of the quarterbacks in this year's class.
shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. My co-host tonight and the rest of this week is PJ Glasser. He's filling in for Brad Evans. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Fun show so far. If you want to weigh in on either of the NBA play-in tournament games from yesterday, the incredible comeback from Steph Curry and the Warriors, the Magic sputtering, falling to the Sixers, and the reports of their coach, Jamal Mosley, maybe being fired no matter what happens to them. Now they've got to play the Charlotte Hornets tomorrow. We're going to preview those games a little bit later on in the show. We also talked to our MLB Odyssey insider, Bob Nightingale, earlier. So anything you missed, make sure you download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Quick programming note for this hour, coming up in less than 20 minutes. The Stanley Cup playoffs start in less than 48 hours. Tonight's the final night of the regular season. Still got a couple of playoff matchups that need to be finalized. And so we're going to start talking some puck. We're going to talk hockey with Brian Compton of NHL.com in less than 20 minutes from now. Cannot wait. I've known B-Comp for a while, so excited to get his thoughts on the playoffs. But PJ, we haven't gotten a scoreboard update here. We do have a couple of live baseball games going on. Actually, one of them only live right now. I guess it's worth an update because it's your Baltimore Orioles. Not only are they getting shut out, PJ, we're on no-hitter alert here in Cleveland. They're getting no hit by the Guardians. What is going on with the O's?
Yeah, this offense is just the last year and a half, it feels like, has been so hit or miss, but it's been more miss than it has been hit. And today, nobody's got a hit. They're dealing with a bunch of injuries right now. So for the past couple games, they've had some guys in there that wouldn't be everyday players for them. But it's just something about Cleveland. Whenever they go there, they never play well. They never hit well. And like you said, we're heading to the top of the 8th. So 6 more outs to go for the Guardians to get a no-hitter. O's just have 2 base runners. Taylor Ward worked a walk, and Leody Taveras worked a walk as well. So we'll see if Cleveland can get 6 more outs here. Parker Messick is only at 90 pitches, so you would think he would work the 8th, and we'll see about working the 9th. I mean, it is only April 16th, so as much as you want to make history, you obviously don't long-term. You don't want to wear this guy out. I'm sure he wants to finish the job, especially if he's got a no-hitter going into the 9th, but something to monitor. Also, this guy's got a .36 ERA on the season as well, so keep an eye out for Parker Messick for the Guardians when he starts, especially at home. He's been very good for Cleveland so far.
Yeah, the left. First of all, Parker Messick, shout out to him, the lefty, 25-year-old from Plant City, Florida, in his second season in the Bigs. Only started 7 games last year with the Guardians, as my phone just nearly got obliterated on my floor. He had a 2.72 ERA, but this year he's been untouchable, and he's 6 outs away from a no-hitter. PJ, there is no shot he's getting pulled from this game. You know, like you said, if he was at like 115 pitches after 7 innings, all right, I can see it. The Dodgers, they did that. I forget who was throwing a no-hitter for them last year. They were only like 6 innings in, though, and they had already thrown like 90 pitches. So, you know, you were going to run it up probably over 130. I guess it doesn't make sense, but he's already thrown 91 pitches in his start so far this year. And he's at 90 pitches here or 89 pitches? He's going the distance, man. If he gets through this inning, I don't care if he throws 30 pitches this inning and somehow doesn't give up a hit. If he's at 120, he's going. I can get it. There are some circumstances early on, pitch count. You don't want a guy blowing out his arm for the sake of a no-hitter. He's 6 outs away. He's already thrown 91 pitches in a start. He's finishing this puppy off if he gets there at the expense of your Orioles. Sorry, I know it's not fun to get no hit, but Parker Messick is 6 outs away from a no-hitter, PJ. He better be pitching the freaking 9th inning if he doesn't give up a hit here in the 8th.
Yeah, it'd definitely be tough to pull him. Pat, is there a game that you can recall where you have been to and now he's only 5 outs away? Jose Ramirez just made a heck of a catch for the Guardians. Can you recall a game that you've been to that's gone either into the 7th inning, 8th inning, where you've had a chance to watch a no-hitter at all? Like, have you ever come close to seeing one in person?
In person, no. No, not in person. I'm trying to think. I think last year one of the Yankee last year one of the Yankee post games I did, I think it was Max Fried took a no-hitter in like the 5th, but that's not, I mean, he wasn't even halfway there. What did you say? You saw one in the 7th?
The 7th. I went to an O's White Sox game in Chicago, and I believe the White Sox had a no-hitter going into the 7th, and then the O's got a hit. I think that's the closest I've come, though, to seeing one.
Producer Brandon Combs is going to finish off start sit cutting a little bit. Combs, have you ever seen anything close to a no-hitter in person?
The best pitch game I've ever seen in person, I was at the Kerry Wood 20 strikeout game.
Stop. That's pretty good. No, you weren't.
I was.
That's a pretty good one.
Yep.
You were at that
senior
game?
year of high school. Yes, sir.
Wow.
That had to be the most
electric.
Like?
Incredible day.
That had to be the most electric thing.
It was so fun. It was a lot of fun to watch. At the time I'm 18. I really don't I know, obviously I know what's going on, but the impact of the game and the historic significance of the game at the time probably doesn't register while I'm there, especially because it was pretty chilly that day. It was an early season game at Wrigley Field, but it was it was a lot of fun to be there. But hey, early see if you guys are giving score updates. We got a big one in the SEC. The Florida Gators up 4-1 on the Auburn Tigers in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A huge home run from Blake Sir. I mean, he just absolutely annihilated a ball. So big game in the SEC tonight.
PJ, he does this every
couple of... You
didn't
get to that, so I just wanted to do that.
He does this every couple of days. Why Combs thinks it's necessary to give out college baseball updates, I have no idea. No idea.
It's a big game,
and PJ, I figured you probably watched. Do you watch like the College World Series? You watch the regionals and the super regionals? I couldn't give a damn about a college baseball score in April.
I don't watch it like wire to wire all day, but I definitely tune in, especially if Alabama's playing. I'll watch, but yeah, regular season. I can't even tell you who the number 1 team in the country is right now.
UCLA.
I'll take a guess. I was going to say Texas, so I have no idea. Okay.
Oh God.
Here's a real update. Jeremiah Jackson has struck out. Parker Messick of the Cleveland Guardians is 4 outs away from the first no-hitter of the 2026 season, and he's got 2 strikes here on Kobe Mayo. So we are on no-hitter alert here. And PJ, dude, have you been watching this Orioles game? You know they were getting no hit up until 5 minutes ago? Or did you just think, man, they're just getting shut out?
Well, I've had my phone off to the side. I have the alerts on. I saw they were down 2-0 early, 3-0. I'm like, I'm not going to watch it. But then I got the alert that Messick was going for a no-hitter, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, now I'm gonna turn on the game and watch. So now that we got some history, definitely worth watching to see. Gunner's going to be the guy. Right now he's facing the bottom of the order, Mayo, and then he's going to face the 8-9 hitter. Blaze Alexander could be a little tricky in the 9th. But obviously Gunner potentially lurking as the 2-hitter. Well, even though it's lefty-lefty, will be the tough out to get. So
Parker Messick, next pitch will be pitch number 103. I swear to God, if he's anything under 108 after this inning, and I don't even care. Like I said, anything under 120. Like if Kobe Mayo works a walk here and then it takes 7 pitches to get the next guy out, he better freaking pitch the 9th inning. You cannot pull a guy with a no-hitter going with 3 outs left to go just because it's April 16th and he's at 110 pitches. Is another 10 pitches really going to blow his arm out? Come on. Let's get real here. I'm just setting myself up for that just in case it happens. All right. While we work that out, let's get back to start, sit, cut. We had some good NBA playoff scenarios last segment that I want to finish off here. So, Combs, What's next on the agenda here for start, sit, cut?
All right, let's go. First team to get bounced from the playoffs. Start, sit, cut. Pistons, Spurs, Knicks. PJ?
Well, I know which one Brandon wants me to say. First team to get bounced from the playoffs. I'll start between San Antonio or the Knicks. I'm cutting the Pistons. I think as the 1 seed, I think they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Pat and I have talked about Denver. We both like them over the Spurs. And then, man, Knicks and Celtics is going to be tricky. That's a tough one. Because I'm more confident in Denver beating the Spurs, I'll go that I would start San Antonio to get bounced first. Then I'll sit the Knicks and I'll cut Detroit. That Knicks and Celtics series is going to be a good one. It's definitely going 6 games, maybe even 7. Experience has been a big talking point so far in these playing games for me. And I think you're going to see it in that Spurs-Nuggets series. So I do like the Nuggets quite a bit to get past the Spurs. So that's why I'll start and feel the most confident about the Spurs getting bounced first.
Wow, I love that. Let's go. Yeah, this basically just comes down to who doesn't make the conference finals, right? I mean, I guess one of these teams could get knocked out in the first round. I don't think the Spurs are losing to the Blazers, even though I think it'll be a battle. I am a little nervous about my Knicks against the Hawks. I think they'll prevail in 6 games. And then the Pistons they're not losing to either the Hornets or the Magic. Even though I love the Hornets, they're my little stepbrother this year. I think the way that they've played Detroit this year, they're not ready for that matchup. I mean, they played them when Detroit had nothing to play for just a week ago on one of the last days of the regular season, and they got spanked in the fourth quarter. So it's not the Pistons. And look, that 4-5 matchup, the Cavs and the Raptors. I mean, that might be one of the easiest second-round series Detroit could ever ask for. Like, at least give them somebody that could test them. So, unfortunately, I got to cut the Pistons, too, because I don't think there's any chance they're not getting to the conference finals. They got a cakewalk to the conference finals. So, it can't be the Pistons. It's either the Spurs or the Knicks, and I'm starting the Spurs. I do think they're the first team to exit because I do think the Nuggets beat them in the second round. And then I'll bench my Knicks because I think they're going to beat the Celtics, but I mean, I definitely could be wrong, and they could get beaten by Boston in the second round. That is probably the toughest opponent they could draw outside of Oklahoma City in the entire postseason. So I'll start the Spurs because I do think they get beat in the second round by the Nuggets. I'll bench the Knicks, and then I'll cut the Pistons because I think they've got a cakewalk to the conference finals.
You guys are both cowards. Both cowards. Look, this is obviously the Knicks. Knicks are getting bounced by the Boston Celtics. I'm starting the Knicks. And then I'm sitting the Detroit Pistons because I don't think that they're making the NBA Finals. And I've said since November that the San Antonio Spurs are winning the West and the San Antonio Spurs are winning the NBA title this year. I don't care about the lack of playoff experience. I don't care about any. I care about who's the best team. And what did they do to Oklahoma City all season long? Dominated them all season long. So this Spurs team is for real. They are good. They are going to the NBA Finals, and they are winning the trophy. Your NBA champions this year, the Spurs. Cut the Spurs.
You got to learn how to lose before you can learn how to win. That Spurs team hasn't learned how to lose yet in the playoffs. I think it's going to be too tough year one to make the finals, but we'll see what ends up happening.
Why do you have to learn how to lose? Just win, baby.
That's just the way.
Just win, baby.
For all these teams.
All right. Well, let's get one more in here. Play-in team with the brighter future. Is it the Magic, the Hornets, or the Suns? Start, sit, cut, Pat.
I'm starting the Hornets. Again, they're my little stepbrother. I love the trio of LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller and Con Knippel, despite the fact that all of a sudden the last week or so, Con Knippel can't hit water if he fell out of a boat, but I think he's already the second greatest shooter on the planet. Yes, like I said, he got benched in the fourth quarter, but the guy led the NBA in threes this year, broke the rookie record for threes. He's gotten a taste here of getting humbled in some big games. He'll learn from this. The Hornets will be back next year. I think they could be in the conference finals next year, the Charlotte Hornets. That's how good I think they can be. I'll bench the Phoenix Suns. I brighter future because they don't have like a ton of young, talented players. But look, they're going to have Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks for at least another year. So I like them. I just don't like the Magic. That's why I'm cutting the Magic. This is supposed to be they were supposed to step up. Paolo Banchero has regressed. The explosive reports they might fire their coach. Desmond Bane is a great player, but they're not getting anywhere in this Eastern Conference, not as it currently resides. So start the Hornets, bench the Suns, cut the Magic as the playing teams with the brightest futures.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Pat. Same thought. Starting the Hornets. I'm gonna sit the Suns and I'm gonna cut the Magic. The Hornets definitely have a bright future. They're gonna need another star for sure, but that trio that Pat talked about, I mean, they can really score, man, and those guys can really shoot. They're only gonna get better and better as they continue to play with each other. The Magic, there were a lot of expectations for them coming into the year. Just not enough three-point shooting out of them, not enough offense. And then with the Suns, you still got Devin Booker. I think him and Jalen Green are going to be a nice combo. And I think that's going to be a little bit easier of a roster to build around than the Magic will. So I would agree with Pat. Start the Hornets, sit the Suns, cut the Magic.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll get you an update when we come back. Parker Messick of the Cleveland Guardians is 3 outs away from the first no-hitter of the 2026 season. But when we come back, we're going to talk some puck because it's the final night of the regular season. The Stanley Cup playoffs are less than 48 hours away. We're going to talk to Brian Compton of NHL.com when we return right here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
The first match on my Mount Rushmore. Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin, I Quit match, WrestleMania 13 in Chicago, which features Austin passing out with the bloody face in the sharpshooter, refusing to quit, and featured a double turn where Bret Hart enters that match as the babyface, Austin enters as the heel, and by the time the match is over, the crowd hates Bret and loves Austin, launching Bret Hart's awesome heel run, which culminated in the Montreal Screwjob at Survivor Series 97, and launched Stone Cold Steve Austin into absolute megastardom as a babyface. And the match itself is legendary, and the ending is legendary. That is induction number 1. Number 2, the match that Cody Rhodes calls the greatest pro wrestling match ever. Rock Hogan, WrestleMania 18. We're coming into the match, and so you have to understand what's happening in the story leading up to it. Rock is the babyface. Hogan's the heel. But the match is in Toronto. And Toronto is a lifelong WWF and WWE town and city. And grew up loving Hulk Hogan and cheering for Hogan in WrestleMania 6 against the Ultimate Warrior. And the match starts, and the Toronto crowd immediately asserts itself and lets everybody know, most especially Hogan and The Rock, that it has no interest in cheering for Rock and no interest in booing Hogan. And Hogan and The Rock, in that moment, they know what's happening, and they just instantly switch roles. And Hogan becomes the babyface, and Rock becomes the heel. And they put on one of the greatest stories ever told in a pro wrestling ring. And I always say it. When pro wrestling is great, it becomes Shakespeare. Rock goes over, and then the NWO comes out and turns on Hogan, and then Hogan turns on them, and you have Rock and Hogan in the ring, both as baby faces. It is the stuff of legend. Third on my list is the greatest wrestling match in the history of WrestleMania. And for my money, is the greatest American wrestling match ever. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. Not streak versus career in the main event of WrestleMania 26. The first one in WrestleMania 25. Where I felt like Michaels was going to win to the point where Michaels super kicks him and covers him and Taker kicks out. And I had one of those moments where I'm just laughing afterwards. It is the greatest match in the history of WrestleMania. And in my money, from my money and in my estimation, is the greatest American professional wrestling match ever. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. The last match on my list. And I tweeted at the Casos on Twitter, what is your Mount Rushmore? And I've gotten a bunch of replies. None of them have listed this match. I'm not going to say it's the best match, because it's not the best pure wrestling match. And you could certainly argue that Rock Hogan tells a better story. My favorite pro wrestling match of all time is the career-ending match between the Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man Randy Savage at WrestleMania 7. Warrior wins the match in extremely dramatic fashion, kicks out of 5 Savage top rope elbows, Savage kicks out of the gorilla press, and then Savage ultimately loses on a couple shoulder blocks by the Warrior. Flying shoulder blocks, and Warrior puts his foot on Savage's chest and wins the match. Now, the match itself is great, but what happens afterward is Shakespeare. Sensational Sherry, who is Savage's valet, turns on him for losing her meal ticket, for him losing the match. And Miss Elizabeth, who's sitting ringside, who had the schism with Macho Man when the Mega Powers collided years earlier, comes into the ring and throws Sherry off of him. And Savage realizes what's happened. I have goosebumps right now. And they embrace as Savage's music plays. And there are people literally, not figuratively, literally, crying in the audience as they embrace.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser is filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. It's the final night of the regular season in the NHL. We got 3 games going on right now. 3 games still to come. And some big results and some playoff seedings that are going to be determined here by this Mammoth Blues game, along with some of the late games as well. What the LA Kings end up doing will help determine which playoff matchups we get in the Western Conference. But the Eastern Conference is all decided. And so to talk some NHL playoffs, to talk the Stanley Cup playoffs, which start on Saturday, we're going to bring in Brian Compton here from NHL.com. Although let's see if we have any technical difficulties here with B-Comp. Looks like he just joined us here, and it looks like he's ready to rock and roll. So, Brian, you there? Can you hear us, brother?
I can hear you. Sorry, guys. How you doing?
Doing good, man.
We're doing good. We're doing good, man. It's Pat and PJ. Thanks so much for joining us. You know, Brian, we haven't talked in years. I remember, getting you on with Sal Licata on WFAN. And talking New York hockey all those years. But look, the Islanders stink and they collapsed and fired Patty Waugh. The Rangers are god-awful and the Devils are terrible. So no reason to talk, at least for me, local hockey. We get to talk national storylines here on this national show. So hope things are well with you. We'll get right into it. A couple of series in the Western Conference, like I mentioned, still to be finalized here on the final day of the regular season. But every matchup is locked and loaded for the East. In your opinion, which series is the most appetizing in your opinion? Lightning versus the Canadiens. Sabres, after breaking their drought, they get the Bruins. Dominant Hurricanes against the Senators, or the battle for PA, Penguins and Flyers. Which series you jacked up for the most in the East?
I got to tell you, the Sabres series for sure. Just everything that they've endured, especially the fan base. I mean, my God, 14, 15 years, longest drought in the history of the league. That fan base is starving for this. And, it looked like the Sabres were toast back in December. Just the turnaround that they had. Kudos to Lindy Ruff and the entire roster. I think that's going to be a dynamite series, and the longer Buffalo can go, I think it would just be a terrific story for the league for sure.
Brian, I almost look at the Eastern Conference this year and compare it a little bit to the AFC NFL playoffs that we just had, where it feels like the Florida Panthers were the Chiefs, right? They were the team that was always there out of the East, but Florida's out this year, and it's like we all looked at Buffalo's chance of maybe making it to the Super Bowl was last year. I kind of feel that way with Carolina. Feels like the door's open. This should be the year for them to finally get over the hump. Do you see it that way? Should they be the team to beat, or do they have the most pressure on them? And ultimately, do you think that they probably get there out of the East?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think they're the team that should get out of the East, and I think that there's a boatload of pressure on them, especially Rod Brindamore, who, again, has done a terrific job during the regular season, but nobody's going to point to that if they lose, in the second or third round again. So, and even can they get past the first round? This is going to be a difficult matchup. I mean, Ottawa is a heck of a hockey team. That Brady Tkachuk is starving to go on a long playoff run after watching his brother for the past couple of years. So he had that nice appetizer in the Olympics. That's going to be a hell of a series. I don't know if Carolina has what it takes to win it all, to be perfectly honest, but I don't know if they're going to win this series either. It wouldn't surprise me either way, whether they win or lose.
Talking to Brian Compton here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Brian is the managing editor for NHL.com. You can find him on Twitter at BComptonNHL. Here on Westwood One Sports with me, Pat Boyle, and PJ Glasser. PJ filling in for Brad Evans. Brian, look, I hate to be negative Nancy here, but do you like the current playoff format that started 12 years ago? Because honestly, love the Cup playoffs, but I think this current format sucks, and it leads to a lot of stale first-round matchups because there's only so many combos you can get. You have two division teams playing each other no matter what every year, and there's a decent chance you only play somebody within your division up until the conference finals. I liked it better when it was just standard 1 through 8 seeds based on the records, because for example, this year, you got Flyers, Penguins playing each other, and they're technically the 7th and 8th best teams in the conference. Like, those two teams should be playing Carolina and Buffalo, but because we got to keep it within the division, you're limited to who you can play. I think it's so dumb. Do you agree? Can we go back to just straight 1 through 8 seeds?
Well, now, Pat, you know that I work for Gary Bettman, right? So I'm not going to sit here. You're putting me in a very difficult position here. My boss, Mr. Bettman, loves the divisional matchups in the first round. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I think Penguins Flyers is going to be off the charts entertaining for everybody. And you wouldn't have gotten it if we didn't have this format. So there are pros and cons, I understand, but I think the best team more often than not usually wins. The past 2 years, the Florida Panthers were the best team in the NHL. They won the Stanley Cup. Take the President's Trophy out of everything, because once the playoffs start, everybody knows it's a different animal. To backtrack for a minute, I think a lot of these teams that are in it are very fortunate that Alexander Barkov unfortunately had that season-ending injury in training camp, because had he not gotten hurt and Matthew Tkachuk had been healthy that first half of the year, Florida's in the playoffs again, and then Florida probably goes on a very long run again. So a lot of teams catch a break here with the Florida Panthers not in the playoffs. So it's going to be entertaining, especially with what we were talking about before with the Sabres and Ottawa. There's going to be a lot of fun first-round matchups here for sure.
Brian, the two Eastern Conference teams we haven't touched on both finished with 106 points, Tampa and Montreal. Montreal last year got in. It felt like they were just kind of happy to be there, got this young core, and now there's almost expectations. Tampa obviously had that run with those Stamkos teams. Do you feel like this Tampa team is good enough again to make a run? And do you still feel like Montreal, are they just happy to be there? Or do you think this year they could make a deep run in the postseason?
They're certainly capable of going on a deep run. The problem is, and this goes back to Pat's point earlier, they have to get through Tampa Bay in the first round of the playoffs. And, this is a battle-tested team, a little bit banged up. Brandon Hagel's been dealing with some stuff. But, of all the tremendous jobs that John Cooper has done over the years as Lightning coach, this might be his best work yet, because Victor Hedman barely played. I mean, for the first 3 or 4 months of the season. So that's the guy who eats 26, 27 minutes every night. They still have, to me, the best goalie in these playoffs in Vasilevsky. I think the Bell Center is going to be phenomenal. It always is, especially come playoffs. This is going to be a very tough matchup for Tampa Bay as well, but it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Montreal to best Vasilevsky 4 times in 7 games. We'll see. They're capable of it, but without Noah Dobson too, who was a tremendous addition last summer by the Canadiens, not having Noah Dobson for this first round is going to be awfully tough.
Yeah, of course. My Islanders gave him up, so of course he had a tremendous year until he got hurt. And Brian, of course I had to put you on the spot and ask you about the current format, but you answered it, like a pro. So I appreciate you. We've seen teams who sneak into the playoffs make a run all the way to the cup because they have a goaltender who stands on his head and is absolutely dialed in, and nothing gets past him. So I'll say out of the wild card teams that are currently wild card teams, I know it can change in the West here, tonight, but out of the current ones, the Bruins with Swayman, the Senators with Linus Ullmark, the Mammoth with Karel Vejmelka, and the Kings with Darcy Kemper. Who do you think would be most likely out of those 4 to go on a legendary run as from a goaltender standpoint and lead their team to the Cup Finals in a stunner?
Best goalie of those 4? I know Ullmark won the Vezina a few years back, but I think Swayman's the guy of those 4. Having said all that, Pat, I love Utah. I really do. And part of it is bias because I've known Bill Armstrong, their GM, for 25 years. I just love everything he's done going back to his days with Arizona, just building it essentially from the ground up. They have so much young talent. I think Veggie is a pretty good goalie, to be perfectly honest. And I think the Delta Center is going to be a phenomenal atmosphere for these playoffs. Just everything that they've done since moving to Salt Lake has been just aces for them. Even including this new Zamboni, which is so freaking cool. That looks like the Mammoth while it's shaving the ice. Oh, it's so fantastic. But I think to backtrack and answer your question, I think Swayman's the best of the 4. But I really, really, I love Utah's chances regardless of who they play in this first round.
We know the President's Trophy curse, Brian, and Colorado. They're going to have to try and get through that this year. Obviously, a ridiculously talented team. They won the Cup before a few years ago. Do you think they have what it takes? Like, does the curse worry you with Colorado? Is that really the only issue with them?
Yes and no. Obviously, when you go on the run that they've had, it never, or not, shouldn't say never, but it hardly bodes well in the playoffs, like you said. But they hit a little bit of a bump in the road in the second half, which I think is going to help them. Because if you go, we've seen it a couple of times, if you win 60-plus games, it's really hard to flip that playoff switch when the postseason gets underway here. So I like the Avalanche a lot. I'm not crazy. I know Scott Wedgwood has had a hell of a year, and Blackwood's a pretty good goalie in his own right, but I'm not crazy about their goaltending, especially as the postseason moves forward. But they're just stacked from top to bottom. I mean, on the blue line, you got Makar, and up front, all the way up McKinnon, and getting Nazem Kadri at the deadline. There's so much that Devontae's on the blue line as well. There's so much there. But I don't know if this goaltending is going to hold up for 4 rounds. We'll just have to wait and see.
Talking with Brian Compton here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Brian is the managing editor for NHL.com. You can find him on Twitter at bComptonNHL. Brian, is this the year that Connor McDavid kills 2 birds with 1 stone? Does he finally win the Stanley Cup and in the process break the drought for Canadian teams not winning the Cup? Habs in 93, the last one. Is this finally the year McJesus gets the monkey off his back, or do you think it'll be more postseason heartbreak for the Oilers?
I think it's more heartbreak, Pat. And to make it worse, I don't know if they get out of the first round. I'm not sold. I'm really not. I know how great he is. Their goaltending is weak at best, to put it mildly. Leon Draisaitl's banged up here. Obviously, he's going to play. It's playoff time. There's no way he's going to miss this series. But how healthy is he going to be? And I don't know if McDavid can do this by himself. I know we've seen it in the past. But there's so much parity in that division, in that Western Conference. I don't see it. I don't know if they might win a round here. they are not winning the Stanley Cup. I don't see it at all.
Brian, two-part question, put you on the spot. Who's your early pick to win the cup? And then selfishly as a Caps fan, I got to ask you your thoughts on Ovi. Do you think we saw him play his final game of his career the other day against Columbus?
I've been thinking. I really like Dallas. I have for a while. They've had a weird year. They had a pretty big slump recently, which maybe will help them here moving forward. And I admire the job that Glenn Gulleton has done in his second stint, kind of like Lindy Ruff in Buffalo. I think Jake Ottinger is the real deal. I know he hasn't. He had that whole thing with Pete DeBoer last year. I think Jake's a hell of a goalie. I think he could win a Conn Smythe if Dallas does get the job done, which I think they will. To answer your second question, I think Ovi's coming back. I don't know if it's going to be one of these, Derek Jeter things where every arena gives him, flowers and whatnot at the end of the game next season. But I just think there's more there. There's no, unless it's a family thing and he's given up enough time with his wife and kids, that's perfectly understandable. He's 40. But there's gas left in that tank. He can still score goals. So as long as that's the case, I think he's going to play at least one more season.
Awesome stuff. B-Comp. Brian, it was great to catch up with you, brother. And I'm definitely going to be tracking you down again throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. So, hopefully Gary Bettman, is allowing you to come on the show after I put you on the spot with a question like that before. But in all seriousness, man, enjoy the last night of the regular season. The fun really kicks off here on Saturday. We can't wait to catch up with you soon.
Appreciate it, Pat. If it doesn't work out, you'll see me on LinkedIn in about 2 hours. Take care, bud.
Thanks, Brian.
There you go. Brian Compton. He is the managing editor for NHL.com. You can find him on Twitter at BComptonNHL, longtime friend in the business. So, that guy knows puck. It was awesome answers.
He does, man. That was awesome.
PJ, so if you had to, I guess we could do this tomorrow. We'll get definitive. Maybe we'll go through we'll do a whole playoff bracket challenge for the Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs. But gut feel right now, who do you think wins the cup?
Gut feel right now, I'm actually leaning towards Carolina. I think this might be their year. So that's where I'm at right now. We'll see about tomorrow. But initial thoughts, I'll go with the Canes.
Yeah, I think you're talking about. I think we get one drought broken. I think it's either the President's Trophy drought. I think Colorado wins it. I think the Avs win another one. Or I think, and this is mostly just because I'm rooting for it, and I know that, what Brian talked about with Draisaitl, he's not 100%, and Edmonton's got a tough matchup with Anaheim in the first round, but I want to see McDavid win a cup, dude. I really do. He's the greatest player in the sport. I think it's like a fulfilling prophecy. Like, it's like Rory McIlroy winning the Masters last year, one of the great golfers of this generation, not to win the green jacket, not to complete the career slam. He was waiting 11 years to do it. How much longer is McDavid going to wait? Are we going to have to wait to see McJesus win the cup? I'm kind of selfishly rooting for that to happen, but I think it would be more likely that the Avalanche break the President's Trophy drought.
Look, both of our teams are out, and I think anybody else in a similar spot, you're probably rooting for McDavid and the Oilers because, like you said, he's one of the all-time greats. He's the best in the game. He's come so close the last few years and has been able to get it done. So hopefully this is the year maybe that they make a run. If he doesn't, definitely rooting for the Sabres. What an awesome story to be out of the playoffs for 14 years. Make a run would be great. And then Montreal too, because we all know how much those fans love their hockey, and to see them make a run would just be ridiculous as well.
So now it's just, speaking of Buffalo, now it's just the Jets. The Jets stand alone. Yep. The New York Jets, which is now, they're going on, 15 years? 15 consecutive seasons. Longest droughts in NFL history, by the way. PJ, do you know which two teams co-own the longest playoff drought in NFL history? 25 straight seasons without a playoff berth. Do you know who that would be?
Are the Jets one of them?
Nope. One is the NFC East, and the other is it's a team that actually they still do exist, but they were in a different city.
So let's go. Is it the Titans, the Oilers / Titans?
No, it's actually the Chicago / St. Louis Cardinals.
Okay. Would not
and
have
then
gotten
do you know
that.
who the
And
other one is?
then the Commanders would be my guess.
Correct.
NFCs,
Yep,
okay.
1946 to 1971. They did not make the playoffs.
Man, crazy. Also, this O's game, absolutely insane, Pat. So the Guardians had a no-hitter going in the top of the ninth. First two Orioles hitters reach. Then they have bases loaded, no outs. Gunnar just misses a home run. Alonso just misses a home run. Second and third, 1 out. It's a 4-2 game. And then Kowser flies out, can't get the run in. And Basayo hit a chopper up the middle. Second baseman made a fantastic diving play to throw him out. Would have tied the game at 4. So Cleveland wins it 4-2. And just another heartbreaking loss for my Orioles. This is what they do.
Yep. I was going to see if you wanted to handle that update there because you were watching it as it was unfolding. But, yeah, Parker Messick took a no-hitter into the 9th inning, gives up the leadoff single to Taveras, then another single, then they took him out. And you mentioned Gunnar Henderson to the track in right field of what would have been a grand slam, right? To tie the game. Then Alonso doubles on a pitch that he just missed, going oppo over the wall, and then back to back. Kowser Basayo couldn't get it done. So from nearly getting no hit to nearly winning the game to losing again, and just like that, we were singing the praises of your O's, and now they've lost 3 in a row. They're under 500. Dem's the breaks, man. Dems is the breaks. Indeed. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. We got plenty of earlier games to get to, including Trout with a legendary series at Yankee Stadium. Yankees lose again. Some other eye-opening results from earlier today. We'll do that when we return. Talk some baseball. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. And you're listening to Westwood One Sports.
And I believe there are 3 teams that stand out as potential trade-up options. You know what? I'm thinking about it in the moment. I'm actually going to say it's 4. Those teams, the New York Jets at 16, the Carolina Panthers at 19, the Detroit Lions at 17, and the Cleveland Browns at 24. Let's talk about why. It has been heavily reported by basically everybody that the Jets are looking to leave the first round with one of the top receivers. Now, they're not going to pick him at 2. Like, that'll be... And the Jets canceled their visit with David Bailey, which some people are like, well, like Arvell Reese is now the favorite to go 2nd overall at BetMGM, which shows you how stupid... Not that it's stupid to bet it, just like how dumb... like the market movement is. We've talked about this for years on the show. I see the Jets cancel the visit, and I'm convinced they're taking David Bailey. That's how I view it. The Jets are going to take a receiver. Everybody knows it. So if everybody knows it, and you are the Carolina Panthers at 19, and perhaps your best course of action is to take a receiver. And you might say, well, they've done it 2 straight years in the first round with Xavier Legette and then Teteroa McMillan. Xavier Legette sucks, okay? You're not going to keep rolling him out there. It was a roll of the dice. It didn't work. Let's say Carolina wanted Indiana's Omar Cooper. Let's just say that that's the case, right? Let's say Jordan Tyson slips or Mekhi Lemon slips, and I don't know who they like of those 3. If the Panthers know the Jets want a receiver, why wouldn't the Jets try and jump New York? And conversely, if the Jets know that everybody knows that they want a receiver, then shouldn't they be expecting someone to potentially jump them for a receiver? Couldn't the Jets then move up? The Detroit Lions are in desperate need, regardless of what GM Brad Holmes says, of a offensive tackle or an edge rusher? What if they really like a tackle and he's available and they think he might not get to them? Or an edge rusher starts falling that they really like. You don't think they could do it? Brad Holmes told you if there's a player they like, they might say F them picks. And then the Browns at 24. The Browns, I think, are set up pretty well here to exit the draft with addressing two of their biggest needs, receiver and tackle, offensive tackle. It's a deep class at both, and I don't know which one they're going to take at 6. Maybe they'll just trade out of 6. We'll see. But I'm going to create a scenario. I don't know if this is true. Cleveland loves Spencer Fano. Cleveland loves Francis Maui-Noa. They slip. They're available at 14. Go get him. Jets, Panthers, Lions, Browns. Those are the 4 teams I'm looking at. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta, again, when he says the talent in the draft drops off midway through the first round, and you know the Ravens pick 14th, you should know that there's something behind it. And what's the most likely answer to that? He wants someone to come up and get that pick.
It's got to be Oba. If it's not Oba, you're going to have so many fans sitting there going like, what are we doing here? Because if you don't have a level of genius that you can ratchet it up to right after that, it feels like you're just going to end up ruining what's been, it's just been so simple. It's been a wonderful build. It's the best build on the card. Everyone's ready to see him go over. If he just continues to dominate on this path, you will not lose anybody. No one's coming out of there upset if Brock Lesnar goes down. So Obafemi's the pick there.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back to MGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, and this is BetMGM Tonight. I already said that. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, PJ, so your O's lose. We could save the rest of the Baseball Thursday recap for a little bit later on because I want to get to the phones here because our guy Ross in New Jersey, he texted in yesterday. He's calling in today. He is a massive Puck fan, so let's hear what Ross in New Jersey has to say about the Stanley Cup playoffs. Ross, you're on line 1. Go ahead, brother. Do we have Ross? Let's see. Is the phone pod all the way up? Are we all connected here? Ross, line 1. Let's see if we have Ross now. Ross, go ahead. Try now, brother. Nope, that's music. That's not a phone line.
Nothing. Same phone line as Wrath, whatever they're using.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Ross dialed back up here in just a second. And I guess in the meanwhile, PJ, let's talk about some of these earlier baseball games. How about, your O's nearly got no hit? How about the Reds getting 1 hit and benches clearing between them and the Giants? 3-0 Giants beat the Reds. Cincinnati gets cooled off after they put up 8 runs yesterday, and they were looking for the sweep. Landon Rupp was great, 6 innings, 1 hit ball. The bullpen shut it down. But you had Spencer Steer get hit earlier in the game. Then the Reds threw out Willy Adames. He certainly didn't like it. And then the Giants closer, Eric Miller, strikes out Sal Stewart, the rookie who's having a sensational season. And Sal Stewart says something to him, and Eric Miller basically, he gets right in his face, and he's like pointing to the dugout, like, get back to your dugout. You're gone. And the bench is kind of clear. We didn't really get a fracas or anything, but did you get a chance to see that? What did you think of that?
I did not get a chance to see that, so I'm gonna have to go watch that during break. But that's I see as I click on the box score here, I can see that the benches did clear. I'll have to watch that at commercial break. What a bad loss though for the Reds. The Giants have been one of the worst teams in baseball through the first 20. Get one hit at home in one of the best hitters parks in all of baseball. Tough way for the series to end. And the guy that got him the hit had a first name of PJ. Maybe that'll be my guy. If the Reds tomorrow play a game after 7:00, I just think, Pat, I'm going to have to take PJ Higgins to be my guy to get a base hit. They do. They play at the Rockies at 8:40. You can already pencil me in for PJ Higgins to be my pick if he's catching tomorrow for Cincinnati. It's a tough loss, though, for them. And Landon Rupp's been good for the Giants, pitching lefty. The Giants always have good pitchers, and they might have another good one. He's got a 2.38 ERA on the season. But no, I did not get a chance to watch that skirmish in the Reds-Giants game.
Yeah, it was pretty anticlimactic. I thought Willy Adames was going to start some stuff when he got hit because he clearly knew it was on purpose and he didn't like it, even though they hit him on the leg. But then after the game, I don't know what Sal Stewart said because as soon as Eric Miller started to walk towards him and get in his face, it's bad enough the guy just struck you out, and then he's basically telling you, go sit in your dugout or get to your dugout. The game's over. And Sal Stewart's just like, what? Like, what? So obviously he said something to him, but I thought that was pretty exciting. How about we asked Bob Nightingale about this earlier, our Odyssey Sports MLB insider, but dude, I mean, what do you think about Mike Trout? Can he contend for an MVP? Because he just had one of the greatest series ever in the history of baseball, in the history of Yankee Stadium. First visiting player to ever hit 5 home runs in a series in Yankee Stadium. This version or the one that Babe Ruth built, 5 dongs over the last 4 games for Trouty. Judge hit 4 of them himself, but the Halos crushed the Yankees today 11-4, and Mike Trout all of a sudden is looking like prime Mike Trout. Is he back, or was this just maybe a little bit of blip on the radar? I hope Trout can keep this up for most of the whole year.
I don't know if Trout ever really left. He's just always been hurt. That's the problem. So let's just hope he can stay healthy and he could play 150, 160 games this year. Because if he maybe not 160, maybe 140, 150, but if he's able to play that many games, I think he can put together a really good season, maybe hit 35, 40 home runs. But like you said, great to see Mike Trout, even if it's just for a series, even if it's just for 4 days, to see him get back to his old self and display that power. But yeah, I mean, this has been the issue is he can't stay healthy. So I would never place a future on Trout to win MVP if you're getting great prices, even though the upside from a skill and a talent standpoint, I think is still there. I just don't trust him to stay that healthy, which is unfortunate. But I mean, if you can get 140 games out of him, 145 games, there's maybe a chance that Trout could potentially put himself in the conversation. He's certainly going to have the sympathy vote, and people are certainly going to be rooting for him. I think the Angels are also going to need to stay competitive as well for the most part of the season. But Pat, I just don't trust him to stay healthy is the problem.
I mean, why not? Why can't he? Right? Why can't this be the 1 year? I mean, look, maybe a little PEDs under the table, a little something just to keep him healthy, keep him playing. Why not? We don't got many years of Mike Trout left. Let's look the other way. Nothing that helps him hit home runs, just stuff that keeps him playing. I mean, come on. There's guys, you kidding me? There's still guys that are popping him whenever they get a chance. I'm joking. Maybe. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, Wednesday night staple, or now it's a Thursday night staple, leading all the way up to the draft, our penultimate one, NFL draft breakdown. When we come back on BetMGM tonight.
You're so good at quarterbacks, and I don't even want to turn this into Ty Simpson or Nussmeier or like Carson Beck. My opinion, I think Mendoza's going to be an absolute star.
Yeah, I think
what is Ben Solak's? Yeah, tell me why you think Fernando Mendoza is great, and I would also love kind of how you would slot him in with some of the quarterbacks that have gone early recently in the draft.
Yeah, so above average size, above average arm, above average processing ability, average, but for like his frame and his play style, above average mobility, and then remarkably above average accuracy. Like I don't understand what we're overthinking. Mendoza was at Cal, and then he had a year at Indiana. It was surprising that he was good at Cal. It was surprising that Indiana went undefeated and won the national championship game. Because of that, I think everybody walked into Mendoza film being like, let's figure out how they cheesed this. And then they saw that they ran a lot of RPOs, and they're like, there's the cheese. This guy can't really be that good. No, this guy is just everything you want as a professional quarterback prospect, as a first overall pick. Now, we always end up framing guys relative to the Caleb Williamses and the Trevor Lawrences who walk in like as the ordained first overall pick for the last 4 years. So when we have a guy like Cam Ward, who's a 0-star recruit, Mendoza's a 2-star recruit, we just undersell that guy because they haven't had the buildup that we were expecting a dude to have as he finally dawns as this top pick in a draft. But Mendoza to me is like it is just everything you could want in a quarterback prospect at a above average to great level. I certainly agree that they ran a lot of RPOs. I certainly agree there's going to be a transition to under center dropbacks. And I certainly agree he's not like, elite Caleb Williams mobility, elite Trevor Lawrence arm stuff. Like it's not, tip top stuff. But he's going to be the 11th to 8th best quarterback in the league for like a decade, right? Like very like CJ Stroud, Dak Prescott caliber, right? Not in terms of play style, but like where he's going to land. So I would have had him below Caleb. I would have also had him below Drake in that class. 2024 was very, very special. But I would have had him above Cam Ward last year. I would have had him above Kyler Murray in the year that Murray came out as the first overall pick. In the year like the Burrow year, he would have been below Burrow for me, but he would have been above Tua and above Herbert. Like this is a guy who goes top 5 in every single draft class. It's not because it's a bad year he's going 1 overall or the Raiders need a quarterback. No, like if the Raiders, facility falls off the face of the earth tomorrow and Mendoza's there at 2, the Jets are taking him. And then if New York, he gets hit by asteroid, the Cardinals are taking him at 3. This is a guy who always goes top 5. He's a very good prospect. So I have Reese ranked higher, and then I have Bain, and then I have Bailey. I will say that of the three right now, players-wise, I like Bain the best for sure, right? Reese is still very much so figuring it out, right? He's like, a little newborn giraffe out there where he's switching to the edge rusher position, just kind of figuring out what his legs do, what his arms do. Like there's a lot of unbelievable moldable clay there where we're still in the clay stage. Bain, and this is like very important to me in this class, I usually cannot stand the sort of player that Bain is. I usually have those guys ranked much lower than the consensus does. When you are a tweener, okay, maybe he's going to be a sub-package defensive tackle at the NFL level. Oh, he doesn't have length. Like usually I'm so out on that guy. Cannot stand them. I turned Bain film on, and within 2 games, I was like, we're good. Absolutely. Like in terms of a player understanding how to win within his strengths and his limits, Bain is like as polished, as pro ready, as professionals they come. He so clearly gets it. Like when you watch this guy and then you learn his positional coach in Miami was Jason Taylor, who's just like successful in the NFL for a decade and a half with premier athleticism. Then as he got older, like it just makes so much sense. He is so aware. He's so technically sound. He just understands how to win. He has counter moves, secondary moves. He has hustle. He identifies plays so quickly. He understands what blocking schemes are trying to do to him. He is just so ready to contribute at the NFL level. Now, will he contribute 15 sacks in a season? No, it's not going to happen. He doesn't have the length at the tackle at the quarterback's drop point, right? Big tackle radius. He doesn't have the length to separate against the biggest guys. Like you are not drafting a high ceiling, Aiden Hutchinson's going to walk in and just become the defining piece of our defense. Like that's not occurring with Ruben Bain. But you can be so positive that he's going to play 3 downs for you. He's going to create impact against the run, against the pass. He's going to make your other players better. And so Bain to me, like was one of the most like lights on guy for me in the process, where I walked in being like, here we go again. A dude who doesn't fit in the NFL level and who lacks ideal measurables, but he produced in the playoffs. Everybody loves Ruben Bain. And then I watched him. I was like, no, okay, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Like this guy gets it.
Yeah.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Filling in the rest of the week for Brad Evans is the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 kicks off now. The show is flying by, even on a night where there's not a lot of sports. We only got 2 baseball games going on right now. The Orioles nearly got no hit, and they nearly won the game, but just 2 baseball games, couple of hockey games on the final night of the regular season with all the playoff teams already determined. We're waiting for the NBA play-in games and the playoffs to start this weekend, so this is like the calm before the storm, PJ, and literally starting Saturday, we basically have multiple, like 3 or more NBA playoff games, Stanley Cup playoff games every single day for the next 2-3 weeks. And we'll have a playoff game basically every day for the next 2 months. Like we had a little lull after the Masters. We had a little lull after March Madness, but we're about to get blitzed here, brother. This is a great time to be a sports fan.
Certainly is. Yeah, we really just had to get through today. Like you said, tomorrow we'll get the 2 playing games, and then Saturday and Sunday, baby. Let the games begin. I mean, it'll be everything going on. So that'll be a lot of fun. Always love the first round of Stanley Cup NBA playoffs with all the games going on, all the screens that you have turned on. So that'll be a great time. A great time of the year, like you said. So looking forward to these next few weeks. Should be a lot of fun. And hopefully we make a lot of money along the way.
Yeah, by the way, I think they only just, like, within the last hour, I think they finally released the schedule for the Stanley Cup playoffs here on Saturday. I think up until right before our show started, I know for sure before our show started, they didn't even have the Saturday schedule out. And it's like, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? But well, Saturday afternoon...
They probably had to wait for some of those Western Conference series to be decided because we knew the East, but I think some of the West had to be decided. So maybe they were waiting to see.
Yeah, but those games, those games were getting played tonight, and so you know for sure you weren't going to know until 9, 10, 11 o'clock Eastern time. So it's like, what did you wait all freaking day for to decide the rest of the games? That's what I don't get. But Senators, Hurricanes, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Wild Stars, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And then the Saturday night primetime game, good decision. Battle of PA, Flyers, Penguins, Saturday, 8 o'clock. And then you got 4 games on Sunday. NBA Saturday schedule is about as predictable as you could get. If I had to ask you, if you have you looked at it yet?
I have, but I don't think I remember the order.
If you had a guess... Which game is the first game? The 1 p.m. Eastern game. Take a guess.
1 p.m. Eastern game on Saturday. Let me think about this. Is it in the Eastern? Well, or I guess Western you have Conference. That would help me.
Yeah, it's Eastern Conference, and you know that the Pistons aren't playing on Saturday because they're playing on Sunday, and the Celtics aren't playing on Saturday because they're playing on Sunday. Right. So take a guess what the 1 o'clock Eastern.
It's got to be the Raptors-Cavs game then.
Yep. Raptors-Cavs, 1 o'clock Eastern. Throw them in the early day, 10 a.m. West Coast time. Half the country's going to be sleeping for it. Raptors-Cavs, 1 o'clock Eastern. And 3 of the 4 games on Saturday are on Prime Video. So... like, if you thought you could skate around it and you didn't have to watch the play-in tournament, if you don't have Prime Video, you ain't watching 75% of these games on Saturday. You ain't going to watch probably more than half the games in the first round if you don't have Prime Video. T-Wolves Nuggets, Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Hawks Knicks, the early Saturday primetime game, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern. And then on ABC, Saturday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, Rockets Lakers. So, pretty predictable. Sunday, 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern is not a bad slot to have. And they're giving that one Sixers Celtics Sunday, which I'm even still surprised by because I could have swore you would have gotten Magic or Hornets versus the Pistons at 1 o'clock on Sunday. But they're going Sixers Celtics 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. 3:30 p.m. Sunday is the best slot to have, and no surprise, the NBA is dying to have the Warriors win this game tomorrow because you'll have Warriors Thunder 3:30 Sunday. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Sunday. Again, this I'm surprised by. Pistons versus Magic or Hornets. And then 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night, Blazers Spurs. So no qualms from me. Other than that, I thought for sure the Pistons would be playing that early game on Sunday. But I guess you do have – oh, you know why? Because I guess they want to give the Magic and the Hornets as fair of a chance as possible. They're not going to finish until about 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. And then the winner has to immediately fly to Detroit. So I guess they want to give them as much of a rest as they possibly can. But either way, we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And we'll get back to your phone calls here in about 15 minutes or so at 310-840-4910. But, PJ, we haven't talked a lot of NFL draft yet. We are literally 1 week away. We are 1 week away, and we'll be into like the 6th or 7th pick already by this time next Thursday. We're going to have an amazing show planned for you guys, the listener and the viewer. Live updates, live feed of Roger Goodell announcing the picks. We're going to have some special stuff cooked up with our friends from Westwood One Sports. So I cannot wait for the opening night of the draft. It's going to be awesome. And PJ, what we've been doing here every week leading up to the draft since the season ended is we've been going in reverse order, 3 teams each week, draft breakdown, what their needs are, what they should be doing. So this is the penultimate time we're doing this segment. We're down to 6, 5, and 4, the Cleveland Browns, the New York Giants, and the Tennessee Titans. So I'll let you run the point here for the Cleveland Browns. 2 picks in the first round for Cleveland. There is a lot of rumors that they might trade this pick. What do you think Cleveland should do at 6th overall?
I think that they really should beef up, I still think, their offensive line. I think that's where it starts. I understand the argument for wanting to get a skill position player. If Jeremiah Love is there at 6, I would not get him. You have Quinshon Judkins, who showed he's more than capable of being an NFL running back and being productive. So don't think you need to go there. Possibly wide receiver, but I think it's too much of a reach to go after Tate or go after Lemon. So I don't think that makes a lot of sense. But I think you go offensive lineman, man. You get Mauga out of Miami. You get Fano out of Utah. You get the Penn State kid. Really good offensive lineman. I think that could be there. Or maybe you go after Mansour Delane, the corner out of LSU. That might be reaching a little bit. You could certainly get one of those tremendous defensive linemen and pair them with Myles Garrett. And to be honest with you, Pat, that's probably the direction I would go if I was Cleveland. Try and pair. You got Mason Graham last year on the D-line. You have Garrett. Man, if you can get, if Bailey drops or if, Reuben Bain is probably going to be there for you at 6, you can certainly take him, one of the Ohio State kids. But with Lamar in that division, Burrow in that division, I would look at just making that defensive line as dominant as you can and continue to make that defense elite. So I would beef up the trenches, man. I think O-line, D-line, you're in a good spot. I think the Browns could even trade back as well. They're in a good position to trade back, maybe outside early teens, maybe 11, 12, one of those teams. I know Dallas has potentially been rumored to move up and maybe trade up to 6. So that could definitely be another thing that we could see as a trade. Think that would make a lot of sense. If they decide to keep the pick, I'd look at going trenches, D-line, O-line. I don't think they could go wrong with any of those players available.
I think they're trading. I think the Cowboys are trading into this slot. I think it's a given. I think it's guaranteed. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I think it's about as close to a guarantee as possible that the Dallas Cowboys are trading with the Cleveland Browns, and the Cowboys are going to get the 6th overall pick, and the Browns are going to get, they're going to swap to 14, and the Dallas Cowboys will throw them a second rounder. They'll throw them their second round pick as well, because I think the Cowboys absolutely are in love with either Reuben Bain or Sonny Styles. I think they're taking one of those 2 guys at number 6 overall. I think David Bailey's going to go in the top 5, and I think I think, what's his name? And I think Orville Reese and David Bailey are going 2 and 3. So that the Cowboys, they're not drafting Jeremiah. They're not trading up to 6 and hoping that Jeremiah Love is there. They're not trading up for a lineman. They're trading up for one of those next 2 defensive players, whether it's Reuben Bain or it's Sonny Styles. That's who the Cowboys are taking because they need to continue to improve that front 7. Remember, they traded away a guy named Micah Parsons. And so they have their 2 first-round picks. And I think they're going to try to move up to 6 with the Cleveland Browns. And you know what? Maybe that ends up costing them their other first-round pick as well, because 14 to 6 is a pretty big jump, right? PJ, before I continue on, you would agree going to 14 to 6, it's probably the Cowboys are probably going to have to give the Browns the 20th overall pick as well?
Either that or they're going to have to give him next year's first. But yeah, I think if you make that jump, you're probably giving up 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, and I think that's the plan for Jerry Jones. I think they're not going to they're going to talk themselves into thinking that Reuben Bain. It would be. I hate the T-Rex arm stuff, but let's say Reuben Bain doesn't pan out because his arms are too short to play in the NFL at an elite level. How Cowboys would it be? They trade the 14th and the 20th pick to the Browns to move up to 6 because they've fallen in love with Reuben Bain. And meanwhile, maybe he would have been there at 10 or 11. They didn't have to jump that far high to get him, and they take him, and then he ends up not panning out. But whether it's him or Sonny Styles, I think the Cowboys are in love with one of those guys. So I think they're moving up to 6, and I think the Browns are going to drop to 14. And because, you mentioned it, they need a receiver and they need offensive line. So yes, Maugoa from Miami, he is one of the top 6-7 players available. They could have just easily stayed there at 6 and get him, but I think Andrew Berry is trying to get as many picks as possible because this roster is still not close to being a playoff team. So they'll take the Cowboys' eagerness, they'll move down, and I think then the Browns at 14 will take one of whoever their favorite receiver is. I think whether it's Mekhi Lemon or Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson, that's what I think the Browns do at 14. If they get the Cowboys' 20th overall pick as well from this year, remember, Cleveland also has 24, so the Browns might end up getting 3 first-rounders here in this draft, and I think they'll go receiver with the first one. I think at 20, they'll maybe either go Caden Proctor or Spencer Fano from Utah, and then maybe they trade their other pick to try to stockpile future picks, or maybe at 24, they take one of the best corners available because Cleveland needs help just about everywhere. Just about everywhere that isn't Myles Garrett. So that's what I think the Browns are doing. Do you think that would be a smart strategy to trade with the Cowboys?
Absolutely. Like you said, I mean, the Browns need help everywhere. You need to acquire as much young talent as you possibly can so that you can try and go after the quarterback that you want next season. I think most of us would agree at pick number 6. And maybe they do go after Ty Simpson later on, and they get somebody else and hope that they find something there. Certainly, it's going to be between Shedeur and Deshaun Watson this season. You would think the Browns probably going to go after their guy next year, but with the draft assets that they already have this year and potentially adding to it, I think it makes a ton of sense. So yeah, I think the Browns probably should trade out if they were to keep the pick, though. Like I was saying, offensive line, defensive line. I think if you're the Browns, that's where I would go.
All right, let's go to number 5. The New York Football Giants. PJ, I'll keep it short and sweet because I have been literally screaming this for weeks now, and I've been pounding the table, and I've been praying and hoping that Joe Shane, if he's even allowed to make this pick, doesn't screw it up for Big Blue. Do not draft Jeremiah Love. You have Cam Scatterbo. As great as Jeremiah Love might be, and I think he's going to be amazing, I also think Caleb Downs is going to be a perennial all-pro, one of the best players in football. I want Big Blue taking Caleb Downs at 5. What's your decision here if you are the New York Giants, PJ? Who are you going with at 5?
Oh, we're in the same boat. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. We both think he's the best player in the draft, so I would go with Caleb as well. If you don't go with Caleb, I think you go offensive line. That's where I would go if I'm the Giants. You have that great defensive line. You need dire help in the secondary. Downs immediately fixed that. But if you decide to pass on Downs and you want to go on the offensive side of the ball, I think it makes a lot of sense to go with Mayuga, or you can go with Fano. and get one of those big boys. I understand there could be conversation for them maybe taking a wide receiver. You take Tate, or maybe you go with Tyson and pair them with Neighbors on the outside. I really don't see that, because again, you still need to protect Dart. That's first and foremost. You need to beef up that offensive line. Totally with you on Jeremiah Love. As much as I love as the player, you got Scatabo. Like there's no reason to get both of those guys and waste the number 5 pick on Jeremiah Love when you have so many other areas of need, and you can really address guys that will help you from day one, like Downs or one of the offensive linemen. So I'm with you. That's where I would go. Right now at BetMGM, Sonny Styles is the favorite to go number 5 overall at plus 200, which again, I don't agree with. I think if the Giants go defense, I think they would go with Downs, even though a lot of people have Styles rated higher and they have them going higher to certain teams. I think if they go defense, it's got to be Downs. And if they go offense, I would think it's going to be one of the offensive linemen.
Yeah, I think they got to go Caleb Downs as well. Again, I know they just signed Javon Holland this past year. But before he was there with Miami, he was the best safety on the market last year. But again, I think Caleb Downs is so damn versatile that he can play a multitude of positions. So it doesn't matter if you have Javon Holland and Tyler Nubin. If you play him at strong safety, Tyler Nubin was a guy that had a good rookie season and then took a step back this past year. So I mean, I don't give a damn what the Giants have on the roster right now. It's got to be Caleb Downs. All right, and then finally at number 4, the Tennessee Titans with their GM going into year 2 here, and Mike Borgonzi, former assistant GM for the Kansas City Chiefs, new head coach in Robert Saleh, new offensive coordinator in Brian Dable, the New York connection. This is where I think Jeremiah Love goes. I think he's going number 4. I don't even think I have to worry about the Giants taking him, because I think that he is going number 4 to the Tennessee Titans. They took Wan'Dale Robinson from the Giants and brought him over to Tennessee in the offseason. Yes, the receiving core is still not great, right? They have Calvin Ridley, Wan'Dale Robinson, Alec Iomanor, Chimere Dike. Like it's not bad now that you sign Wan'Dale Robinson in free agency. Their defense still needs work. They could use one of the pass rushers, but PJ, I think that you and I are in agreement, or at least I don't know if you're in agreement with me. Arvell Reese, David Bailey are going 2 and 3. So if those guys are off the board, the Jets and the Cardinals take Arvell Reese and David Bailey, then it's like, okay, do the Titans need a linebacker? Do they want to take Sonny Styles at 4? It's too early for any of the corners, which Tennessee could also use. I think that's that sweet spot there. You get him before anybody else would try to get Jeremiah Love, and he is a pass-catching running back. I think Tony Pollard, again, his best days are behind him. They got to do everything they can to give Cam Ward a chance to be the franchise quarterback. I think that's the perfect spot for Jeremiah Love. He goes to Nashville.
Totally agree. And Robert Saleh, his days with the 49ers, his 2 stints as defensive coordinator, he saw how productive McCaffrey can be, to have that all-purpose back, what that can do to your offense, how that can help out a young quarterback in Brock Purdy. And I think that's what he's going to try and get, and that's what that front office is going to try and get for Cam Ward. So I agree. I think Love is going to be the pick. If the Jets or Arizona passes on Reese or Bailey and they shock us all. Maybe they go with one of the offensive linemen with one of those top picks or whatever it may be. Maybe they go with Caleb Downs as one of those top picks. And you're forced with Love and one of those other guys, Bailey or Reese, with Saleh being the defensive guy that he is and wanting that difference maker on the edge to go along with Jeffrey Simmons. I think they probably go with one of those pass rushers. But Pat, like you said, assuming in some order, it's Mendoza, Reese, Bailey, those 3. I would think Jeremiah Love is the pick, and the market certainly reflects that as well. BetMGM, Jeremiah Love plus 110 to be the number 4 overall pick. Sonny Styles plus 450 right after that. So outside of the number 1 pick of all the top 5 picks, the 4th pick has the biggest discrepancy of first of the guy at the top of the board to the second highest guy. So I think that gives you an idea. Pretty good chance Love is going to Nashville.
Okay, wow, that's incredible. BetMGM's got him at plus 110.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, look, it makes look, if the Jets do something Jet-like and they don't take Reese or Bailey, and one of those guys is there for the Titans at 4, I don't know how you could. I mean, you and I both aren't that high on Arvell Reese, but he's graded like he's going to be an All-Pro right away. So it feels like that might be too good to pass up on for Nashville. But look, I think Robert Saleh is more than happy to say, all right, we'll give Dable the offensive weapon. We'll give him the guy that he wants and needs. And I think they're going to do. And I think Mike Borgonzi, he saw what happened with Patrick Mahomes. Like, you had to have great weapons around him. And I don't think Jeremiah Love is your typical running back, right? He's like the Jahmyr Gibbs comp, that he can be a pass catcher for them. So we know they've got a weakness in the wide receiver core. And then I think Mike Borgonzi saw what it takes to build a great team around a quarterback that you're high on. I think they're going to give Cam Ward all the tools that he could possibly need to succeed, and that includes giving him a damn good running back. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get to your phone calls, and we'll do a little blind resume. Pick a player from some players in the NBA playoffs and some players in the NFL and in Major League Baseball. So we'll have a little fun when we come back here. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If you've been to #the club at some point in your life, you've seen the old dude. That doesn't have to be 70, but he could be, maybe he's in his maybe he's me. I'm not there yet. I'm also married. But maybe, early 50s, right? And he's got a Gucci shirt and AG jeans, Prada shoes, a Louis Vuitton hat. He's broadcasting to the world, I've got money. And he's at a table, and on the table are 3 bottles, marked up more than New Jersey Transit's going to be charging people to go to the World Cup. And nowhere to be seen, women. Silence and sausage. The Orlando Magic are that old guy at the club. All that money, Paolo, Franz, Bane, Suggs. You would watch this game last night and feel like the Magic were the team missing a former MVP. Instead, it's the Sixers missing a former MVP. Now, you might call Paolo Banchero a 1. Who's the 1 on the... here's my issue with the Magic. They don't have a 1. Paolo's not a 1. He proves it time after time. Paid like a 1, doesn't play like 1. Do I think he sucks? No. Is he a 1? Is he the best player on a team that wins a championship? Do you think so? Is Franz Wagner the best player on a team that wins the championship? Is Desmond Bane the best player on a team that wins a title? Is Jalen Suggs the best team on a best player on a team that wins the title? Different question. Could either of those guys, any of those 4, be the second best player on a team that wins the title? Or are they all 3s on a title-winning team? They suck. And they don't suck the way like the Wizards do or like the way the Sacramento Kings do. But with this collection of talent, they should be way better. And they're not.
I interpreted it this way. The Jets did this so they could confuse us, to open different doors of interpretation, right? There's one door that you referenced. Hey, they're taking David Bailey. They're telling us that the work is, we have every bit of information that we need on this player. He's going to be the guy. There's also the contrarian thought, which is that, hey, you know what? They've grown so comfortable with Arvell Reese that there's no way they could be persuaded not to take Arvell Reese. He's going to be the number 2 pick. There's also the third door, which is that, hey, it's just going to lead to people asking and wondering. And maybe there's a team that says, hey, could we call up and maybe talk to the Jets? And I don't think there's going to be a bunch of teams. There may not even be one team. But I think you're slightly more likely to incur a trade call or an offer by creating a little bit of confusion and mystery around your pick. It could also be something like totally harmless, like, hey, you know what? They were going to get a visit done. David Bailey got held up on his prior visit. Travel plans right now. Hey, don't worry about it because yesterday was the final day you could have a player in your facility. We spent a ton of time with you between the combine, our scouts on the road during the year, maybe even at some point in a private workout, maybe his pro day, whatever it might be. So there could be like, a fourth door now that's just some harmless explanation, but it put my brain into a pretzel. So mission accomplished by the New York Jets.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get a quick update here on our Let's Go Streaking game, where we all pick a player in baseball just to get a hit. PJ, 2 hits and 2 tries this week. I'm on a 5-game streak. I'm 5 out of 6 since we started the segment last week. Combs was looking to get off the schneid after 3 straight goose eggs. And Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a perfect 6 for 6. Let's get an update. I have TJ Rumfield of the Colorado Rockies. And a lot of you are probably saying, who? Yeah, I mean, now I'm questioning that as well. He's hitting in the 3-hole. He's off to a great start this year, 0 for 2. I was going to take Altuve. He already got a hit. Combs is on the board. Combs, you had Yordan Alvarez, and Yordan with a RBI single in the first inning gets you your 3rd correct pick here in 7 tries. Yeah. So that's got to be feeling good. PJ, you have Big Dumper. How's Big Dumper doing?
He's 0 for 1 so far. The Mariners do not have a hit first time through the order, which is lovely. Love seeing that. But it's all right. Cal Raleigh, 5 for 6 in his career against Walker Buehler. That's why we took him. So hopefully second time he sees him, gets us a base hit.
And Monty, who's a perfect 6 for 6, went with Jackson Merrill of the Padres. And San Diego's already got 4 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. But Jackson Merrill is 0 for 2. Struck out swinging in the first and lined out to short in the 2nd inning. So, oh boy. Pressure's on. The pressure is on. All right, let's get a quick phone call in here before we do this Pick a Player segment. 310-840-4910. Ross is in New Jersey. We were talking to Brian Compton, managing editor of NHL.com earlier in the show. So just starting to get our feet wet here with the Stanley Cup playoffs starting on Saturday. Ross is on line 1. Go ahead, Ross. You got it, brother.
Hey, what's going on, guys? You got me this time. Sorry about the whole the wild goose chase, everything. It's my fault.
No problem, brother. We got you.
We got you, Ross.
All right, perfect. Yeah, love the spot you guys had with Compton. I thought he made a lot of great points. I just think, and Glasser, you brought up a great point as well with the whole playoff structure. I think when you look at it, you comparing it to the NFL, I think is spot on. And it makes me wonder, because at the end of the day with the NFL playoffs, technically in 2026, or 25, but 26 being the Super Bowl. You know, you look at the Patriots, Seahawks were kind of newcomers to the scene, but it felt like we were partying like it was 2015 all over again. So that makes me wonder if a team like, you know, Colorado, like you brought up, Pat, finally slays the demon of the President's Trophy, or a team like Boston, who I'm not saying they will, but kind of like similar to Seattle and New England, kind of, you know, a blue blood of the past, but kind of a newcomer to the scene, kind of Pittsburgh in that same breath. It's kind of when I texted the show with the MLB predictions, I had Houston winning the AL pennant, because I just think that we're kind of seeing a turn of some of these well-run organizations, no matter who they're throwing out on the ice, turf, and hardwood. And I think that's why you're seeing teams like Boston and Pittsburgh back in the dance. I know, Pat, you brought up in terms of the tri-state scene. It's funny, you know, goes without saying how disappointing hockey's been in this area. First time in NHL history, the Devils, Islanders, and Rangers all miss, and at least the Devil fans got some good news. I don't know if you guys saw Sonny Meta, basically the Jonah Hill Moneyball equivalent of the Florida Panthers back-to-back cups, a local product from Jersey. He's the new Devils general manager. So if he's even slightly what he was with the Panthers, bro, that could be trouble with the Devils, and obviously what they got with Hughes and Heischer and that young core obviously wound up being a disappointing season. But I think when you look at the landscape of the playoffs, I think it's teams like Utah's another one. I got Utah on my TV right now, and I think they kind of fly under the radar as, yeah, they've been building up to this kind of core. They've been rebuilding for years on years, and I think people are still kind of not looking at them as like an under-the-radar team. I heard even Compton said it too, like he's kind of got a lot of faith in them. When they got basically Clayton Keller's pretty much the only household name. Just to put on record, though, I appreciate all the time, guys. Two of the teams I keep an eye on, I know you guys brought up the Habs in the East. I think they're playing their best hockey at the right time. They got Jakub Dubas in net. He's been playing out of his mind, and normally I don't emphasize on goalie play because we've seen guys like Bennington and Kemper win it in years past. Aiden Hill, another one, but he's been standing on his head, and Cole Caulfield with the 50 goals. And out west, bro, this might be my cup winning pick, the Anaheim Ducks, bro. They bring in Joel Quenneville, gets his 1,000th win this year, obviously was behind the bench for all those Chicago Cups, and it would just be the Rangers of Christmas past getting the last laugh on me, bro, with Chris Kreider and Jacob Trouba talking about the rite of passage getting kicked out of MSG, and both of them winning a cup outside of New York, and both of their full first years outside of the Garden with the Ducks out in Anaheim. So just to be on record, I got a Ducks-Canadiens Cup final, and I think the Ducks take it. I think kind of similar to Bruce Bochy. They get Quenneville wins the 3 cups in Chicago. I think he gets a 4th one and kind of differentiates himself all time with every other coach in NHL history.
Ross, appreciate the stuff, man. That was, I mean, you just wind him up and you just let him go. I mean, holy smokes. The guy knows puck.
Awesome.
I will say the one thing about the Ducks, from thinking that, the Rangers dump Trouba and Kreider and right away they'll win a cup, but like Anaheim has been ice cold, no pun intended here, over the last 2 weeks. Like they have either an OT or just straight up in regulation. They have lost 8 of their last 9 games, and the only win they have was against San Jose, who is absolutely garbage. That's the only win they have. Well, I guess San Jose is not as garbage as they used to be. I was thinking of Vancouver, who's absolutely terrible. They actually lost to Vancouver a couple of days ago. So it's like, does momentum count in hockey, PJ? We kind of ask ourselves that same question across all different sports, but I don't know if momentum counts in hockey or not, because the Anaheim Ducks have absolutely zero of it.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out. I will say if they end up getting Edmonton in the first round, that'd be an awful matchup with just the experience of the Oilers and being in the Cup final the last few years, going up against Anaheim, who hasn't tasted the postseason in a while. I think that'd be a really tough matchup for them. So I hear what Ross is saying, and Quenneville, obviously, all the experience he's going to bring. And he mentioned some of the veteran pieces coming over from the Rangers. So you do have guys that have been in playoff battles before, but obviously experiencing it with this team, going up against a team like the Oilers with McDavid and Draisaitl, I think that would be tough. We're waiting for the finishes of these final regular season games. So it might not be Edmonton, could be another team. The West is going to be interesting, though, for sure, because, again, you got the President's Trophy curse with Colorado having the best regular season record, the most points in the regular season. And over the last 30 years, I mean, you go back and like rarely does that team ever win it. Dallas has been really good for the last decade. It feels like they haven't been able to break through. Minnesota Wild had a good team as well. They haven't really been able to do any damage. And then you got Vegas and Edmonton, who are going to be in the playoffs, teams that have made deep runs in the West the last few years, but definitely these teams aren't as good as some of the teams they've had in years past. And then you got the newcomers with Utah and Anaheim and the LA Kings, who are starting to turn it around again. So LA, it feels like face off against Edmonton every year in the first round. Don't think we're going to get that this year, so it'll be fun watching them against other teams. I think it's good for LA that they don't have to face Edmonton because they lose to them every single year. West is going to be interesting. It's going to be a great playoff, Pat, because a lot of these teams that we're so used to seeing in the playoffs, they're not in it this year, which will make it super fascinating.
Yeah, I'm just looking here as how these playoff matchups would change. So obviously you want to avoid the Avalanche, and the Kings are doing a good job of doing that because I'm looking at the standings here. You got 3 playoff, all the teams are guaranteed, but 3 playoff matchups that could all change tonight here because the Oilers, Ducks, and the Kings are not guaranteed to stay in the same spot. The Oilers have 91 points. They're the second seed in the Pacific. The Ducks have 90 points. They're the third team in the Pacific. And then the Kings have 90 points, but they don't have the tiebreaker against Anaheim, so they're a wild card team. So the Kings are the odd man out right now. They'd have to play Colorado. However, the Ducks are losing to the Predators 4-3 right now. And then the Oilers are beating the Canucks 3-1. So the Oilers are in good shape. They would stay as that 2 seed in their division, but the Kings could end up jumping up to play the Oilers in the first round, and you mentioned that, and then the Ducks could end up falling and having to they'd be the second wildcard team, and they would play Colorado. And then, sorry, Ross, if it's Ducks Avalanche first round, they ain't getting out of that series. There's no shot. There is no chance they're beating Colorado.
That'd be a tough one. And then I give that whole spiel about the Oilers and the Kings might not playing. And like you said, Pat, they might with the way that the scores are currently going. So we'll see how that works. Eventually, you would think after all these years, the Kings at some point have to get through and they have to beat the Oilers. Maybe they just never do. But with the Oilers not being as good as they've been in years past, maybe this is the chance for the Kings to finally get through. It'll be interesting. To be honest with you, Pat, I kind of just, with both playoffs, with any playoffs that we have in any sport, I just sit back and I listen to what the masses have to say, because a lot of times, a lot of people are agreeing on the same types of things. What I love about Ross's pick for a Stanley Cup final with the Canadiens and the Ducks is nobody's going to have that. And, that's the kind of stuff that you have to do. Like a lot of times, especially in hockey, man, it's the matchups that nobody sees. I didn't like the 2 years that the Panthers and the Oilers have played for the Cup. I didn't hear like a lot of people that had those teams playing. So that's how it tends to go in hockey. I think you're going to get a lot of Avalanche versus the Canes, and you're going to get a lot of Stars versus the Lightning and all those sorts of things. So we could get some surprises. I don't hate the Canadiens pick at all. Their problem is that they do have to play Tampa in round 1, but yeah, man, I'm going to sit back and wait and see. It could be a good NHL playoffs, though, to bet some futures because of some of the first-round matchups that a lot of these teams are going to have. Some tough first-round matchups. Get some really good futures prices on these teams to win their conference or win the Cup.
Yeah, that's for sure. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll do a segment called Pick a Player. Blind resume stuff. Kind of trivia. You're listening or watching at home, feel free to play in. You can join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call us. You could text us. You could tweet us at BetMGM tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. This is Westwood One Sports.
Do you think it will happen? And more based on all the work that you do. Do you think that they are better served getting that one guy at the top or 2 guys in the middle to fix that defense?
Yeah, I think it's one guy at the top is where I land, is because this class in general, and people have heard this a million times over by now, not strong, right? This is not a great draft class. There's one quarterback that's a lock to go in the first round. Blue chippers, it's a pretty small number compared to where we have been in recent years. I mean, 2024 is going to really warp the perception of draft classes for a while. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, 4 that already are just no doubt about it, hits, and Caleb, Jaden, Drake, and Bo. Some great receivers, great tackles, Brock Bowers, etc. But this is not a great class. And so if I'm Dallas, who they're the most logical trade up team because they have 2 middle of the first round picks. They're not picking on the extremes. On top of that, of the teams that are sort of in that vicinity that have multiple picks, they're the one that needs to win sooner rather than later. You know, Jerry Jones is wired differently. Like, I think if you found, I don't even know who the youngest owner is in the NFL right now, but if there was some, you know, I'll give you an example. Tony Khan of the Jaguars, him and his father, of course, Shad, very influential in that franchise as the owners, is like, I bet Tony's approach is probably, we want to find ways to stack decades worth of success together, not seasons worth of success together. Jerry Jones is the owner and the GM, and he's in his 80s, right? Jerry Jones wants to win again. He does. He understands. Like, he gets where he is at. So the Cowboys can package perhaps both of those picks to move up and land a guy that, even if he plays a non-premium position, is a premium player in this draft class. And I'm talking about the likes of Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs, or maybe one of those 2 pass rushers. I'm a little more dubious of either David Bailey or Arvell Reese being attainable, because I think it's going to require a top 3 pick. But a Mansour Delane, and as mentioned, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, like those kind of guys would go a long way for Dallas.
I've never rooted, I acknowledge their greatness, right? I've never said they suck, or Steph's overrated, or Draymond's overrated, or Kerr's a bad coach. I've never said it. Never. But I've also never liked them. How do you not like them now? Well, I guess if you're a Clippers fan, you don't like them. How do you not like them? How do you not, respect this? How are you not inspired by this? How do you not love it as a sports fan? Feel the emotion of it. Get swept up in it. It's incredible. And, next year, and we're projecting a little bit, right? And look, the Lakers have I think they're going to lose to Houston. Who knows how this is going to go? Is LeBron going to be a Warrior next year? Jimmy Butler going to come back? Are we about to get the encore version of the Expendables? Here's all the aging action stars, the aging stars going out for one last run, for one last trip and one last trek towards a potential championship. And I'll tell you right now, if and when that happens, I will root for the Golden State Warriors next year like they are my New York Knicks. Isn't that amazing? Cue the John Stewart. Isn't it amazing, Susan? How your rooting interest can change as you move through life, and the players that we have watched for years and the teams that we've watched through years move and meander through their careers with all the things that happen along the way. It's awesome. It is awesome.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Before we get to pick a player, PJ, how about Kyle Van Noy? I just saw this come across my Twitter timeline. Kyle Van Noy, and this is the real Kyle Van Noy. He tweeted, "Looks like the Mavericks got rid of a big problem. Good for them. The truth will always come to light." First of all, where is he? Tweeting this out now? Like, Luka Doncic got hurt like 2 weeks ago. And also, what the hell does he? I guess, look, I have no problem Kyle Van Noy, getting off some NBA takes, but I think he's dead wrong. They got rid of a big problem because they traded away Luka Doncic. They're not going to be anywhere close to being a good team again anytime soon. And I like Cooper Flag, but Kyle Van Noy can kick rocks with this take.
It's just so bizarre. Like a player for the Ravens talking about somebody on the Mavericks. When you initially said Kyle Van Noy, I'm like, I think he's talking about the Ravens player, but is there like a basketball reporter that's like Kyle Van Noy, or is there somebody in the Mavs front office? There used to be in the front office. That's bizarre. Yeah. Didn't have that on my bingo card tonight, Pat. Kyle Van Noy tweeting about the Mavericks.
Look, it is a bit of a slow sports night, so I guess this is a night for Kyle Van Noy, if he's normally like us, watching sports every night, to fire off of an NBA playoff take or just an NBA take in general. But I think he's an idiot for this one. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Let's do a little segment called Pick a Player. Combs, what are we doing here? And set us up.
All right, so what we're doing here is I'm going to give you 3 players. I'm going to give you some stats for each player, and you are going to pick which player you would take, which player you would take second, and which player is in last place. And then we will reveal what those players are.
Okay.
Or who those players are, I should say.
I was oohing and eyeing because I saw Monty in the preview put up the full screen. People are going to like this. I'm like, it's pretty good. I like that.
Monty's the best in the business, baby. That's why we have him.
He is. He really is.
All right, you guys ready?
Ready.
All right, basketball. Player A, 36.1 minutes per game, 25.9 points per game. Field goal percentage, 447. 3-point percentage, 329. Player B, 37.6 minutes per game, 26.8 points per game, a 50% field goal percentage, and a 35% if you round up, 3-point percentage. Player C, 38.3 minutes per game, slightly more, 30.1 points per game, a 49% field goal percentage, and a 32% 3-point percentage. PJ, pick your poison.
Well, player C is going to be 1 for me because I'm getting the guy who plays the most minutes, scores the most points. He shoots about 50% from the field. 3-point shooting percentage isn't great, but none of these guys really shoot it great from 3. So I'll go player C 1. Then I'll probably go player B 2 because he shoots the best field goal percentage, 50.7%, plays about 38 minutes a game, averages about 27, and then player A will be last for me. He plays the least amount of minutes, scores the least amount of points, and shoots it the worst from the field. So C1, B2, A3 for me.
Pat? Are these active players?
I'm not telling you. Just go off the point. Why you always got to do this every time we play a game? Let me see if I can figure out who the players are.
Because I already know which. I already know you're. I can already tell you're going to try to set me up, and one of the worst players is going to be a New York Knick. I already know it.
Yeah, Brunson's got to be one of them, right?
There's no setups here. I'm telling you.
Brunson's got to be one of them.
I think Brunson is averaging 27 or 28 points per game, 26 exactly. So this could be player A. Could very well be Jalen Brunson. I'm going to take player B first. Because he does have the best field goal percentage and the best 3-point percentage. So, look, it's 3 points per game less than player C, but they're more efficient. So I'm going to go player B as my first option. Player C is my second option. And yes, player A would be my last option. And I have a feeling it's Jalen Brunson.
Well, you would be wrong because it's not Jalen Brunson. Player A is Kobe Bean Bryant. Player B is LeBron James. And player C is one Michael Jeffrey Jordan. So, PJ, you chose correctly. Pat,
Nice.
you are dead to me. Pat is taking LeBron James.
And that's lifetime numbers?
Those are their career averages.
How about that? CBA. I mean, love that. There we go.
Well, I mean, Kobe was a volume shooter. That's for sure. I didn't know LeBron's a better three-point shooter than both MJ and Kobe.
That is pretty nuts.
He's taken less shots from beyond three than both of those guys.
Makes sense, too. Also, Kobe only averaging 25.9 feels light. I would have think he was at least around 28 or so.
Different game.
Surprising, too. Yeah, different
Absolutely.
game.
All right. Next set of players. Also basketball. Player A, 33 points per game, 8.3 assists per game. And his field goal percentage is 48%. We'll round up. Player B, 31.1 points per game, 6.6 assists per game, and a 55% field goal percentage. While player C, 27.7 points per game, 10.7 assists per game, averaging a double-double, and his field goal percentage, 50%. Pat, who you going first?
I'm taking player C. They score the least amount of points, but they dish out the most assists. They shoot the second highest field goal percentage. So they're contributing. You combine the points per game and assists per game. They're contributing to, what? I guess the assist, it could be as 2 or 3. Either way, I'm going with the guy that's the best floor general and the best facilitator. I would go player B second most points, best field goal percentage. And then player A, the 33 points per game. It's hard to not take 33 points per game. So scratch that. I'm going to go player C first. I'm going to go player A second, and I'm going to go player B would be my third choice.
PJ?
So I'm going to go player C1 as well, because these are all point guards, or I would think ball dominant players, and I want a guy who has this type of stat line that's making his teammates better. So a guy that can get 28 points per game, but can also dish out nearly 11 assists and shoot at 50% from the field. I'll take that guy as C as my first player. Then I'll go player A second because he's a bucket, 33 a game, also dishes out 8 assists. And then I'll go player B third. Even though he's the most efficient, he doesn't have the assist numbers that these other guys do. With this type of stat line, I kind of want the guy that I lean more towards the assist numbers. I'm thinking like Harden, Jokic, Westbrook. That's kind of what we're getting. Is like
I think player C is Jokic. I think player B is Shea, and I think player A is Luka.
Okay. I think Jokic
actually,
one.
Pat,
I think Harden and Jokic.
You nailed it.
Too.
Pat nailed it. Player A is Luka. Player B is SGA. Player C is Nikola Jokic.
I mean, that's
Pat's always got to do this. He's always got to. I got to figure out who the players are. I gotta. Man, I can't with this guy. I just can't. I think he's looking up the stats as we say them. So he's like, all right, who averages this? Who does this?
Well, no, I mean, look, more than 30 points per game, those have to be active players. That had to have been this year. So I knew Luka was averaging over 32 or 33 points per game, and I know he's got more assists than SGA. I know SGA shoots over 55% because he's just a machine. So I knew that was him. And then I figured C had to be Jokic.
See, Monty said it says this season at the top of the graphic. I didn't see that. That's why I said Harden and Westbrook, but it makes sense now, SGA and Luka.
Damn, so I actually said I would take Jokic first, then I'd take Luka. I would take SGA over Luka.
Agreed.
Combs, you had a bunch more for this, and Monty went to the trouble of creating these graphics. So why don't we stick with this when we come back, and then we'll get into hot or cold to kick off the final hour. All right, stick with us. More fun on the way. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I strongly do not think they will draft a receiver. They have done a lot of work in free agency and the trade market to make sure that they have enough receivers such that if they trade AJ Brown, they're not like up the creek without a paddle. You know, I'm not sitting here telling you Devontae Smith was wide receiver 1, Dontavian Wicks is wide receiver 2, and Hollywood Brown is wide receiver 3 is good. I'm telling you it's good enough that they can do it if they trade AJ Brown. Now, Howie Roseman has always been about building through the trenches. And the Eagles are approaching like the sunset of this offensive line era, right? Where the Super Bowl that they made in 22 and then the Super Bowl that they won in 24 were the result of the line, right? We've done a lot of Jalen Hurts discourse over the last month, a lot of AJ Brown narratives. It was about the line. And Lane Johnson is 34. He was considering retirement. He's coming off another ankle issue. Jordan Mailata is approaching 30. You had the left guard, Landon Dickerson, center Cam Jurgens, both had injury-hampered seasons last season. You do not know if either is going to come back healthy. Right guard, Tyler Steen is on a contract year. Like, the Eagles line, as we know it, is beginning to deteriorate, which means that you got to reload the coffers. And if there's anything Howie Roseman has done consistently in the draft, obviously outside of the draft, you know, trading, whatever. But if there's anything you've done consistently in the draft, it is invest heavily in the offensive line and be successful doing so. I believe very strongly as tackle at 23. The only way it's not is if they're positive they have an AJ deal, which means that now you know you can draft receiver and you're not going to have a loaded room, or if they decide to be a Kenyon Sadiq team, which I could kind of see, but I think they're still going to lean tackle over tight end.
I think back-end starting quarterback is possible for a couple of the guys. The two names that come to mind for me the most are Carson Beck and Garrett Nussmeier. I think both low-end starters, though. And that's kind of the question you have to ask yourself if you're a team, is when do you take that player? We've seen some pretty notable drops for quarterbacks in recent years. I'm not talking about the Shedeur Sanders of it all. I'm talking about 2 years ago. Spencer Rattler waited over 100 picks before he was called. That was in the 5th round. Last year, Quinn Ewers went in the 7th round, right? So I do wonder if the league is kind of getting to the point now where day 1 quarterbacks are starters, day 2 quarterbacks are fringe starters that you trade up for, and then day 3 guys are possible starters, likely backups, and sort of unique players like Cole Payton in this year's class. He's from North Dakota State. He's kind of like the lefty Taysom Hill, this sick athlete, big arm, big windup too, but just a great runner on top of being a talented thrower. So I have thought many times that there's a chance it goes Fernando on night 1, Ty Simpson on the border of night 1 and night 2, and then we'll see you again on day 3 for the rest of the quarterbacks in this year's class.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Final hour number 5 of this Thursday night edition of our program starts now. It's the calm before the storm because tomorrow we got 2 NBA play-in games. Saturday you got 4 NBA playoff games, 3 Stanley Cup playoff games, and then the madness starts. NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, multiple games every single day. Baseball season heating up. Let's freaking go. We're 1 week away from the draft. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show, open phone lines here for the final hour. Any NBA playoff predictions, Stanley Cup playoff predictions, any baseball takes that you have, and any NFL draft takes or predictions that you have, we'll take them. 310-840-4910. You can call the show. You can text the show. We normally kick off the final hour with hot or cold, but our producers, normal producer Brandon Combs and video producer Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, went to so much trouble for that last segment, which I thought was a lot of fun. A little blind resume, pick a player. So we had MJ, Kobe, and LeBron for the first one. The last one was the MVP finalists, Luka, SGA, and Jokic, along with Cade Cunningham and Wemby, but it was SGA, Luka, and Jokic. The last one, which was good. So, Combs, let's continue this, brother. I think we got some baseball and we got some football. So what do you got for us?
Yeah, let's go to my favorite place. Let's go to baseball. Player A, an 8.8 WAR, a 293 average, 170 hits, and an OPS over 1,000. Player B, a 5.6 WAR, a 281 average, 167 hits, and a 956 OPS. And player C, a 6.3 WAR, a 282 average, 161 hits, and a 948 OPS. Pat, where you going?
I mean, there's really no telling who these are. And this is, Monty is only barely giving it away because it says over 162 game average. But the hits are so close. The averages are close. Obviously, I got to go player A. You got the highest OPS, the most hits, the highest batting average, and the highest WAR. So I'm going player A, number 1. Number 2, the average and the hits are nearly identical. The OPS is nearly identical. So I'll go with player C because they have nearly a full point of WAR more. More WAR. I want more WAR. And then I'll take player B last. So A, then C, and then B for me.
Pat, you know what Brandon did here? You know what he did? Is he put Barry Bonds at player A. He put Ohtani in here. And he probably put Judge. I think those are the 3. I think Bonds is player A with the 8.8 WAR, with the OPS, the hits, and the average. I think he put Ohtani in there. I think that's player C. And then I bet you Judge is player B. But yeah, player A's got to be first. He leads in every category. And I would go with player C too. He's got a 6.3 WAR. Player B's got 5.6, even though it's close. But Brando, was I right? Bonds and Ohtani, were they 2 of these?
You were incorrect, PJ. You were incorrect. Okay. You know why? Because I could have put Bonds in there, but the numbers would have been so astronomical that you would have just picked it out anyway, right?
Okay.
But
8.8's pretty good.
And plus not only that, if I'm going to do something with Shohei Ohtani, I'm going to give you average players to show that he's not as good as you think that he is. So player A is Aaron Judge. Player B is Shohei Ohtani. Player C, Juan Soto.
Wow. Okay. How does Soto have a higher WAR than Ohtani?
Yeah, that is wild.
Because Ohtani's not as good as everybody says he is.
I don't know what to tell you.
What do the numbers tell you, Pat? That's what I'm telling you. You don't know what to tell me. The numbers told you it, and you didn't even pick Ohtani.
You only used a couple of numbers. You didn't. You bothered. You ignored the home runs, which in the last 3 years he's hit 55, 54, and 44. You ignored the RBIs. Which
Judge still would have been number one.
He's had in the last 5 years is 95. You ignored stolen bases. He had 59 of them 2 years ago. And you ignored runs scored, which he led baseball with the last 2 years. So, yeah.
What does WAR stand for, Pat? What does WAR stand for?
Wins above replacement.
Okay. And he had the lowest of the three. That's the only stat. It's wins above replacement. What are you talking about?
Because you know what, Combs? Because his first 2 years with the Los Angeles Angels, he was a good player, but he wasn't what he is now. If you took their average WAR over the last 5 years, I guarantee you Ohtani blows both Judge and Soto out of the water.
Greatest player of all time. His WAR is 3 points lower than Judge. His average is 12 points lower than Judge. He averages less hits than Judge, and his OPS is nearly 100 points less than Judge. Stop.
Well, you know where you're wrong? Because you know what his 162 game average is for pitching WAR? It's a 5.6. So why don't you add that onto the 5.6, or is that adding into his batting WAR?
That's not how it works, Pat. It's not how
not how it works. Oh, so we only count WAR for one thing when the guy does two.
Well, what do you? So you want to add stats that Aaron Judge and Juan Soto don't have. They don't have pitching stats.
Exactly. That's why he's the greatest player on the planet. But
this is going off of the thing that they all do together. They all hit. They all get a chance at the plate, right? Yeah, Jesus. All right. Moving on. Because you're going to piss me off. I
said he's the greatest player on the planet because he pitches at a Cy Young caliber level on top of being...
He does not pitch at a Cy Young caliber level. He's been in the voting one time in his career. One time he's finished in the top 5 in voting. He's not a Cy Young caliber pitcher. Stop it.
Okay, every year his ERA is between like 2.7 and 3.1. You're telling me that's not dominant?
Okay. Well, when his elbow falls off later in the season, we'll talk. All right.
Monty said Fangraphs has WAR. Hold on. Monty says WAR is different depending on where you look to. Baseball Reference has 6.6 for Ohtani and 6.2 for Soto, and Fangraphs have 7.5 for Ohtani and 5.8 for Soto. So
we go by Baseball Reference and not by Fangraphs, okay? All right. Player A has a 146 ERA plus. Do you know how ERA plus works? Pat, you were a pitcher.
It's basically
ERA,
right? No matter what ballpark you're pitching in, it factors in all the ballparks.
No. So ERA plus is it's how many people. So basically any number over 100 is how much better you are than the average pitcher. So the average pitcher, so 146 ERA plus, you're better than 46 people above average.
I thought what's the number that basically treats all ballparks like they're the same? I thought that was plus.
No. All right, so 146 ERA plus, 6.5 hits per 9 innings, 11.3 strikeouts to 3.1 walks. Player B, 135 ERA plus, 8.4 hits per 9 innings, and 8.7 strikeouts to 2.2 walks. So slightly less strikeouts, slightly less walks. Player C, a 141 ERA plus, 7.3 hits per 9 innings, but 11.1 strikeouts to 2.1 walks. PJ, who are you taking?
I think it's going to be A, C, and B for me. I'll go player A first because they have the highest ERA plus at 146. They gave up the fewest amount of hits per 9 at 6.5. And then they have the highest strikeout rate at 11.3. They do have the worst command issues with walks, but again, they're able to overcome it because they give up the fewest hits and they strike out the most amount of batters. So I'll go with A first. I'll take player C second because they're pretty much second in all the categories. And then player B is last in the category. So I think it's as straightforward as A, C, and B for me.
I got a feeling Combs is up to no good here with this one as well. I got a feeling. I got
Scooble's
a feeling
like
he's got
C probably or something.
I got a feeling he's got Skeen, Scooble, and Ohtani, and he's going to try to point out that Ohtani is not that great of a pitcher as well here. I actually think the last time I think I do remember seeing something about Skeen's ERA plus being near like 200 though, so I don't think he's on this. Look, I'll agree with what PJ said. Give me the best ERA plus with the fewest hits per 9 innings and the second best strikeout to walk ratio. That's player A, and then I'll take player C next. 11.1. That's the best strikeout to walk ratio, second best ERA plus. And then player B, they got the worst ERA plus, the most hits per 9 allowed, and the fewest the worst strikeout to walk ratio. So ACB.
So you guys were right. Ohtani is on this list.
I knew it.
But I couldn't put him up against the top 7 pitchers in the league because the numbers weren't even close. So I had to put him up against number 8 and 9 in the league. And so Shohei is player A. Player B is Christopher Sanchez. Player C is Chris Sale.
So Ohtani's the best of this bunch.
Of these 3, correct. Ohtani numbers-wise is the 7th best pitcher in baseball.
It makes sense for as I like to call him, Christopher Sanchez, because he really wasn't elite until 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sales,
right? I mean,
Sales had an up and down career. I mean, his peak has been so good, but then, he was dealt with injuries and got roughed up a little bit for a couple years. But that feels about right. Again, we told you last night that Skeen, Scooble, Crochet, those guys are probably top 3. You could throw Fried in that list. I think a healthy Garrett Cole. So it feels about right that Ohtani's maybe, I think he maybe a little higher. Maybe he's like the 5th or 6th best pitcher in baseball when he's
Not by numbers. Not by numbers.
I love how Combs created an entire segment, made Monty do video production just to try to make a point that Shohei Ohtani is not as amazing as we all.
First of all, that's not even close. Because if you wanted me to make a segment to show you that Shohei Ohtani is not that amazing, I would have buried him.
I don't think I think
you would have buried him.
We would have buried him because there would have been numbers that are just, it would have been, you would have been like, all right, well, I know which one Ohtani is because it's the worst number of the 3.
So the guy that's got the longest active on-base streak at 48 games, and he's got the second longest active scoreless streak, only behind Mason Miller. You would have buried that guy?
Pat, do you want me to? Because I'll come with the fire tomorrow. You want me to bury Ohtani in a segment? I can do this.
You can't bury him. That's what I just said.
Okay.
You cannot bury him. He is the best player on the planet.
Challenge accepted.
Brandon, I think this exercise is actually proving his greatness. That he's on a list with Soto and Judge as a hitter, and then he's on a list with Sale and Sanchez as a pitcher. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Like that's why
you guys just got done talking about how Sale and Sanchez weren't that great. Like they've had these years where they've gotten roughed up, and his numbers are just barely above what they were.
But again,
how does that talk about his greatness?
Chris Sale's
you guys
a Hall
get
of
so
Famer.
blinded by the fact that he can play both sides of the. Just because you can play both sides, it doesn't make you great. It doesn't make
then
you
everybody
great
will do it.
I mean, he's great. I love Ohtani. I really do. I hate that you guys make me crap on him all the time. But he's just not as good as you guys say that he is. He's not as good as everybody says that he is.
I don't agree with what PJ said about Sale. I think he's only had 2 years where his ERA is over 3.5, and both of them he was hurt during. Like Chris Sale's a Hall of Famer, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, he's a Cy Young Award winner, and he's finished in the top 10 in the Cy Young voting 8 times. But yeah, Sanchez is a guy that has not been a great pitcher until these last 2 years. So that's why he was way down at his numbers were the worst. Ohtani's got better numbers than Chris Sale. That's a Hall of Fame pitcher.
Are you ready to move on to football?
Yes, yes, because I know Caleb Williams is going to be one of these, and it's going to make me so angry.
What?
Just go ahead. Right. Let's move on.
Player A, 3,381 yards passing, 23 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, and a 66.3 completion percentage. Player B, 3,942 yards, 27 touchdowns to 7 interceptions, and a 58.1 completion percentage. And player C, 4,048 yards, 25 touchdowns to 14 interceptions, and a 67.7 completion percentage. Pat, because I know you're already Googling numbers, I'm going to make you go first so you don't have time to look up more numbers.
I'm not Googling numbers. I just, there's, ball enough. You study the stats. You learn the stats.
Yeah.
And so I will take player A first because that player is a dominant quarterback. They're probably going to win the MVP this year. Their team's probably going to win the Super Bowl. So I'll go player A first. Player A has the fewest interceptions. They've got the second best completion percentage. Not a ton of yards, but their coach needs to run the ball better. So player A is number 1 for me. Player C is number 2, most yards, best completion percentage. Yeah, a lot of picks. But I'll go player C next, and player B is a terrible quarterback.
Pat is disqualified.
Near my team.
Pat is disqualified because he cheated. He's looking up numbers.
I'm not looking up numbers.
I can't believe you. There's no way you know. But go ahead, PJ. Let's have a real person who really wants to play this game. Go ahead.
I actually have player B as my number 1 because the objective as quarterback is to score points and not turn the ball over. And that's what he does the best of any of these guys. He's thrown the most touchdowns, 27, 7 interceptions. Now, he does have a low completion percentage, but I like the fact he doesn't turn over the ball all that much. And he nearly threw for 4,000 yards. It's probably Caleb Williams, which is unfortunate. Then I would actually take player A after that. Player C, I'm down on because of the interceptions. Turn the ball over that much, that's a turn off for me. I'm good. It's nice you threw for 4,000 yards, 25 touchdowns. I'm going to pass. So since we have a good idea that Dart is A, Caleb is B, Dart's not A. I know.
No, A is Pat's man crush, who he absolutely loves and just adores and can't stop glazing night after night after night. A is Jordan Love. B is Caleb Williams. C is Super Bowl winner Sam Darnold.
Okay, C's Darnold. I didn't know that was Darnold.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, of the 3, oh man, Darnold would be the last one that I would want. I think I'd go love Caleb Darnold. I think ABC. Now that I know,
Ooh, how does that feel, Combs?
I think
it's okay to be wrong. I mean, everybody's wrong. You were wrong about Love last year too. You said Love was going to win the MVP last year. How'd that work out for you?
He was going to win the MVP. He was third in the odds with 3 games to go, and then he got a concussion.
With 3,300 yards passing and 23 touchdowns, he was going to win the MVP.
Yeah, because the Bears took a cheap shot on him, and they concussed him.
First of all, protect your quarterback, and then tell him not to duck into a hit.
Caleb and the Bears are such a fascinating team this year because Ben Johnson's obviously a terrific coach, but they won so many games that they easily could have lost, and that is just not sustainable. You would think their team would be better this year, but now that they're not sneaking up on anybody anymore, very, very interested with Chicago. I think Caleb's a good quarterback. And I'm not even as big a guy on Love. Like, my guy of these guys is Dak. That's the guy. That's the hill I'll die on. Is like Dak.
I'd take that's Dak a tough hill to die on, PJ.
I like Dak, dude.
Caleb's going to win an MVP before Jordan Love. Just saying. All right, let's get to this last list. Player A, 87 catches, 1,285 yards, and 11 touchdowns. Player B, 77 catches, 1,192 yards, and 12 touchdowns. Or player C, 84 catches, 1,237 yards, and 12 touchdowns. Pat, who you taking? Because I'm making you go first because you keep searching numbers.
Well, and this is also a 17-game average that Monty put up there. So I know that look, I can't Google numbers that fastly, even if I was, which I wasn't at all. Yeah, I mean, look, these numbers are all so very similar. So I mean, I'll go with the margins. I'll go with the margins here, and I'll go with player. Oh, geez, I mean, player A and player C. Do you want 3 more catches and 50 more yards, or do you want another touchdown? I'll go with the extra touchdown. So give me player C, second most catches, second most yards, tied for the most touchdowns. Then I'll go player A, most catches, most yards, second most touchdowns. And then I'll go with player B, least catches, least yards, but tied for the most touchdowns. So C-A-B for me.
PJ?
Yeah, I'll go A, C, and B. Like Pat said, it's a fine margin. I mean, it's all very close. I'll take the more catches, more yards, and the one less touchdown. So A, B, and C for me. Are all 3 of these players active, Brando?
They are not. They are all actually retired, and on a lot of lists, these are the top 3 wide receivers of all time.
Yeah,
Player
hold
A
on. Let me guess.
Is Jerry.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
I was going to say A is Jerry Rice.
Randy Moss, I would think, would be another.
Mm-hmm.
Is Randy one of them?
He is.
And then is T.O. the last one?
T.O. is. So player A is Jerry Rice, player B is Randy Moss, and player C is Terrell Owens.
Man, T.O. was a stud. That's wild.
It's a good one.
Very underrated, I think, was Terrell Owens.
Very underrated. Totally agree. Now that was good.
Very good, Combs and Monty. Great job. Way to go to a ton of work for that.
Excellent.
And just to push a lot of false narratives as well, which, I mean, look, you can do anything with some numbers. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update. We'll see. Combs and PJ, their guys have hits already. Me and Monty with the 2 longest streaks, still searching. We'll see if Jackson Merrill and TJ Rumfield can get a couple of knocks, and we'll do hot or cold as well. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The first match on my Mount Rushmore. Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin, I Quit match, WrestleMania 13 in Chicago, which features Austin passing out with the bloody face in the sharpshooter, refusing to quit, and featured a double turn where Bret Hart enters that match as the babyface, Austin enters as the heel, and by the time the match is over, the crowd hates Bret and loves Austin, launching Bret Hart's awesome heel run, which culminated in the Montreal Screwjob at Survivor Series 97, and launched Stone Cold Steve Austin into absolute megastardom as a babyface. And the match itself is legendary, and the ending is legendary. That is induction number 1. Number 2, the match that Cody Rhodes calls the greatest pro wrestling match ever. Rock Hogan, WrestleMania 18. We're coming into the match, and so you have to understand what's happening in the story leading up to it. Rock is the babyface. Hogan's the heel. But the match is in Toronto. And Toronto is a lifelong WWF and WWE town and city. And grew up loving Hulk Hogan and cheering for Hogan in WrestleMania 6 against the Ultimate Warrior. And the match starts, and the Toronto crowd immediately asserts itself and lets everybody know, most especially Hogan and The Rock, that it has no interest in cheering for Rock and no interest in booing Hogan. And Hogan and The Rock, in that moment, they know what's happening, and they just instantly switch roles. And Hogan becomes the babyface, and Rock becomes the heel. And they put on one of the greatest stories ever told in a pro wrestling ring. And I always say it. When pro wrestling is great, it becomes Shakespeare. Rock goes over, and then the NWO comes out and turns on Hogan, and then Hogan turns on them, and you have Rock and Hogan in the ring, both as baby faces. It is the stuff of legend. Third on my list is the greatest wrestling match in the history of WrestleMania. And for my money, is the greatest American wrestling match ever. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. Not streak versus career in the main event of WrestleMania 26. The first one in WrestleMania 25. Where I felt like Michaels was going to win to the point where Michaels super kicks him and covers him and Taker kicks out. And I had one of those moments where I'm just laughing afterwards. It is the greatest match in the history of WrestleMania. And in my money, for my money and in my estimation, is the greatest American professional wrestling match ever. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. The last match on my list. And I tweeted at the Costos on Twitter, what is your Mount Rushmore? And I've gotten a bunch of replies. None of them have listed this match. I'm not going to say it's the best match, because it's not the best pure wrestling match. And you could certainly argue that Rock Hogan tells a better story. My favorite pro wrestling match of all time is the career-ending match between the Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man Randy Savage at WrestleMania 7. Warrior wins the match in extremely dramatic fashion, kicks out of 5 Savage top rope elbows, Savage kicks out of the gorilla press, and then Savage ultimately loses on a couple shoulder blocks by the Warrior, flying shoulder blocks, and Warrior puts his foot on Savage's chest and wins the match. Now, the match itself is great, but what happens afterward is Shakespeare. Sensational Sherry, who is Savage's valet, turns on him for losing her meal ticket, for him losing the match. And Miss Elizabeth, who's sitting ringside, who had the schism with Macho Man when the Mega Powers collided years earlier, comes into the ring and throws Sherry off of him. And Savage realizes what's happened. I have goosebumps right now. And they embrace as Savage's music plays. And there are people literally, not figuratively, literally, crying in the audience as they embrace.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. All right, so on our segment, Let's Go Streaking, where we each got to pick one player just to get a hit. PJ's now 3 for 3 because the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, has come through with a knock. Cal Raleigh's got 2 hits already tonight now. He's singled in the 4th and he's singled in the 6th. So PJ is 3 for 3. Combs, after 3 straight goose eggs, is back in the W column. And that leaves the 2 big dogs at the top. Me, who is 5 for my last 6 and 5 in a row. Waiting on TJ Rumfield, who just walked to load the bases in the 7th inning. He's 0 for 3, but he just walked, so he's probably going to get one more at-bat, and my 5-game streak is in jeopardy. And then Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, is a perfect 6 for 6 since we started this segment last week. He's waiting on Jackson Merrill. Jackson Merrill is 0 for 3 and is probably not getting up until the bottom of the 7th. Maybe 2 at-bats left for him, but it's getting late early for us on top here. But PJ, 3 for 3, brother. I mean, holy smokes.
You know, Pat, I got to make sure I'm representing as I'm pinch hitting here for Brad this week. Got to make sure I'm coming strong. And so far, 3 for 3, we're doing good. Not only 3 for 3, but Pajes on Monday hit a homer, and then Langford and Cal Raleigh the last 2 days have both got multi-hit games. So I'm cashing some total bases for the people too with my picks.
Yeah, not even just the hits, the total bases as well. Oh my goodness.
Pat, how many outs in that 7th inning where Rumfeld just walked?
I believe there's 1.
Man, you better hope they score some runs then, because he might not get back up. You're gonna need 8 guys to hit.
They would have nobody else can reach base. That's the only way he wouldn't get up again.
Yeah.
So there's one.
I mean,
there's one out in the top of the 7th.
That's a real possibility.
That nobody else reaches base in the next 3 innings. They have the bases loaded with 1 out right now.
You'd be surprised if nobody else reached base for the Colorado Rockies in the next 8 batters. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm rooting for you because I want to go 4 for 4, but it's a tough ask. It's the Rockies.
Pat, don't listen to him. Positive thoughts. The Rockies will come through.
There we go. Rumfield's got another at-bat. I'm going to need a knock in the final one, but Monty left it to the last at-bat with Judge 2 nights ago, and he came through for him, so I'm confident.
It would serve you right for cheating in the last segment, just saying.
I didn't cheat. I just, there's people. Look, man, I'm an old school guy. Yeah. I like looking at stats. They were part of my preparation.
As we're talking about them, you like looking at them.
I know you. And so I knew Caleb Williams was going to be in that quarterback one. And who else has a 58% completion percentage because they airmail their receivers by 15 yards over the middle? It had to be Caleb Williams.
So you just took Monty's take in the break and used it on it. Okay. I see. I'm listening to how you're rolling, man.
What are you talking about?
This is something, man. You're extra baggy tonight, man.
I'm not extra baggy. Look, I know my guy Jordan Love's numbers, and I knew you were going to have Caleb in there. So again,
my guy Jordan
I didn't know
Love.
It was Darnold at C.
Does your girlfriend know about your relationship with Jordan Love?
No, because it's purely fantasy. Oh. Jordan doesn't know who I am.
Do you make her wear Jordan Love's jersey?
No. No, I actually don't own any Jordan Love memorabilia, but maybe that'll be my Christmas gift. And then maybe when we go to Radio Row next year, when the Packers are playing in the Super Bowl and Jordan Love is, just received his MVP, I can have him sign it.
Or maybe when he's got plenty of time to sit down with us because they've been out of the playoff running since August.
Yeah, since August, right? Yeah, because that's going to make sense. All right, let's get to hot or cold. Combs, start us off.
All right. Hot or cold? The Stanley Cup playoffs is the best playoffs of all the major sports. PJ?
It's a good one. I'm going to go hot on this one. I'm going to go hot. I love the NFL playoffs. I love the MLB playoffs. The NBA playoffs are off to a great start. Hockey, though, is just, I think all of us, it's the sport where I think I see most year after year where, when you're in this business and you follow people on Twitter and Instagram and all these sorts of things, everybody has their sport that they love. People might love soccer. People might love college basketball. People might love college football. They might love tennis, whatever it may be. I feel like the Stanley Cup playoffs is the sport where people from all different backgrounds of what sport they love all congregate and agree that the Stanley Cup playoffs year after year puts out the best product. And I think they're right. I really do. And a baseball game is so electric because especially when it's like the dog days of June and July and, you got half empty stadiums to go from when it's the top of the first and people are standing and cheering with 2 strikes on a hitter. And, the NFL playoffs, the NFL is so big week after week. And I think an NFL Sunday at times is almost better than like some of the playoff games that we get potentially. And I also think Super Bowl Sunday is one of the most overrated days of the year because it's like it's one football game. And if it's a dud, then that's it. So I think it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. I think that is the best of the major sports. And behind March Madness and the Masters, I think it's probably the best sporting tournament that we have. So yeah, I'm going to say hot on that.
I'm gonna go cold. I do think it's football. I mean, look, we all love football, and so you get. I do agree somewhat what PJ said about the Super Bowl, but like, yeah, the Super Bowl, that's for everybody to get in. I mean, the first weekend you got triple header Saturday, or is it double header Saturday, triple header Sunday, Monday night game. Then we go back into the old school stuff, 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday. Then you get conference championship Sunday. Like, I'm sorry, it's the best sport. It normally has the best teams at this stage. This year was a bit different. It was a bit wide open. But, for me, the NFL playoffs are still the best because the regular season is as good, and then the playoffs normally deliver, even a little bit better. Hockey and basketball, I think there's something to be said about the regular season is watered down, and so all of a sudden you're waiting 7 months for the playoffs. Does that make it better just because you've been waiting so freaking long for the regular season to get done with? So I think it's still football.
No, it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's the most fun. It's the most exciting. End-to-end action every single night, and it's every single night, and that's what makes it more exciting than football is because football, you get to the playoffs, yeah, you get the Saturday games, during the wild card round and the divisional round, but then it's just one day a week. The NHL playoffs are every damn night, going through all the way up to the Stanley Cup playoffs, and even then, it's every other night. Like it's end-to-end action on every single game, and there's very few times where you sit there and you watch a conference final or a Stanley Cup final where it's going to end in a blowout. And it's you got an 8 seed that can beat a 1 seed. That's why I think the Anaheim Ducks pick earlier, even if they do play the Colorado Avalanche, they're a goaltender standing on their way. If Dahlstrom stands on his head, that team can absolutely beat the Colorado Avalanche. And there is such thing as a President's Trophy curse. The best team in hockey doesn't always win. And a lot of times they get bounced early. So it's hockey. And I mean, baseball to me is the second. NBA is probably dead last behind football. So for me, yeah, it's absolutely hockey.
I agree. I think it's also the most nerve-wracking. I mean, there's when your team's in the Stanley Cup playoffs, especially it goes to overtime. Whew, man, that is some stress. That is some stress, especially when your team's on the road and you're trying to protect a 1-goal lead. That is some big-time stress.
I think we have to just forgive Pat because he's an Islanders fan. They don't often get to experience the playoffs, so. Probably
When's the last time the Blackhawks have even been
like.
In the playoffs? When's the last time the Blackhawks have even been in the playoffs?
I mean, when was the last time that the Islanders have been to the Stanley Cup Finals?
Well, they won 4 in a row.
Blackhawks won 3 cups in 6 years, Pat.
Also, for you, you act like the Stanley Cup playoffs, every single game comes down to the wire. Here are the conference finals last year. Panthers and the Hurricanes. There was one game. Actually, sorry. Yeah, there was one game decided by 2 goals or less. Every game was basically a blowout. Same thing in the Western Finals with the Stars and the Oilers. 6-3, 3-0, 6-1, 4-1, 6-3. Those games aren't close. You just, you have a couple of moments where the guys are skating up and down the ice and you get a couple of good seconds of chaotic action. You can't even see the freaking puck. I mean, come on. And how many times do you see goalie gets the puck, freeze it.
Yeah.
Oh, another face-off. Oh, here we go, another face-off. Oh, icing again for the 8th time in the last 5 minutes.
Because when the Seahawks when you waited all day on that Sunday to watch the Seahawks beat the 49ers 41-6 in the divisional round, I'm sure that was an exciting game as well, right? Like you're talking about, how about when the Patriots get into the freaking conference by beating the Texans 28-16 in one of the worst games you've ever watched. Stop it. Like, you don't get dead games in every sport, you crackjack.
What did you call me, a crackjack?
Crackerjack.
All right, let's do another one here. Let's do hot or cold. Let's throw some baseball. PJ, your way. You go first here. Hot or cold? Astros finish under 500 this season. Hot or cold?
I think that's hot. I'm worried about this Astros team. They've obviously been slumping. I think this dynasty that they were on in all those years, they made it to the ALCS, I think 7 years in a row. It's just not the same team. I had my questions coming into the season about the Astros and kind of watching them the first 20 games. Definitely some concern with that lineup and the bullpen a little bit and those starters outside losing Framber. And, Hunter Brown's been hurt. So I do think the Astros are going to miss the playoffs and finish under 500. I think that's hot.
Yeah, it's extremely hot. Look, Hunter Brown already hurting. You got Tatsuya Imai, who was the big addition in this offseason, and he looks like he is going to be the biggest bust ever out of Japan. So what are you relying on? You're relying on Mike Burrows and Lance McCullers to get you through, and I think this pitching staff is your big question. And even if Hunter Brown does come back and he comes back healthy, you don't know who Imai is yet. And from, like I said, from what he looks like, and the rumor is the reason why he went on the shelf was arm fatigue. We're 3 weeks into the season, buddy. You've got arm fatigue. There's something there. So yeah, this Astros team's in trouble, and even if Hunter Brown's healthy, that's one win in every 5. So
I'm going cold here. As much as I hate the Astros, as much, just like everybody else, because of the cheaters that they are, I think it's going to be very hard to kill this team with a lineup that has Jordan hitting the way he is, Christian Walker playing the way he's playing, and then Altuve and Carlos Correa. It's going to be very tough to just kill this team. It might get a little worse before it gets better, right? Because I agree, the pitching is a major concern. The only good pitcher they had throwing this year was Hunter Brown, and he is, on the shelf. So everybody else basically has an ERA over 5 in terms of their starters. That's concerning. I'll throw out the it's early disclaimer for them. They might get to 5 or 6 games under 500, but, I could see this team in June, July making a push and, getting back to 500 and making a hunt for the wild card. So I'm not going to kill the Astros as much as I would love to see them die a slow, painful death.
They're going to. All right. Let's get a golf one in here before we go to break. Live Golf will be over by the end of the year. Hot or cold, PJ?
I think it's cold by the end of the year. They still got all that money. They still have Rahm and Bryson over there. They've lost Brooks. They've lost Reed. They've lost some other guys. They're not getting any ratings. It got some publicity at the start of it, but now that it's been a couple years, it's starting to die off a little bit. I just think they have too much money, and they still have those 2 key cogs with Rahm and Bryson, who are 2 of the best players in the world, that I still think it'll last them a couple years. So no, by the end of the year, I think that's cold.
I think it's hot. I think it will be over by the end of the year. Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill emailed his staff today or yesterday that the season will continue, quote, as planned, uninterrupted, and at full throttle. But look, I think these reports about the Saudi Arabia's PIF, the Public Investment Fund, pulling funding. I think they've already sold one of the soccer teams that they owned in the Middle East, and obviously everything that's going on geopolitically. I think that's very tough to ignore, right? With our current climate that we currently got going on right now with Iran and our country and Israel and everything else, and how the Middle East is kind of caught right in the middle of that. I think Live Golf is done by the end of this year. Hey, kudos to John Rahm and all those guys that got a couple $100 million from the Saudis, because I think this thing is going to be toast. I think it's going to fold like a cheap lawn chair at the end of the year.
Yeah, this doesn't happen often, but I agree with Pat here. I think they're done by the end of the year. I think that it's the writing's on the wall. And when you a company that's put $5 billion into your product over the last 4 years since this Live Golf thing started, and now they want to pull their funding, you're going to be in real trouble. I think that email went out for a reason, and I think at the end of the year, Live Golf is done.
All right, last chance to get aboard the phones, 310-840-4910. Maybe hit on another 1 or 2 hot or cold when we come back, but we'll have a couple of minutes to finish up here before we turn things over to Josh Graham with Westwood One Sports Night. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, and this is Westwood One Sports.
And I believe there are 3 teams that stand out as potential trade-up options. You know what? I'm thinking about it in the moment. I'm actually going to say it's 4. Those teams, the New York Jets at 16, the Carolina Panthers at 19, the Detroit Lions at 17, and the Cleveland Browns at 24. Let's talk about why. It has been heavily reported by basically everybody that the Jets are looking to leave the first round with one of the top receivers. Now, they're not going to pick him at 2. Like, that'll be, and the Jets canceled their visit with David Bailey, which some people are like, well, like Arvell Reese is now the favorite to go second overall at BetMGM, which shows you how stupid, not that it's stupid to bet it, just like how dumb like the market movement is. We've talked about this for years on the show. I see the Jets cancel the visit, and I'm convinced they're taking David Bailey. That's how I view it. The Jets are going to take a receiver. Everybody knows it. So if everybody knows it, and you are the Carolina Panthers at 19, and perhaps your best course of action is to take a receiver. And you might say, well, they've done it 2 straight years in the first round with Xavier Legette and then Teteroa McMillan. Xavier Legette sucks, okay? You're not going to keep rolling him out there. He was a roll of the dice. It didn't work. Let's say Carolina wanted Indiana's Omar Cooper. Let's just say that that's the case, right? Let's say Jordan Tyson slips or Mekhi Lemon slips, and I don't know who they like of those 3. If the Panthers know the Jets want a receiver, why wouldn't the Jets try and jump New York? And conversely, if the Jets know that everybody knows that they want a receiver, then shouldn't they be expecting someone to potentially jump them for a receiver? Couldn't the Jets then move up? The Detroit Lions are in desperate need, regardless of what GM Brad Holmes says, of an offensive tackle or an edge rusher. What if they really like a tackle and he's available and they think he might not get to them? Or an edge rusher starts falling that they really like. You don't think they could do it? Brad Holmes told you if there's a player they like, they might say F them picks. And then the Browns at 24. The Browns, I think, are set up pretty well here to exit the draft with addressing 2 of their biggest needs, receiver and tackle, offensive tackle. It's a deep class at both, and I don't know which one they're going to take at 6. Maybe they'll just trade out of 6. We'll see. But I'm going to create a scenario. I don't know if this is true. Cleveland loves Spencer Fano. Cleveland loves Francis Maui-Noah. They slip. They're available at 14. Go get them. Jets, Panthers, Lions, Browns. Those are the 4 teams I'm looking at. Ravens GM Eric DeCosta, again, when he says the talent in the draft drops off midway through the first round, and you know the Ravens pick 14th, you should know that there's something behind it. And what's the most likely answer to that? He wants someone to come up and get that pick.
It's got to be Oba. If it's not Oba, you're going to have so many fans sitting there going like, what are we doing here? Because if you don't have a level of genius that you can ratchet it up to right after that, it feels like you're just going to end up ruining what's been, it's just been so simple. It's been a wonderful build. It's the best build on the card. Everyone's ready to see him go over. If he just continues to dominate on this path, you will not lose anybody. No one's coming out of there upset if Brock Lesnar goes down. So Obafemi's the pick there.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. PJ back with me tomorrow to wrap up the week, get you set for every NBA playoff series, every Stanley Cup playoff series, a weekend of baseball. Getting closer to I almost forgot, the NFL draft. The NFL draft is a week away. It's going to get hot and heavy next week, folks. Don't you worry. Last chance to get aboard the phones, 310-840-4910. PJ, every now and then you see a tweet that is just so perfect, and it's like, how did I not think of that? I saw somebody tweet today. It's got 2.5 million views. Went to the Oreo website and hit accept all cookies. Now we wait. And that's just good family fun.
Oh my
just
goodness.
Good family fun, man. You can't beat that.
That is good stuff. Oh, and we got breaking news on the show. Jackson Merrill with a double for Monty.
Whoa!
7 in a row. He comes in clutch
me?
in his last at-bat. Monty lives to see another day.
Monty, you dirty dog. You've done it again. He ain't getting up again. And there's not going to be a bottom of the ninth unless you got a Mariners comeback. That was his last AB, and you do it again. Get on here, Monty. Get in here, you absolute freaking evil genius. 7 out of 7 to start batters-box.com. Just pick a guy to get a hit, and our video producer, Monty, who owns and operates his own basically very heavy analytics stat-based website, and he's creaming us. The guy's got an unfair advantage, 7 for 7. You got to be freaking kidding me. Unbelievable.
Monty, well done, sir. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it's he just first pitch. He's been first pitch swinging on like his last 3 at bats. Jackson Merrill has, so it was kind of wild to see that. He did it again against the reliever here in the 7th, and just ripped it over the first baseman's head down the line, and was able to get the second, and likely his last at bat. So that's gonna be 2 last at bat doubles to keep the streak alive. Pretty wild.
There you go.
You know,
yeah,
Combs,
our guy. Go ahead, Pat.
I was going to say, Combs, you said don't doubt the Rockies' ability to not get another base runner on base. They got the next 2 guys in the 7th. They just went 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. And so I need one person to reach base in the 9th to give TJ Rumfield a chance to get up in the 9th inning. And I got a feeling they're going to go 1, 2, 3, and the Astros are not going to come back and tie the game. There will be no extra innings, and that'll be that.
I hate to say I told you so, Pat, but, I told you so.
I can't be, and I was going to take Altuve. We would have gotten 4 for 4. Instead, we're going to sign off in a minute or so, and I'm going to be the only one leaving us here hanging. You guys have all hit. I need TJ Rumfield. Who the hell is TJ Rumfield?
Who is TJ? Pat's gonna need some rum after this game.
Why did you pick him again, Pat? What was the reasoning?
2 for 2. I mean, short sample size, but 2 for 2 off of Weiss, Houston's starter in his career. And I looked at his splits, and his splits were like out of control. Like, he's a lefty stick, so he obviously hits righties well. But let me get you his numbers.
Did
so
you
he's
check
hitting 270.
batters-box.com?
I should have went to batters-box. But he's hitting 270 on the year, but against righties, he's hitting 288. And they've actually played a decent amount of day games. So in day games, he's 3 for 22. But at night, going into the night, he was 14 hits and 38 at bats. He's hitting 368. So I was like, all right, I'll take every split that I can and use it to my advantage. And he's hitting in the 3 hole. He's going to get 5 at bats probably. Whatever. We'll see. We'll give you the update tomorrow. Hopefully I am 6 in a row, but Monty's 7 in a row confirmed. That'll do it for us here on this Thursday night. Massive Friday show tomorrow. Make sure you're here with us. PJ will be back with me. Thanks to PJ Glasser. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty, the genius, 7 in a row on Let's Go Streaking. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
You're so good at quarterbacks, and I don't even want to turn this into Ty Simpson or Nussmeier or like Carson Beck. My opinion, I think Mendoza's going to be an absolute star.
Yeah, I think
what is Ben Solak's? Yeah, tell me why you think Fernando Mendoza is great, and I would also love kind of how you would slot him in with some of the quarterbacks that have gone early recently in the draft.
Yeah, so above average size, above average arm, above average processing ability, average, but for like his frame and his play style, above average mobility, and then remarkably above average accuracy. Like I don't understand what we're overthinking. Mendoza was at Cal, and then he had a year at Indiana. It was surprising that he was good at Cal. It was surprising that Indiana went undefeated and won the national championship game. Because of that, I think everybody walked into Mendoza film being like, let's figure out how they cheesed this. And then they saw that they ran a lot of RPOs, and they're like, there's the cheese. This guy can't really be that good. No, this guy is just everything you want as a professional quarterback prospect, as a first overall pick. Now, we always end up framing guys relative to the Caleb Williamses and the Trevor Lawrences who walk in like as the ordained first overall pick for the last 4 years. So when we have a guy like Cam Ward, who's a 0-star recruit, Mendoza's a 2-star recruit, we just undersell that guy because they haven't had the buildup that we were expecting a dude to have as he finally dawns as this top pick in a draft. But Mendoza to me is like it is just everything you could want in a quarterback prospect at a above average to great level. I certainly agree that they ran a lot of RPOs. I certainly agree there's going to be a transition to under center dropbacks. And I certainly agree he's not like, elite Caleb Williams mobility, elite Trevor Lawrence arm stuff. Like it's not, tip top stuff. But he's going to be the 11th to 8th best quarterback in the league for like a decade, right? Like very like CJ Stroud, Dak Prescott caliber, right? Not in terms of play style, but like where he's going to land. So I would have had him below Caleb. I would have also had him below Drake in that class. 2024 was very, very special. But I would have had him above Cam Ward last year. I would have had him above Kyler Murray in the year that Murray came out as the first overall pick. In the year like the Burrow year, he would have been below Burrow for me, but he would have been above Tua and above Herbert. Like this is a guy who goes top 5 in every single draft class. It's not because it's a bad year he's going 1 overall or the Raiders need a quarterback. No, like if the Raiders, facility falls off the face of the earth tomorrow and Mendoza's there at 2, the Jets are taking him. And then if New York, he gets hit by asteroid, the Cardinals are taking him at 3. This is a guy who always goes top 5. He's a very good prospect. So I have Reese ranked higher, and then I have Bain, and then I have Bailey. I will say that of the three right now, players-wise, I like Bain the best for sure, right? Reese is still very much so figuring it out, right? He's like, a little newborn giraffe out there where he's switching to the edge rusher position, just kind of figuring out what his legs do, what his arms do. Like there's a lot of unbelievable moldable clay there, where we're still in the clay stage. Bain, and this is like very important to me in this class, I usually cannot stand the sort of player that Bain is. I usually have those guys ranked much lower than the consensus does. When you are a tweener, okay, maybe he's going to be a sub-package defensive tackle at the NFL level. Oh, he doesn't have length. Like usually I'm so out on that guy. Cannot stand them. I turned Bain film on, and within 2 games, I was like, we're good. Absolutely. Like in terms of a player understanding how to win within his strengths and his limits, Bain is like as polished, as pro ready, as professionals they come. He so clearly gets it. Like when you watch this guy and then you learn his positional coach in Miami was Jason Taylor, who's just like successful in the NFL for a decade and a half with premier athleticism. Then as he got older, like it just makes so much sense. He is so aware. He's so technically sound. He just understands how to win. He has counter moves, secondary moves. He has hustle. He identifies plays so quickly. He understands what blocking teams are trying to do to him. He is just so ready to contribute at the NFL level. Now, will he contribute 15 sacks in a season? No, it's not going to happen. He doesn't have the length at the tackle at the quarterback's drop point, right? Big tackle radius. He doesn't have the length to separate against the biggest guys. Like you are not drafting a high ceiling, Aiden Hutchinson's going to walk in and just become the defining piece of our defense. Like that's not occurring with Ruben Bain. But you can be so positive that he's going to play 3 downs for you. He's going to create impact against the run, against the pass. He's going to make your other players better. And so Bain to me, like was one of the most like lights on guy for me in the process, where I walked in being like, here we go again. A dude who doesn't fit in the NFL level and who lacks ideal measurables, but he produced in the playoffs. Everybody loves Ruben Bain. And then I watched him. I was like, no, okay, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Like this guy gets it.